Yeah.
grow into giants.
Yeah, you won't need a PA system in there.
Yeah.
Having a wedding there when we were there.
Yeah.
When is
Check
it
this
supposed to
out.
be built?
What?
Well, that's
Oh, it's
already
already
When
built.
was it built?
Well, let's see. See, I don't know the history
I
of it.
think
I
we looked
should.
that
I
up,
will.
and I
I'm
don't
learning
do
about
not.
it.
Probably shouldn't get too deep in the Nashville.
Let's
Tell
see.
us about Hiawatha.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's dive into
Hiawatha.
So,
Hiawatha.
1990? 1990. Recreation of the Athena Parthenos statue in the Naos, which is the east room of the main hall. And okay, so yeah, check this out then. Let's see if we can find a good picture of it.
1897.
1897.
The Athena inside was 1990.
The Athena inside was 1990.
There you go.
Yeah, it's a part of the expedition.
Are you seeing this?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. So there was a statue of Athena in the original Parthenon. So, oh yeah, Nashville's nickname, the Athens of the South, influenced the choice of the building as the centerpiece of the 1897 Centennial Exposition. A number of buildings at the exposition were based on ancient originals. However, the Parthenon was the only one that was an exact reproduction.
That's pretty cool. I'd like to see that.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see how that happens. Maybe we'll be having some more reports dispatched from Nashville in the near
Heights
future.
that we're looking at potentially for the sanctuary project school is within 2 hours of there.
Right. Yeah.
Just beautiful countryside in central Tennessee.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yes. Extraordinary beautiful. The Sequatchie Valley is breathtakingly beautiful. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about, I'm going to stop share. That's right. Okay. So a couple of things we haven't talked about, the Hiawatha crater, right? We haven't addressed that.
That's right.
I mean,
We've mentioned
think
it,
it
but we
was-
haven't addressed the recent stuff.
yeah, it was, I think, proposed as possibly being younger Dryas in age in 2019, I think is when that, I can actually look here and tell you exactly. So this was 2000, no, this is the
Yeah, I
more
think-
recent one,
did they say?
2022.
Anywhere from like 12,000 years to 3 million years or something like that initially.
Well,
Yeah, something like that.
yeah, let's see here. So it was in 2018 that a 22-member scientific team published their preliminary results on studies of the newly discovered impact crater buried beneath the northwestern Greenland ice sheet. The age of this structure, well, the structure itself was concealed beneath a kilometer of ice, more than 3,000 feet. It has been difficult to impossible to make geomorphic studies below ice sheets until recently. However, within the last couple of decades, two things, borehole drilling through the ice coupled with radar sounding has increasingly made comprehensive surveying of this inaccessible region possible. So there was data collected between 1997 and 2014 by NASA's Program for Arctic Regional Climate Assessment. This was supplemented by new airborne radar data, and this together revealed the presence of a large circular structure buried beneath the ice. It's measured to be 31 kilometers, which is about 19 miles wide. It has an elevated rim, and inside that elevated rim, it has a relatively flat floor. So the rim to floor depth is approximately, it varies between 250 and 390 meters, which is 820 to 1280 feet. And it includes a central uplifted area that's about 160 feet or 50 meters above the surrounding topography. And there are two very large paleo channels that breach the southeastern section of the crater rim. And we'll look at a graphic here in just a second. These channels are now buried under the ice. They're subglacial, but they're up to 500 meters deep, which is about 1,640 feet and up to 3 miles wide. So these are some major channels. My impression is that these channels were created by catastrophic mega floods. So then let's see the age, based upon this was looking at erosional evidence, which of course at that time they didn't have any actual dating other than relative dating and assumptions. So, but looking at the degree of erosion, they figured it could have ranged anywhere in this pretty broad range, 5,000 years. And then the uppermost limit was 50 million years. And that was based upon the bedrock lithology. But based upon the apparent freshness, fresh-like appearance of the crater and the fact that it was still very recognizable as a crater with an upraised rim, with a basin, with its circularity intact, with a central uplift. All these things led to the assumption that it must have been fairly young. So this was where it was proposed that it was possibly Pleistocene in age. So as we know, then this immediately raised the question of whether or not the crater could be associated with the Younger Dryas boundary impact event at approximately 12,900 years ago. Now, I have a quote here from the team in their first paper, and this is a quote. "We emphasize that even this broad age estimate remains uncertain and that further investigation of the Hiawatha impact crater is necessary." And then they also point out that regardless, and I quote, "regardless of its exact age, based on the size of the Hiawatha impact crater, this impact very likely had significant environmental consequences in the Northern Hemisphere and possibly globally." So then, if you recall, and I do well remember this, is that because it was possibly younger in age, possibly late Pleistocene, therefore possibly associated with the Younger Dryas impact, then amongst quite a few people who were supporters of the notion of a terminal ice age catastrophe and followers of these kind of alternative history ideas, is that it became sort of a foregone conclusion that this was the smoking gun crater that all the critics were demanding before they accepted the model of a lower Younger Dryas boundary impact event. And I recall multiple occasions, people saying, yeah, myself, Graham, others, George Howard, whatever, we've been vindicated with the discovery of the Hiawatha crater. I was not convinced. And this is why I never really came out with any grand pronouncements that, yeah, the Younger Dryas boundary of the crater has been found, and this proves the impact scenario. Because I had to go along with the caution of the authors of this study. Well, it's too broad of a range. So I just took a wait and see attitude. But now, this new report it's mostly it's 17 earth scientists, primarily Swedish and Danish, who did this study. So let me go to a share screen here then. And let's see, let's get this here we go. Let me get this graphic up so we can see the graphic. There we go. So in this graphic, which appeared in the first paper, the white line represents the perimeter of the Hiawatha Glacier right here. And these two channels are those deep meltwater channels. Now, I don't know, but I'm sure curious as to whether they have all the earmarks of having been produced by, catastrophic, most likely subglacial mega floods. I don't know the genesis and I don't know the flow. And I don't know if there's been studies done. I haven't found any yet that would tell us whether the flow was back into the crater or out of the crater. I assume from upland that any natural flow would be down this way, through these channels into the basin. The basin drains out right here. And at this northwestern outlet, there's a river valley that carries the meltwater up to the Arctic Ocean here. But so this is essentially it here. It's 30, like I said, 31 kilometers, 19 miles wide. Let me actually jump over to the paper itself here. We could look at two images side by side. Are you still seeing this? What?
We're still seeing the crater image you put up.
Okay, so I'm going to stop share. Then I'm going to reshare. So
right, there we go.
this block right here labeled B is this square right here. And you can see this kind of where the glacier makes this. Let's see, I could actually zoom in here.
Russ knows the word.
Yeah, here we go. All right, you see this arcuate feature right here? That's the ice of the Hiawatha Glacier infilling the actual buried circular basin. And then there's this little thumb that's sticking up right here.
Thumb.
That's
No,
what?
What's nothing? Go ahead.
Okay. All right. I don't know what you were talking about, but we won't go there. All right, let's get over. There we go. So this is the outlet. So the glacier drains through a breach on the northwestern flank of the rim of the crater, which is right here. And this shows where some samples were taken. I think I'll jump over to Google Maps so we can really see this. All right, so
kind of like, is it like Moses Coulee, sort of, where the
channels, you mean?
Where the moraine comes up, and then it has that one thing
Yeah.
coming out of the middle.
Yeah. All right. You see Greenland here. We're seeing Google
Yes.
Maps, right?
Yep.
Okay. So we'll zoom in. So the crater's right here.
Right.
You can see here's the outlet. So there's outwash that's being carried through here from the bottom of the glacier, which contains material quarried from the crater itself, right? Let's see, Google, this is Google Maps. So you can see here that there's a proglacial lake right here, and then the river. There's another lake, and then the river winds around this way. And I have not been able to find the name of this river. They don't mention it in any of the papers. But then you can see it drains into the ocean, right there. That's this I think is called Fram Strait right through here. That's so yeah. So here's the crater. Using this version of the map, there's this canyon, and it has a tongue or a lobe of the ice that comes here, discharges. And so what they did was go back to the paper here and zoom in.
NASA that did some really nice animations of that, like
Yeah.
stripping away the ice and showing the whole bowl crater shape.
Okay, so we're two sampling.
Got to
Uh,
share it, Randall.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. There we go.
There it is.
Yeah. So 19-01 and 19-05, 21 2016. These are two sand samples that they analyzed, and this was a pebble-sized piece of melt rock here that they collected within this area right here where the subglacial melt drains from the crater. So that was a very logical place to look for impact proxies and so sure enough, they found them. Let's go back here. I'll do another share screen and let's see, Google Maps share. Let me see. Wonder if I can jump up. Did I successfully jump to Google Earth? Or are we still?
Yeah, I see
Yeah,
Google
still
Earth
seeing
on
it.
your browser. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Not Google Maps, but Google Earth. Are we looking in 3D?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're looking actually from sort of the north. And here you see the lobe of the Hiawatha Glacier coming through. Here's the proglacial lake, and here's an outwash plain right in here. All of this is outwash material. So what this team did is they went looking for proxies in this area, and they found they took sand samples, and then when they looked into the sand samples, they found that it was loaded with shocked quartz, which has these parallel deformation features, which is an indication of shock waves having passed through a silicate-rich bedrock. And that's one of the most well-known diagnostics for high-pressure impacts. So let's see here. We can actually go back to the paper itself. And they say that so they found 50 grains that they used for sampling. Let's see here, what else? So glaciofluvial, I think everybody knows the meaning of that term now, glacier and flowing water working together. The glaciofluvial sand sample analyzed here was collected in 2016 and reported on in 1-3, which is, well, let's see, the one was, that was the first report, a large impact crater beneath Hiawatha Glacier in northwest Greenland. And then that was followed by another report in 2020, Pleistocene organic matter modified by the Hiawatha impact, northwest Greenland. And then finally in 2022, you had microporphyritic and microspherolytic melt grains, Hiawatha crater, northwest Greenland, implications for post-impact cooling rates, hydration, and the cratering environment. So this was what preceded this paper that I'm quoting from here. And so what they did was they collected these sand samples, let's see, 300 meters. So it's a well-sorted fine-grained sand that was collected from an active floodplain approximately 300 meters or maybe roughly 1,000 feet from the terminus of Hiawatha Glacier and about 5 kilometers or 3 miles from the inferred edge of the Hiawatha structure. So this is where they collected these samples, and then they took 50 grains of sand that they saw had the effects of shocks. Let's see here. Historical aerial photographs and satellite images show that the floodplain began to build up after 2010, with sediments originating from within the Hiawatha structure. So they knew that there was this fresh sediment, so they went there, they collected the sand. They were able to isolate 50 sand grains from the sample that contained impact diagnostic features, such as planar deformation features or PDFs in quartz. And these they then subjected to an argon 40, argon 39 laser analysis. And I'm not going to get into what really how that works, but it's a way of dating things older than radiocarbon dating is able to. We also analyzed 2 pebble-sized clasts collected in 2019 from a wide riverbank, approximately 4 kilometers, which would be about 2.5 miles downstream from the terminus of the Hiawatha Glacier, and less than 10 kilometers or 6 miles from the edge of the Hiawatha structure. So it says here the most likely provenance of the pebbles is also the proximal part or near part of the Hiawatha structure deposited via subglacial or glaciofluvial transport. So I won't get into the technological details here of these particular samples, but to say that they have a hemicrystalline melt matrix dominated by a lathe-like plagioclase feldspar microlites. But here's the thing of greatest interest. The samples contain silicate clasts, chunks, pieces, right? Silicate clasts with impact diagnostic shock features. That is quartz grains that are generally strongly toasted and have a brown or non-pleochroic grainy appearance. Now I can actually show you what that looks like here, and I think I will, rather than all the technical terminology. Let's take a look at, we'll do another share screen.
So, brief recap, they found shocked crystals that came out in the wash from beneath the glacier that they sourced in the crater, and then they dated those using some kind of radiometric
Argon
dating.
40, argon 39 dating.
Yeah, okay.
All right. You see in this image, see the PDF, you see these
Yes.
shock lamellae, they're called, these fracture lines. That is what happens when a shock wave passes through a primarily silicate sample. And it's very diagnostic of impact events. These are the images of the impact melts. As you can see right here, the first one, A, microlytic matrix with clasts of toasted quartz. Like here's an example of toasted quartz. Toasted. It got heated.
I have a question though.
Yeah.
Doesn't that kind of dating date the formation of the crystal? Not the shocking of the crystal?
I thought it dated the deformation.
Okay, is it dating the deformation?
I could be wrong.
That's what I'm asking about, yeah.
Okay. Well, B, there you see it. That's the evidence. Well, the idea is that the argon clock would have been reset by the shock.
Okay.
That's the basic idea.
All right.
So then D is petrographic context of a granular and porous zircon right here. Here's your zircon. So we won't get into all of the technical details here. Goes into the dating. Of the 29 saddle-shaped spectra, the majority gave minimum apparent ages in the Paleocene, and the 2 mini plateaus gave late Paleocene ages of 58.5 plus or minus 0.2/0.3 million years ago. So they used 2 different dating methods, one on the zircons and another one on the sand grains, and they basically came up with the same date. So that's the deal. That's kind of where it stands now. I haven't seen any response to this. If there's any, criticism of this yet from, say, people in the comet impact group, but this is the thing. I've seen some comments now, like, well, because this didn't date. I mean, I've actually seen these comments. Since this didn't date, to the Younger Dryas boundary. Therefore, that disproves the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. But actually, no, it does not, any more than, say, the fact, here you've got this crater buried under ice. It was a candidate crater, a possibility, but the dating of that at not coinciding with the Younger Dryas boundary doesn't negate the reams of evidence from multiple independent teams showing the signatures of some kind of an impact 12,000, a little bit less than 12,900 years ago. Any more than, say, the discovery of the Chicxulub crater in the Yucatan Peninsula buried under a half a kilometer of limestone would disprove a Younger Dryas boundary impact, or any other crater. That doesn't disprove that the impact didn't happen. It just means that, yeah, this was not the smoking gun that some people maybe thought it might have been. But the evidence for an impact at the Younger Dryas boundary is robust. And there's just been too many separate independent teams that have found that signature of an impact event to now just dismiss it. So that's kind of where the Hiawatha crater is at this point. We can certainly add it to the impact, the Earth data impact database, along with a lot of other craters, the growing census of craters found around the surface of the Earth. It's getting up to around 200 now. And we barely explored the ocean floor. And what's interesting about this one is that, here it was, this big old 19-mile crater, which, if it wasn't buried in ice, would have been pretty obvious impact event, produced crater, decades ago, would have been discovered a long time ago, but buried under the ice. And now it appears that there might be a second crater buried under the ice as well of Greenland. And there's certainly evidence now buried craters under the Antarctic ice. So
it seems like they also need to now explain maybe how a 58 million year old crater is one of the best preserved craters on the planet when it's under a very heavy erosional environment under the ice.
One would, yes, and there's the question that I think needs to be asked. I mean, the disparity between, the apparent age of the crater based upon geomorphic conditions, like you just said, which is that the crater is largely intact.
Yes.
And
Recognizable
that would have been
as a crater.
Yeah.
It isn't buried underneath layers and layers of sediment that you can only see by drilling cores or doing GPR or something. Yeah.
Right. You would think 58 million years there should be overlying rock that had formed.
That's right.
Because this would have been long before the, before the ice sheet. Presumably the ice sheet on Greenland didn't even come until like late Quaternary or around the early Pleistocene.
Yeah,
like 2.5 million years ago.
George Howard was telling us, where was it? There's a crater that's nearby, somewhere nearby, that's 35 million years old, and you can't see it at all. They only confirmed it through, like drilling cores and finding the evidence deep beneath layers of rock. So how do we have
layers of rock?
Yeah, how do we have a 58 million year old crater that's very preserved in a highly erosive environment beneath ice where it should have been ground into nothing? Maybe the ice has protected it. I don't know. I'm just saying, I think that question needs to be addressed by these people.
It does need to be addressed. Yeah. And the first thing I would do is I would begin looking at the history of the Greenland ice sheet. And presumably, how can the Greenland ice sheet have been spared the kinds of, dynamic processes that affected other ice sheets on such an extreme scale?
We could have washed in from those two channels from the south that are coming from some other totally different event, or maybe that more recent event, jostled up rocks from underneath from an older event. But yeah, I think that's kind of ludicrous to say it was 58 million years and it's still there, so well preserved.
Well,
I think that's what Martin Sweatman, his first take on it was, he thinks they dated, volcanic sands from some other impact that's just mixed in there.
Yep.
Well, my question there would be, I'm not, the PDFs, the planar deformation features, I'm not sure that they're found in volcanic sand.
Yeah, they would have been shocked by an impact as well, but maybe not
Right.
that
I would lead towards an earlier impact
Yes, right.
event,
Yeah.
separate from the one that, like you just said, maybe a later impact was able to exhume older material.
Yes.
Yep.
That's right.
But I have to really,
another team could go out and repeat the experiment. That would be a good first step.
That'd be a good first step.
If you're sifting for the grains and you get these grains and you test all of them, maybe some of them actually test younger. You just never know. So
yep,
it'd be cool. And for anybody out there that's interested in helping do that, you can donate to the Comet Research Group.
That's right.
I think has George Howard put a donate button on his website?
I don't know, but it's cometresearchgroup.org.
Yeah. I went there. We signed up.
We're
donating monthly now.
Snake Bros donates to Comet Research.
Yeah, and there's going to be a percentage. We're still working it out, but anybody who buys the Easter Sunday presentation with George, Graham, myself, and Alan West, a portion of that is going to get donated to the Comet Research Group.
Excellent.
Yeah, because everything those guys are funding stuff out of their pocket.
Yeah.
On top of just receiving donations from normal armchair theorists like me. So
that's right.
Well, I don't know how normal you are, but
yeah. Normal in this crowd.
A normal armchair theorist, which is already not normal.
Yeah.
Well, we got
15
minutes, Randall. You want to tackle some questions and some super chats and stuff before we wrap this up?
Yeah, if somebody's got some good questions that I can actually answer.
Well, you can always say you don't know. That's what I like to do.
I don't know if he can say
I can always fake it too.
Yeah, you can fake it.
I can just use some big words that nobody knows what they mean, and then it'll create the impression.
Hey. I don't know what small words mean either, so I have to work on the big words. Okay. Counterstream, $20 says, thank you, Randall and Brad. Your work has changed my life. I'm curious about Randall's view on the contention of Schock, Davidson, and others that a solar event explains Younger Dryas proxies, petroglyphs, etc. better than a comet.
Well, I wouldn't say necessarily better than a comet, but that possibly. I mean, look, you remember I was mentioning earlier about the AD 774-775 carbon-14 increase.
Yes.
Let's back up for a second here. The Carrington event. You've heard of that, of course.
Of course. Yep.
Of course, 1859 Carrington event. So named after Richard Carrington, who had a private observatory outside of London. And he was looking at the sun through his telescope, and he was sketching sunspots, a cluster of disks on the sun. And quoting Carrington, he spotted what he described as, quote, two patches of intensely bright and white light that were erupting from the sunspots. So this lasted for about 5 minutes, and then these fireball light like fireballs vanished. And however, by that night, this solar storm, this solar outburst, reached the Earth. And the first sign that something was going on was the failure of telegraph communications. And let's see, let me look through some stuff here. Okay, so there were reports of sparks showering from telegraph machines. Telegraph operators got shocked, and papers adjacent or close to the telegraph machines were actually set on fire. So northern light auroras, like both, I believe, aurora borealis and aurora australis, both northern and southern lights, were lit up all over the planet. birds began to chirp, and people thought the sun was rising. So people were waking up and getting up. It reminds me of a night in when we were living up north of Brainerd over the winter of 72, 73, 71, 72. And I was up late at night. I was sitting in an unfinished room that we were building a house up there, and we were living in the unfinished shell of the house. And I'm sitting up there. It's very cold out. But I'm reading something. I don't remember what I was reading, but I kept noticing a flickering on the page as I was reading. And I'm thinking at first it was like a light. Something light in the room was flickering. So I look up. It was not the light in the room. I keep reading. I keep seeing the flickering. And then so I start looking around, and I see the flickering is actually visible on the walls, and I can see it's coming from outside. And I walk up to the window and I look out, and I see this light flickering all over the trees. We were in the forest, and so I'm seeing the light all over the trees. I go, what the hell? And I get dressed and I go outside, and it was a spectacular aurora borealis. I've looked up, forgotten the details now, but there was a solar storm. I didn't know that at the time. I didn't even know back then what a solar storm was, but it impressed the hell out of me. And it was not, I had seen northern lights before, but it was always in the distance to the north from where we lived in Minnesota. You know, every once in a while, every couple of years, you could actually see the northern lights. But in this case, I went out into a clearing and I stood there and I looked, and the aurora borealis was 360 degrees. And instead of looking like shimmering curtain, it did have that shimmering a curtain look, but it was almost like I was in a tunnel looking up, and everything was shooting upwards at a tremendously high rate of speed. And there was multiple colors of green and rose and yellow. I remember that. And it was just breathtaking. I actually wrote an article on it a number of years ago saying that it was one of the most spectacular things I'd ever experienced in my life, was seeing this. So the atmospheric effects of a solar storm. I'm going to have to go back and see what the specific event was. But anyways, I just wanted to make that aside. And because one of the things that was seen all over the planet as a result of the Carrington event was these magnificent aurora borealis. And then of course, the usual reaction is that a lot of people thought it was the end of the world. And so anyways, it had the energy, let's go down here and see some of the details. It had the energy of 10 billion atomic bombs. The flare spewed electrified gas and subatomic particles toward the Earth, and the resulting geomagnetic storm, dubbed the Carrington event, was the largest on record to have struck the planet. And then it goes, this article, there's a number of people can look this up and read about themselves, but as it says, compared to today's, and here's the implications of it, compared to today's information superhighway, the telegraph system in 1859 may have been a mere dirt road. And so it went down. They never experienced a global disturbance like the 1-2 punch they received in the waning days of summer 1859. So most telegraph lines across North America were rendered inoperable on the night of August 28th as the first of 2 successive solar storms struck. Let's see. Yes, the resulting currents flowing through the wires were so powerful that platinum contacts were in danger of melting, and streams of fire were pouring forth from the circuits. One telegraph operator in Washington, D.C. was severely shocked. According to a witness, an arc of fire jumped from this guy's head to the telegraphic equipment. Some telegraph stations that use chemicals to mark sheets reported that powerful surges caused the paper to combust. So it was just a whole lot of mayhem.
Did they just rebuild after that, or did that change the way? Was that a big, catalyst in changing the way they did all that technology?
Yeah, well, let's see here. When telegraphs did come back online, many were filled with vivid accounts of the celestial light show that had been witnessed the night before. Newspapers from France to Australia featured glowing descriptions of brilliant auroras that had turned night into day. One eyewitness account from a woman on Sullivan's Island in South Carolina ran into Charleston Mercury. Quote, the eastern sky appeared of a blood red color. It seemed brightest exactly in the east, as though the full moon, or rather the sun, were about to rise. It extended almost to the zenith. The whole island was illuminated. The sea reflected the phenomena, and no one could look at it without thinking of the passage in the Bible which says, the sea was turned to blood. The shells on the beach, reflecting light, resembled coals of fire. The sky was so crimson that many who saw it believed that neighboring locales were on fire. Americans in the South were particularly startled by the northern lights, which migrated so close to the equator that they were seen in Cuba and Jamaica. Elsewhere, however, there appeared to be genuine confusion. In Abbeville, South Carolina, masons awoke and began to lay bricks at their job site till they realized the hour and returned to bed. So, let's see. Ice core samples have determined that the Carrington event was twice as big as any other solar storm in the last 500 years. What would be the impact of a similar storm today?
I've thought about that, and like the idea that the telegraph wires would catch the stations on fire. Like now we have wires going everywhere.
In every building.
And into every house.
Yep.
And so I would imagine if it could induce a current high enough to start a fire from a telegraph wire, then it could start, like a stronger one could start fires in every structure
every building
in civilization.
Would catch on fire. Every building that has electricity.
That would be insane.
All at once.
According to a 2008 report from the National Academy of Sciences, it could cause, quote, extensive social and economic disruptions due to its impact on power grids, satellite communications, and GPS systems. The potential price tag, somewhere between at least $1 and $2 trillion. Now that's from the Carrington event. So yes, that would be significant, but there's something else we should look at here. Let me pull up.
We got a lot of questions and donations to get to, Randall. You can't take the entire rest of the podcast to answer one.
Well, okay. I gotta deal with this.
Hey, look, folks, this is the way Randall works.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody asks a question that he wants to go on, that's
what happens.
I mean, here's the thing. We just talked about the Carrington event and what that would be, but let's go back a little further to AD 774, 775. So increases in carbon-14 concentrations in tree rings could be attributed to cosmic ray events, as have increases in beryllium-10 and nitrate in ice cores. The record of the past 3,000 years of INTCAL 09, which is just a way of calibrating radiometric dating data. Let's see, describing the carbon-14 content of trees over a period of approximately 10,000 years, shows three periods during which carbon-14 increased at a rate greater than 3% over 10 years. Two of these periods have been measured at high time resolution. Here we report carbon-14 measurements in annual rings of Japanese cedar trees with 1 and 2 year resolution. We find a rapid increase of about 12% in the carbon-14 content from AD 774 to 775, which is about 20 times larger than the change attributed to ordinary solar modulation. 20 times larger. And they conclude this report with with our present knowledge, we cannot specify the cause of this event. However, we can say that an extremely energetic event occurred around our space environment in AD 775. In the future, other high-resolution records such as beryllium-10 and nitrate data together with careful research of historical documentation around AD 775 and further surveys of undetected supernova remnants, may help us clarify the cause. And then a later article that came out in 2012 is talking about this. And here's what they say. It was previously concluded that the carbon-14 results from AD 774 to 775 would require solar events that were orders of magnitude greater than known past events. So such an event would cause great damage to modern technology. And in view of recent confirmation of super flares on solar type stars, this issue merits attention. And they ask here, referring back to the Carrington, let's see, a Carrington level event would be disastrous for electromagnetic technology, causing widespread damage to satellites and transformers linking the power grid. Now, here's the catch. Here's the no assessment has been made of the technological effects of an event 20 times stronger than the Carrington event. And finally, a newly published study confirms our past computations of ozone depletion from a Carrington level event and suggests significant climate cooling might be a side effect. So after these estimates were made, we noted a new study of upper limits on energetic events on the sun. An event of the energy resulting from our scaling lies just at their upper limits for an event that might appear every 1,000 years or so. So I think from that, we can conclude that, yes, the sun might have played a much more significant role, or possibly some other cosmic event, like a supernova event, because something caused this enormous spike in carbon-14. And it was compared to the Carrington event, but 20 times the energy. So is it possible that we could increase even more than that? Maybe so. What if we're looking at, 100 times or several hundred times the energy of a Carrington event? I don't rule out the sun, but to accept a role for the sun is not to rule out the possibility of impacts. And what I've tried to show before, and we'll probably come back to again at some point, is the idea that influx of cometary mass into the inner solar system may actually play a role in triggering huge solar storms or proton events.
Right.
And it may be, I've heard about the gargantuan comet that was discovered, the mega comet. Bernardinelli Bernstein showed that it's about 137 kilometers in diameter, confirming its status as the largest known classical comet. It's, of course, this is not any danger of the Earth, but it shows that there is actually a very large megacomet that is the biggest known of the most common type of comet, which hail from a region at the very edge of the solar system. And it's moving towards the inner solar system. So, it's something that perhaps in the distant future, not necessarily that the comet nucleus would strike the Earth, but if it does undergo a series of disintegrations, that could have consequences for things occurring in the inner solar system. And what this does is this discovery of this gigantic comet now proves that comets can exist that are that big, which then takes us back to the whole idea of the giant comet hypothesis as the progenitor of the Taurid meteor stream, and the role of the Taurid meteor stream as a possible candidate for the Younger Dryas impact, as well as a bunch of other stuff, including the Tunguska event of 1908. So all this stuff, I think, has to be looked at as an integral system. The flux of a gigantic comet and its disintegration into the inner solar system, which is mostly going to result in the material being swept up by the sun, may have a connection to hyperactivity on the sun. But we're just beginning to see the evidence for that. And that's something we definitely need to come back to, because it may explain the perfect storm of events that ended the Pleistocene and launched the Holocene modern epoch. It may have involved, the interactivity of impacts and a hyperactive sun. So there.
Absolutely.
That's
Well,
cool.
fantastic. Well, the chat
Another
was,
quick question. We got
Chat-
time for one.
No, we're over time. Chat was raking me
Oh.
over the coals for trying to get you to
Sorry
stop.
They
for-
roasted him for trying to stop you.
Completely roasted me. That's fine. But we got a bunch of donations. I'll just lift some off real quick. Lala C, $50. Thank you so much. Aaron, $2. CMA, $20. Patty R, 20. David Stig Hansen, $20. Thought on Fire, $5. Eric Henry, $20. Eric Beavers, $50. Pyramid Man, $20. Matthew Shy, $20. Sonny Styles, $5. Chris Farrell, $20. And Benjamin Fairhall, $10. Thank you all so much. And they definitely want you to talk about the moon at some point, Randall. There was lots of moon stuff.
Tell us about the moon.
Yeah.
As
As
soon as I get clearance to talk about it, I intend to.
Excellent.
Ooh.
Ooh, clearance.
So,
It's classified.
but
Classic.
until
thank
that
you
day,
for all those donations. Yeah,
Yes.
that's
yeah,
a
really,
huge help.
really,
Really appreciate the listeners and those super chats.
Yes.
yes,
Yeah.
this will keep Brad
Recognize a
fed
couple
for at
names in
least
there.
another 2 weeks
That's right. That's right.
until we have our next live stream.
All right, guys. Great show as always. Thank you for the chats. You guys are always entertaining.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks to all the admins. Again, check out Ancient Sanctum's channel. She's been an admin in here forever, and she's helped us out a lot. And all the rest of you, thank you so much. Good night, guys.
Let me throw in. You got the
Yeah,
newsletter's coming out tomorrow. So
Newsletters,
yeah.
Scablands,
Yeah, if you don't-
Montana.
We did all that. You weren't here.
all the
I know.
latest on the
Remember.
tours, events,
Not
and
everybody
everything
heard.
going on. Yeah, sign up for the Randall Carlson newsletter on the website. And yeah, fresh one comes out tomorrow morning, first Saturday of every month.
All right. Fresh newsletter, randallcarlson.com.
And we'll be
Contact-
back on our regular scheduled programming. We're doing a Cosmo show Monday, right, guys? And it'll be out, the following week or so. Brad, are you
Ish.
still on the road?
I don't know what's the matter with your mic, man. I can't hear you, Kyle.
He
Oh.
can't hear me, folks. We got technical
Brad's
difficulties.
on the road big time.
Brad's on the road.
yeah.
He can't hear anything.
He's working on. He's still working.
Yeah.
Behind me is, I think this is Burgess Falls, so we've decided we're going to do the
Yeah.
Middle Cumberland tour again this year instead of adding another new one. We're going to repeat Middle Cumberland, hopefully late October.
Okay.
So yeah, quite a few tours, and yeah, come on out to the Scablands with us.
Yes.
Awesome in September.
Contact
Oh, yeah.
thecabin.com, guys, for the Scablands
that's
in
Thank you,
Montana.
everybody.
Scablands may be the most awesome tour we do yet, but we'll see what happens.
All
The
right.
Montana tour is going to be awesome,
It
but
is.
I
Yeah.
guess there's
Can't wait.
only a couple of spots left, right?
Just
We're
two.
going, we're going into the ancient mega lake basin,
Right.
and we're going to explore all of the evidence there for the imprint of this gigantic volume of water and its catastrophic outflow.
It is
Fantastic.
mind-boggling.
Yeah.
All right,
Come
guys.
on with us.
Anything
All
else?
right, thanks, guys.
I got all kinds of things, but we'll
Good
save
job,
it.
Randall.
That's
And
right.
if there's any
This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. And we are all here once again, and we are discussing the mysterious and strange phenomena during the fires that were happening in... When was it? What were the dates, Randall?
Bless you, Mike.
Well, we had
Several
one
different
mainly we
episodes.
talked about was the Peshtigo and the Hinckley. We also talked about the let me see, I want to make sure I'm saying it right.
I'll help you out.
Miramichi.
Mishi.
Yeah, Miramichi, I think. Is
Miramichi.
Miramichi.
The Miramichi. Yeah, that was the one we started with, the Miramichi fire. And then we moved on to the Peshtigo fire, the Chicago fire, the Hinckley fire. And then we talked a little bit about the Big Burn in Idaho, 1910. The Peshtigo fire, Chicago fire, the Manistee fire, of Michigan, and several others were all October 8th, 1871.
1871.
1871, yes, that was...
with the Great Chicago Fire.
Yeah,
simultaneously with those. But yeah, the earlier one was 1825. And then, like you just said, Big Burn was the last one we looked at in 1910, Montana and Idaho.
Yep. The Hinckley Fire was 1894. 1894. So, and we noticed though that the Miramichi Fire and the Peshtigo Fire, the Chicago Fire, the Manistee Fire, they were all on either October 8th or October 9th. The Hinckley Fire was in August. So, however, a lot of the attributes of the fires
were September 1st.
Pardon me? September 1st, yeah.
Well, so I remember they were October 7th at 9 p.m., right? So I guess we got flip-flopped on that a couple times.
The Miramichi was October 7th.
They were on the October 7th, but they were at 9 p.m.
Yes. At the same time of night as the Chicago Fire and the Peshtigo Fire and the Manistee Fire. So as we went through those accounts, there was a number of attributes that sort of were consistent throughout most of them. For example, the fires were extremely intense and unprecedented in their heat compared to other fires that a lot of these people had experienced. And, people living in the forests, particularly the forester, the loggers, and those people, the settlers in there, they had experienced many times a variety of forest fires. And we see that the consistent account over and over and over again, the impression was that these fires were something completely unprecedented in their experience. Another attribute was the rapidity with which the fires spread. Literally 40, 50, 60 miles an hour, completely preventing anyone from being able to even outrun the fire. That was unusual. The cyclonic nature of the fire. Now, these are, of course, observed in catastrophic forest fires all the time. But what they describe here is that it was almost as if the entire firestorm was a cyclone, turning and spinning like a great incendiary vortex. And so that was part of it. The tornado-like descriptions that we read over and over again. The flames, the rapidity with which the flames devoured anything combustible, buildings, trees, people, etc. There was literally, like within a matter of a few minutes, sometimes whole buildings would be consumed in fire. So that was another trait. The idea that the air itself appeared to be on fire. In other words, people would see fires, just essentially with no combustible material anywhere nearby. It was just that the air, almost streams, described as streams of fire within the air. Another factor was the descent of the fire from above. In so many cases, people saw that the tops of buildings started burning first, followed by, trees, the tops of the trees. And again, this is consistent with great forest fires that we've witnessed many times. But in this case, it puts it on that other level where, typically you'll have a forest fire and it'll be confined to a lot of it to the underbrush, and it will burn its way through the underbrush without in scorching the trees, but oftentimes not completely consuming the trees. But again, one of the things here was that the fire came from above. Over and over again, people said the fire came from above. They described it as a rain of fire from the sky, often. And of course, big firestorms will throw cinders, burning cinders, ahead of themselves, especially if there's a gale force wind. And we know in this case, yes, there was a gale force wind. I mean, it was blowing so hard that people couldn't stand up. And this is, when we see we'll look at some of the pictures here in a minute, and we'll see, in the 1910 burn, the gale force wind was able to completely uproot huge, gigantic trees, just rip them out of the ground and just fling them. It's interesting that some of the pictures that you see in the aftermath of the 1910 fire remind one a lot of the pictures taken of the Tunguska aftermath, with the trees just knocked over by of course, in the case of Tunguska, they were knocked over by the pressure wave that struck the earth from the atmospheric detonation of the fireball of the bolide. But still, it's very similar when you see these whole forests of uprooted trees just laid over. In other cases, the trees were just utterly consumed. We'll go back and take a quick second look at some of the pictures from the Hinckley fire, where you see the picture, for example, where survivors are burying the dead in mass graves. They can't even recognize the people a lot of times anymore. So another descriptive terminology that was used was that it appeared to survivors and witnesses that the entire sky or the entire heavens was on fire. Not just the trees, not just the buildings, not just the consumable material on the ground, but the whole heavens. Okay, so oftentimes it was described as a broom, which is interesting. It's just as a broom that came in and swept everything clean. And again, when we look at the aftermath of the Hinckley fire, we'll get that impression. So then other witnesses described something that could sound very much like meteorites or fireballs, just preceding or at the moment of the outbreak of the fire. And so if you haven't heard the previous episodes, I would highly recommend going back and re-listening to those narrated eyewitness accounts that I was able to pull together, particularly going back when we did the Fire from the Sky documentary back in 1996. So there was that. Then there was the unusual effects that were described, sort of electrical phenomena, gaseous phenomena, unpleasant smell preceding the outbreak of the fires that people noted. Balloons of fire. Remember the Hinckley account where the balloons of fire rolling across the lake, and balloons of fire descending from the atmosphere and then falling upon a building or a house or trees and instantly turning in just all-consuming fire that just completely envelops, for example, the building. Another thing was the psychological effects on people who were experiencing this. They were not thinking, okay, this is a really bad fire, but, it's not something super unusual. No, I mean, we heard over and over and over again, people believing that it's the end of the world, that it's Judgment Day, that it's the apocalypse. And that was a particularly pertinent trait I found, that the impression that people had, that this was on that level, that it was on the level that they actually believed this is the end of the world. Then there's the transcendental factor, which we're going to start exploring in this episode. After we go through a few more things here, we're going to start looking at that. That the events are sometimes perceived, or often, not sometimes, often, preceded by omens, right? Omens, forewarnings that some people were aware of and many people were not. We found that as a theme. And I think that's important. That's extremely important. That there seems to be people who are sensitized to something else that other people are oblivious to. And this was recounted over and over again, that people had this sense of foreboding, while just had this instinctive knowing that something terrible was about to happen. And then on the other hand, you had a lot of other people in the exact same environment, just going about their day-to-day routine. That was one of the things that, was commented upon as far as the Peshtigo fire was concerned, is that, there were, people going to the saloons and getting drunk, and people out in the streets, and There was one part, I don't think it was in the section that I read from the Reverend Peter Pernin, which was a very compelling eyewitness account. But there was at one point where he described how, as he was, frantically digging this pit to bury his valuables in outside the church, there were people, that could see him that were having a garden party, sitting there next, within, close enough that they could watch what he was doing. And he described how they appeared to be very amused by his actions and his panic, or whatever you want to call it. And they were just going about their normal routine. And then he describes later how every single member of that family and their guests were consumed and destroyed by the fire. Not one of them survived. So I find that to be a very interesting aspect to these stories. That and when you start diving into the accounts and the literature and so on, this is what you'll find over and over again. This idea that some people are sensitive, that there is something about to happen, and others are oblivious. And so that'd be worthy of a whole discussion in itself, I would think, and why there are some people who are aware of these things. So anyways, those were kind of a summary of some of the unique features. So yeah, those are some of the characteristics that are reported over and over again. And to me, that's, really the most interesting thing about this whole thing is that the unusualness of it. So let's see here. Let's go back a little bit and go back to the big burn. And I have some photos we haven't seen yet. And so I'd like to take a look at those. Which one? This should be it here. So you guys have had some fire experience in your working career, right?
That's right. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And we had a big fire here this past weekend that we could see.
Yeah, I think 800 acres burned.
Yep.
And I thought it was clouds. I was coming home. I was about 20 minutes from home, and I was out on the highway that drives through this giant valley. And out in the south, it was just this huge cloud, and it looked like
clouds.
They look like clouds, but yeah, it was a fire.
Yep. Smoke from the fire filled up the whole valley. We could see it from up on the deck, up on the top of the hill.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But nothing like these fires you were talking about, of course.
No.
And probably not started by anything strange, just
normal old fires, huh?
That's right.
All right, let's see if I can get this here. I'm still, yep, I think we got it here. So, all right, how does this look?
Yep, we see it.
Smaller fires had already been raging all over the state, but they were under control thanks to a firefighting force of 3,000 men and soldiers already in the woods. But the fire that began on August 20th was different. Yeah, it's always different. The wind suddenly turned into a near tornado. Traveling with the force of wind, estimated at 70 miles an hour, the inferno leaped canyons, lakes, and rivers, devouring everything in its path. And so we saw this picture here, I believe. Let's see. There we go. The mouth of the War Eagle mine shaft.
Oh, yes.
Northern Idaho. 40 men and 2 horses took shelter from the conflagration of August 20th. 5 men lost their lives in the tunnel that night. God, yeah, so just all you got. Can you imagine? You're struggling. You're huddling in that tunnel there, and at the mouth of the tunnel, all it is just complete red, livid flame. That's all they saw from there. They just saw nothing but fire, oiling, roiling fire at the mouth of the tunnel. And of course, the people who were closest to the ones, the 5 that died in there, it was sucking the oxygen right out of the tunnel.
Yeah,
of course.
And it looks like, if you look at the edge of the tunnel, that there's one, and I could be mistaken, but it looks like there's one shoring that's completely uncovered, and then there's another post on the left of the guy.
Yep.
Like the tunnel actually was covered by more material, but the wind and what blew the trees down, and it collapsed it or something.
Yep.
Yeah. And of course, you can see here the roots. I mean, these trees are just literally uprooted.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that tree is just charred.
It's charred. You can see the pattern on it. Yeah.
And the survivors describe the sound as just deafening.
I bet.
And I used the metaphor earlier because it was in my mind. One of the survivors described, I don't remember if it was this fire or one of the others we talked about, but described the onset of the fire sounding like 1,000 freight trains. So, here's another image, another view of the same. So it looks like there's been some mass wasting here. Yeah, there's been a lot of disturbance of the ground itself.
Yeah, and there's probably gear outside the mine, or who knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then Wallace, I've got some photographs of Wallace. Now, Wallace was the town that's still there. It might be interesting to pull up. Go ahead and pull up some maps here. Now, if I do this, what are you seeing?
You'll have to switch.
I'll have to switch. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do that then. There it is. Okay, so I'll stop share. I'll reshare. We'll look at the map. Let me zoom out here so you can get the perspective. Washington, here's the panhandle of Idaho, and then you've got Montana. So if we zoom in on I-90 goes right through. It actually goes over Wallace. Let's see. You know what? Let me see if I can get what happens if I can get a street view here, and you can get it. Yep, there's the freeway coming in over the town of Wallace. Thought I could get up on the freeway. Let's try. See if I can get back. Okay, here we go. Yeah, here's the town as it looks today. See, where is the freeway? Oh, yeah. Okay, so there's the freeway down there. So the Interstate 90. Okay, so this is the town of Wallace. Say hello to Wallace. We've been through there several times. First time we went through there, though, I don't think I was aware of the 1910 Big Burn. I don't recall thinking that about that going through there. Anyway, so there's where you can get the perspective of where Wallace is. We may be going that route. Will we be going that route, do you think, Brad, in June when we do the
that'll
Montana
be
tour?
The last section, the last day coming through there on I-90 back to Spokane.
Back to Spokane, so we will. We'll go right.
Yes.
We'll go right over Wallace.
Yep.
I would bet they have a fire museum there. It may be worth a pull off if we have time. Okay, so I'm going to stop share and go back to.
Well, that's good to know because we're going to rework that itinerary a little bit now that we've got some new overnight places. We're not staying at the hot springs, so we'll see if Stop in Wallace can get squeezed in that last section. But it's an interesting drive going through the mountains there for sure.
Yeah, and it is, of course, beautiful, and we'll be able to look at some of these photographs by way of contrast here. Let's see what comes up. Try this. All righty. We're seeing the previous photo, I hope.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Well, here's a photograph of Wallace in the aftermath. Things that didn't get burned got utterly destroyed by the tornado, the gale-like forces of wind.
And it's like the railroad tracks got buried in ashes and stuff. Look at that.
Yeah, yeah.
It burned the ties out of from under.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Burned the ties out, sure enough. So, yeah, Wallace looked a little bit more dismal this day than the pictures we just saw. Oh, look,
that is creepy right there. Huh?
Yeah,
Isn't that creepy?
That is. Yeah. Man.
Oh yeah, this is just interesting here. I wonder if
that almost looks like pictures of Hiroshima.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It really does.
So that building might still be there today. That one that is in that picture.
This
the
one?
Foundation. Yeah.
I don't know. You would think it would be worth preserving just for whatever reason it got spared. But that's, again, that's part of the weirdness of these fires is how they can literally consume everything. But there'll be one place, where it's almost like it just left it alone.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in our line of work, when we were burning, that was annoying.
Yes.
Because you're trying to burn all this stuff, and then you come back later and you're like, what?
Why is this
It
one
didn't burn
stick
this.
still here?
Right. So this, as it says, this is a big pine that fell down on 3 of the firefighters and killed them.
Ugh.
Wow. That would suck.
Yes. That's not a good way to go.
No. I mean, again, people have to kind of, rely on their ability to visualize and imagine, but I mean, what's the say the worst storm that you guys have ever been in? Imagine out there in Texas, you've been in some whoppers.
Yeah,
right?
I would just say that probably the worst one had more to do with flooding.
Flooding?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but we got caught in a hurricane in Houston, I think, but we were young, so I don't really remember too much of it. But I remember our parents were scared, and it was blowing bricks off the house, that we were in. But yeah, I don't think.
Randall, how many square miles was that fire?
Oh, I can tell you in a minute.
Which fire is this?
Good question. Let's come back to that. I don't have the number in my brain. But yeah, we'll come back to that. I have it here. It's in the show somewhere. I don't want to jump away and then try to jump back. So we'll come back to that question. That brings up a good point that would be valuable to do is to look at these fires and do like a categorization of the area destroyed or burned over by the fires, and then compare those to some of the modern forest fires. And I have done some of that. And these fires clearly were of a magnitude that we haven't seen in recent decades, for sure. In fact, I don't think for the Pacific Northwest, I think it's still considered that the 1910 fire of August 20th was the worst fire in their history.
So the name of this one is the Wallace Fire, or is there another name for it?
No, you can call it, if you're going to look up anything, look up Big Burn.
The Big Burn.
Burn.
That's
Big
the one
Burn,
I don't have, because
Idaho, 1910.
we have I have the sizes of these other ones.
What do you got?
Well, for the Hinckley Fire, I believe it's 30 miles wide. It's saying 600,000 acres. And then for the Chicago, or no, I guess for the Miramichi, I have 6.4 million acres.
Wow. Wow. So 6 That's 6,400,000 acres.
3 million acres for the big burn.
3 million acres.
Also called the Great Fire of 1910.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so the Miramichi, what did you say that was again?
6.4 million acres.
Okay, so 6,400,000 acres. Yeah, so 6 million. So if we divide that by 640, the number of acres a mile, it's 10,000 square miles. And if I square root that, gives me 100 miles. So you can figure, like, if it was roughly square, it would be like 100 miles by 100 miles.
You know, you said earlier that when you were kids, you were caught in a hurricane. Yeah. I wonder what the force of the winds would have been in that firestorm. I mean, would it essentially be a fire hurricane?
Yeah, He was saying 70-mile-per-hour winds, at least at the start of it.
A burnicane.
Wow.
Yes, a burnicane. That's what it was.
Wow.
Well, the most intense wind that I can ever remember being in would have been about I'm guessing I was probably about 14, and we'd been out hauling in hay on the Reimer farm near where we lived. And, it was 80, 90, 100 acres of hay bales. We'd been out all day hauling these in, and we were making the last haul in. And as we're going back towards the barn, we were going to the east, and behind us, to the west was the hayfield. But then you could look off to the horizon, which was, maybe 2.5 to 3 miles away. And I remember riding on my friend Hank, he was driving a tractor, and we had a trailer behind it, and me and somebody else, probably one of my brothers, was on the trailer riding. So I'm kind of sitting there leaning with my back, looking back towards the west. And I just remember this really weird cyclonic cloud coming over the horizon that was almost pure white. And it was rotating from south to north. That's why I can still picture that thing in my mind, rotating. And it just started getting larger and larger over the horizon. And I just remember thinking it was really weird. So we stopped, and we're just watching this thing. And it pretty much is just filling the whole western sky. And it was really weird in the sense that you could see almost like these huge billowing loops that were rotating inside. And it was almost like they were threaded around each other, rotating. Huh. And this whole mass was moving. And then as it came closer, there was some road construction going on about a mile to our west. And so, right, okay, I remember this now. Hank went ahead and pulled the tractor in. And then he had come back up. So in the interim, this storm had moved like a couple of miles closer to us. So the 3 of us or 4 of us, however many, were up kind of on a hill watching this thing. And it hit where that road construction was, and all of a sudden, the whole countenance of the thing changed, and it just became this dark, really ominous gray color. And we're sitting there watching it pretty much spellbound. And then, like, literally, probably within 20 or 30 seconds, the gale force wind hit us. And there was so much stuff within the wind that, it's little, particles of sand and strands of straw, hay bales, because there was straw everywhere because we'd been hauling in hay. It picked that stuff up and just started whipping it against us. So we're like all screaming and running for shelter. And I can remember we're coming down a hill, and there's a big white fence with a large gate that's maybe 12 feet wide, 14 feet wide, that you would open, was wide enough to drive the tractor through, but keep livestock within. So Hank is running down towards the fence. He's ahead of us, and he literally gets like to the last 15 feet, and he like just gets picked up and carried and slammed into the fence. So we climbed through the fence, and by this time, the wind was so intense that we could hardly stand up, and we were going to go to the house, but we couldn't get to the house. So next to the barn where we were, you guys remember what a milk house was back in the day? It was like a concrete or block, a cement structure that was usually partway underground, because it was used for temporary storage of the milk to keep it cool.
Okay.
So we jumped in there, and there was one window in the door we could all look out while this thing was raging, and you literally couldn't see more than 10 feet because there was so much stuff in the air. Found out later that the winds were about 80 to 85 miles an hour. So that would have been the strongest that I've ever seen, I guess. Yeah, it would have been. And then when we got home, well, this was another time. This was when the tornado, our house almost got hit by a tornado. It was moving in a swath from west to east. And this might have been the year later. And this tornado completely demolished a farm directly to our west, except for the house. It demolished every other building except for the house. And I remember going by there the next day or a couple of days later, and there was an open field to the north of the farm that was probably 70 or 80 acres. And the barn, all of the lumber of the barn was strewn across the field, but a whole bunch of it was like not just laying there, but was vertical and had been driven into the ground.
Yeah, sticking out of the
ground. Have you seen something like that? That was the really weird part about this. And then, see, we were on a swale. So the tornado hopped. So it hit this farm to our west, destroyed the farm, hopped over our house, and then landed on a prominence to our east, and then destroyed like 3 or 4 residents there, and then, went on its merry way. But I do remember when the tornado hopped over our house, that was a bizarre thing because for like a few seconds or, I don't know, it's hard to say, and it's a long time ago, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. I don't remember. It was weird because the pressure, we were like in this, it was like, it felt like the whole house was going to get just ripped up. That was the sense that you had. And we're all running down the stairs, heading for the basement. By the time we'd gotten to the basement, though, the tornado had passed right over the house. So the next morning, and I'm confusing a couple of these storms, but we had a colonial type house with 4 pillars in the front, these kind of big pillars. No, it was in the cyclonic storm that when we hid in the milk house. When I got home, the pillars of the front of our house were gone, and one of them had been picked up, and it has driven through the front window of the living room. So it came through the window, busted through the window, and then the end of it was stuck in the fireplace on the opposite side of the living room. So that was pretty weird. And the other thing that was weird was that my grandfather was building a boat, and the boat he'd been working on was outside the garage, and it was a pretty good-sized wood and fiberglass boat it's probably 20 feet long, 24 feet long, something like that. We go out and the boat's not there. And then you look up, there's a tree about maybe 30 yards away, and there's the boat up in the branches of the tree, like up 30 feet or 40 feet up in the tree. So that was weird. So then my grandpa and my dad had to figure out how to get that boat down out of that tree.
Sounds like that ship sailed, oh boy.
Yeah. So that was interesting. I think that's kind of where I started really getting interested in this stuff, kind of things like this, because, you live, and I'm sure it'd be the same with you guys. I mean, if you live out somewhere and you experience things like this, it leaves an impression.
Yeah, I've never been in a tornado.
Okay, I remembered one. I'll try to make it brief, but we went to a massive 80s rock festival in Oklahoma. And it just a crazy, I guess it was tornadoes came through there one night. And, I woke up in the middle of the night and it's like, I was on an air mattress in my tent. So I'm like floating in the tent. It was flooding. There was all this crazy wind. The tent had collapsed on me. And our buddy had an RV, so we all went in there. And it was just wild. Like the RV was shaking and rocking all over the place. And then the next morning we went out and it had blown all the stages completely down. They built those giant towers that hold all the lights and everything. I mean, they were just collapsed. And it was just, the whole place was trashed. Just completely destroyed everything. So I wasn't out in it, and it was at night, so I didn't see it, but I mean,
Yeah, it was probably, that would have been the highest winds of any storm I've ever been in.
Do you have any estimate of the velocity?
Never looked it up. I could probably find out because, yeah, it just
Well, I can tell you this.
wiped that place out.
An 80-mile-an-hour wind is nothing to sneeze at.
I bet, yeah.
Now, I imagine some 150-mile-an-hour wind. Yeah, it could easily just pick you up and blow you away. And hurricane force winds of 150 miles an hour will do that. There have been cases where, whole groups of people have been just blown away, gone, lifted up and swept away, and their corpses were never even found. So, yeah, I could imagine, though, that, looking at these trees, I mean, you must have had hurricane force winds here to do this much damage.
Yeah, that's crazy. Those,
I know.
And those are huge trees, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it almost looks like Tunguska with those trees down on the hillside.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. Was my impression. Exactly.
Well, I think you go from hurricane or tropical storm to hurricane at like 75 to 80 miles an hour.
You're right.
And then you got a F1 tornado, I think, starts about 75 or 80 miles an hour.
Right. Yep. And then you can also see how the ground is gray. It's covered in ash.
Well, the main thing I remember about the hurricane we were in is that the eye went right over us. So all the trees in the neighborhood were laying down one direction, being blown. And then there was this period of calm where they're like all sort of leaning in that direction. And then the wind starts back up and they all flop over to the other direction because the wind is going the other way.
Wow.
When we got to the other side of the eye, that was pretty wild. And of course, that's when a lot of them ripped out of the ground too, because the wind coming from the complete opposite direction that they'd just been flattened in broke a lot of them. And yeah, it is a wild thing to live through. Yeah, that's
a haunting kind of a photograph, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you try to imagine the emotions of the survivors that are, that built the city and were living there.
Yeah.
And then then in the aftermath, you're walking here, probably everybody here in this picture knew people that were killed.
Yep. It was 60-mile-an-hour winds that destroyed the stages at Rocklahoma in July 2008.
Uh-huh. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Are we ready for the secrets? I don't think.
All right. Let's get into the secrets.
It's on the way out.
Okay. Well, we'll stop share for now.
What?
Concealed.
Give us the secrets, man.
You want secrets, huh? All right. Well, let's review a couple of things. Just brief. This is a kind of a regurgitation of what we've covered, but just to freshen everybody's minds on the imagery here. This was the letter to Marinette, Wisconsin Star, October 14th, 1921. It was signed an old timer. And the title of the article is Gigantic Gas Factory Accounts for Freaks of Peshtigo Fire. I was much interested in the article in a recent issue of the Eagle Star by the Reverend Mr. Geyer in regard to the Peshtigo Fire of 1871. I have a very vivid recollection of the conditions in the eastern portion of northern Wisconsin during that period. But the fire at Peshtigo and also at Hinckley, Minnesota, were no ordinary forest fires, as anyone who witnessed them will concede. What interested me most in the Reverend Gentleman's article was his account of the peculiar freaks of the fire. The Honorable Isaac Stevenson, in his book of recollections, also gives an interesting description of some of the antics of the Peshtigo fire, such as some people living through it, while others burned to ashes within 10 feet of them. Others found dead without a mark of fire on them. The melting of the heavy iron tongue of the fire engine without scorching the paint on wood 2 feet away. Mr. Geyer states that at times the very atmosphere seemed to be on fire, and at Hinckley, Minnesota, it was said that the huge balls of fire rolled across a lake 1/4 of a mile wide. Again, quoting Mr. Stevenson, he says that after the Peshtigo fire, several of our scientific university men spent some time investigating, trying to determine the cause of these freaks. But so far as he knew, never came to any reasonable solution of the matter. And speaking of the fire, I've heard my father, Albert H. Backman, advance a theory which may have, still it seems, a reasonable and quite a natural one, and that is what made the atmosphere seem to be on fire at Peshtigo and balls of fire roll across the lake at Hinckley was burning gas. The question naturally arises, where did it come from? Those who came through the fire will tell of how they could smell and even taste the gas for days previous to the conflagration. Now, is this something that would be possible within the natural order of things that we've kind of overlooked? That if this is true, if there is gas at the basis of this, then obviously the gas must have accumulated to combustible concentrations. How is that possible? Well, then what is the source of the gas? Now, the assumption would be that the gases are produced by the fire itself, which can be the case in these combustible, these intense combustion episodes. But here we have the evidence that the gas was accumulating in the atmosphere before the outbreaks of the fire. This was people reported this in Chicago as well. People like going into basements and lower stories and smelling something that they thought was gaseous, accumulating.
Now, does that imply it's coming from external to the atmosphere and accumulating down here, or
I don't know. What do you think? That's what I'm asking. Is such a phenomena possible? I mean, okay, some of the speculation would be, okay, well, if it was methane, we know that methane is exuded from as swamp gas.
Yeah, that's lakes, what I was thinking. From under lakes or...
Yeah. So, but then the question becomes, could you accumulate enough methane in the atmosphere to actually become combustible? Now, if you're in a mine and you've got an enclosed environment with no way to dissipate the accumulation of gas, it can reach combustible concentrations.
Yeah.
Could it do that in the open atmosphere, though? And in the case of, the accounts, that almost as if these fires were set off simultaneously.
And also you'd need it to be rather windless, I guess, for the days leading up for the stuff to accumulate, not just be blown away, right? I mean, it would need to be very still.
There are conditions. Kyle, look up atmospheric inversion.
Yep.
And I think
we have discussed that a bit.
We have, yes.
Yeah.
But I think it would be worthy to revisit it.
Okay.
And
we're getting close to a good break time.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
This is from a website called ScienceDirect.com.
Okay.
Direct Science. Atmospheric inversions are layers in the atmosphere where the temperature increases with height.
Mm-hmm.
When inversions exist, increases with height. When inversions exist, multiple heights may have the same temperature. If the retrieved cloud temperature falls within the range of temperatures in the inversion layer, the retrieval of cloud height becomes problematic. This situation is illustrated in Figure 21, which you can't see. This is not a great description. I'll keep looking.
Okay. But see, then you've got this phenomena. Like this is again from Burning an Empire, the Story of American Forest Fires by Stuart H. Holbrook. And it's in regards to the Hinckley fire. And just like with the series of Peshtigo fires, there was also a series of fires associated with the Hinckley fire, which have probably not received as much attention, just like the Manistee fire didn't ever receive the attention of the Chicago fire or the Peshtigo fire, but it was even greater in scale than the Peshtigo fire. But so okay. This is from the book here. On September 1st, wildfire was sweeping eastern Minnesota in the so-called Hinckley disaster. Other fires began belching out of the Wisconsin forest for 120 miles north and south and extending in places as much as 50 miles east and west. This staggering series of fires began just as if they had been the result of carefully planted incendiary mines strung out across all northwest Wisconsin to be touched off by a master switch simultaneously. So, again, I think any attempt to at an explanatory cause for these fires needs to take this into account. You can't just look at the Hinckley fire or the Peshtigo fire and look at it as an outlier, that it's an isolated case, because it's really part of a larger phenomena. Then let's jump back again to the Hinckley fire of 1894. This is from Wall of Flames, the Minnesota Forest Fire of 1894. On September 1st, 1894, a murderous juggernaut of flames swept through the Minnesota pineries. The huge firestorm was 30 miles wide and 5 miles high. It advanced across the land at a rate of 30 miles an hour. It threw fireballs and embers thousands of feet ahead, spawning its own whirlwinds and tornadoes of fire. The released fury had the force of multiple Hiroshima-sized atomic bombs. The startled survivors saw the red demon in the form of a great black cloud stretching toward the heavens. Within hours, whole towns and settlements lay in ruin, and over 900 square miles of prime timber had been reduced to ashes. Hundreds of people died, thousands more lost their homes before the fire stopped in marshes and cut over along the Wisconsin border. The red demon had wrought one of the great natural disasters in American history. So over 900 miles, and this is literally in a matter of hours. So we've seen this. I just want to pull it up again because this, in terms of haunting of pictures, this is certainly qualifies.
Oh, yes. Okay. All right. We'll be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Cosmographia, and continuing on with the fires discussion. And real quick, I do have a website here with a description of an inversion layer that's better than the previous one.
Well, why don't you hold that for 1 second while I announce.
Announcements.
Well, just that we just did the Cumberland tour, and I made sure that I brought my CDB oil from the gods, because that's when it really seems to be just the thing I need when I'm trying to sleep away from a home where I have my own custom sleeping arrangement, perfectly and precisely tailored to exactly my precise needs. So I'm very used to that and spoiled. And so when I get away from home and I'm sleeping in strange beds, which are almost always too soft in hotels and motels, so then I just am so glad that I got this right here.
Yep, I brought mine as well on that tour for sure.
Yeah, did you really? Yep.
I did.
Because really it does help. Sometimes nothing can help, but this helps. That first night of the tour, You remember?
I do.
I didn't sleep at all. And then, but the next night, man,
But you hiked like 6 miles with us that first day or something close to it. Yeah,
I did.
So
Another thing that helps
you're
sleep.
still a trooper.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll
Hiking
put you to
6
sleep the
miles.
next day. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the next day I was pretty much in the bus. We're driving around. Well, Randall, what do you think about that there?
Yeah. That's right.
Several people admitted to being sore after that first day of hiking. So yeah,
That's
we
right.
covered.
Oh,
we
good.
covered
So I
some
wasn't the
trails.
only one.
Oh no.
No.
I didn't want to admit it. But you know what? It helps with that too.
Yeah.
It does. It helps with that.
Yep. CBDfromthegods.com.
Yep.
Go get your own, folks.
I had one job, and I forgot to mention it. Sorry about that, CBD from the gods.
We'll overlook
Which
it this one time. You get one exception, one gross error per season. How about that?
Oh, wow.
So
First season. All right.
Wow.
So now
Man,
you've got one accumulated for spring.
Yeah, you just
We'll be sending a letter to HR.
So yeah, we'll issue reports quarterly on your performance, Kyle.
Fortunately,
Man, I get a
How
free.
many demerits
Randall,
did you
you're getting soft, man. You're giving me a freebie now. Wow.
well, he knows it's going to end up on the cutting room floor. You know, it's not going to make it into the show. That you totally screwed up.
Not? No, I was counting on that. But no. Now, guys, it's time for the rest of the show to get serious.
That's right. Inversion layers.
All right. So let's
Yep.
see if this is a better explanation. An inversion represents a layer of the atmosphere in which the temperature gets warmer the higher you go.
Yep.
A variety of conditions can cause inversions, but most commonly in Arizona is the nighttime inversion. This is when a layer of cooler air is trapped near the ground by a layer of warm air above the surface. Atmospheric inversions are layers in the atmosphere where the temperature increases with height. Oh, this is, I guess, another. When inversions exist, multiple heights may have the same temperature. If the retrieved, man, what is the weird? This is so weird, man. This is a fail of the second time. So they occur most often when a warm, less dense air mass moves over a dense cold air mass.
Yes. So
That's
in
the
that
important part.
dense cold air mass, we know that polluted air can concentrate and accumulate,
Right.
right? And create these sometimes pollution emergencies. So that's seems like that's the condition that one would really need to try to understand if you're going to try to that would be the direction one would have to think if you were going to try to conceive of conditions, atmospheric conditions that would allow the accumulation of gas from whatever source.
The gas would need to be more dense than the normal air, and it would need to be a very calm condition for it to accumulate. Because as soon as you get wind,
Yeah,
then it
disperse
just it blends it up. You know, there's all the turbulence and all that.
Right. And which is interesting because these fires are always preceded by what's been referred to as a preternatural calm, the calm before the storm. You know, the things got real quiet and very still before the sudden onset of the great firestorm. That was repeatedly. So you had a condition, and in the days leading up to it, right, it was generally much warmer. I mean, much stiller. So anyways, now let's go back to the comments here about in terms of Chicago fire.
So real quick, this last little bit here.
Yeah.
Inversion layers can trap air pollutants below or within them, causing high concentrations in a volume of air that would otherwise be able to dilute air pollutants through a large portion of the atmosphere.
Yes. So now, but how could that possibly lead to the accumulation of gas? Is it possible? No, you know, again, the speculation was, well, it was marsh gas. Well, I don't think outgassing of marsh gas, like if we think about multiple simultaneous incendiary events, combustion events, spread out over fairly large geographic regions, I don't think we're going to, I mean, is there any conceivable way that marshes or swamps could be simultaneously outgassing enough methane to accumulate to combustible concentrations in the atmosphere? I can't conceive of any circumstance where that could be plausible.
Right.
Can you?
I don't think so.
So,
what about the ones next to the Great Lakes? Could the lakes be a source of
a sudden outgassing of methane?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, because typically if I'm going to assume that methane would it would outgas if you have concentrations of methane in the lake water itself.
Well, it would be in the lake bed, right?
In the lake bed. Okay, so then something would have to force that outgassing.
Yeah, right.
I
don't know.
I don't either.
So there's cases where large amounts of methane are locked inside rocks that lie beneath Earth's crust and the underlying mantle layer.
Mm-hmm.
Worldwide, rocks are believed to contain billions of tons of the odorless, colorless gas.
Say that again.
Worldwide, rocks are believed to contain the rocks under They're saying the rocks that lie between the Earth's crust and the underlying mantle layer.
Okay, that's way down there then.
Yeah, how would you simultaneously release that methane from the rocks?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, well, there are places where it's outgassing, like in the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, and then it disperses in the ocean, the water column. You know, but then could it outgas from the ocean at some point? But you know, now we're talking about fires in the Midwest that are the Miramichi might be close to the Atlantic, but you know, certainly not. And Peshtigo is close to, you know, right on the shores of Lake Michigan, but the Hinckley fire, you know, that's pretty far inland.
Yeah, and I guess the lake methane bubbles that are dangerous are usually when they're trapped under ice. Otherwise, the bubbles just come to the surface and disperse in small amounts.
Well, that leads us to an interesting possibility. So let's push on here.
Okay.
From the history of Chicago, from the earliest period to the present time, in 3 volumes by A.T. Andreas, Chicago, 1885. These undoubted facts have been ascribed to electricity, the agency to which every mystery is generally referred when we fail to assign any other cause. It is true that electric fires were vividly at work during the terrible turmoil of the elements, for we know that no chemical change can occur without the evolution of electrical energy. But the electricity itself was only a phenomena resulting from the formation of other chemical compounds than the one above referred to. Immense quantities of water were licked up by the flames, both in city and country, and converted into superheated vapor, and it goes on. At this point, the chemical affinities of its constituent gases for each other were overcome by the omnipresent carbon, the 3 pounds of which is combined with every pound weight of hydrogen to form what is known as light carburetted hydrogen, or methane, while the released oxygen combined with other portions of carbon to form carbonic acid. This carburetted hydrogen, or methane, is the terror of the coal miner, forming explosive mixtures with the ordinary air of the coal pit. It is also known as marsh gas, being produced by the putrefaction of vegetable matter under water and mud. The volume of this gas was the material that, mingling with the ordinary air, changed it into a perfect atmosphere of fire, through which the intangible flames could leap, like the lightning flash, from one point to another far distant. So here you have, you know, learned gentlemen looking at this and speculating that it was, in fact, marsh gas. But for all the reasons that we have been discussing here, that seems to me to be highly implausible. But it does seem plausible that combustible concentrations of methane, were suitable for producing a lot of the phenomena that had been observed. This quote is interesting. It goes on. It says, here was the substance of those mysterious balloon masses. They were aggregations of this gas which could not burn where they originated owing to a lack of oxygen, which had been already sucked from the air by the incandescent carbon. Those masses swept along till they met with a sufficient quantity of fresh oxygen to satisfy their insatiate craving to be reduced back to carbonic acid and water. That condition fulfilled, the change was at once effected, and in the process, the devastating flames were kindled afresh in hundreds of places so far removed from the previous locality of the fire that it seemed as if the havoc could only have been wrought by the torch of the destroying angel. So what he's saying here is that I think that if you look at this, that if you had, the assumption is, or the inference is that if you had enough concentration of methane in the atmosphere to get to combustible concentrations, these kinds of phenomena that were observed would be consistent with that. Then we have to go to the question, okay, is there a plausible mechanism whereby the atmosphere could become that charged with flammable methane or even perhaps other flammable substances? And the answer is, well, does this marsh gas scenario make sense? That is a potential source of marsh gas, but is that, of a magnitude sufficient to create the phenomena that we've been looking at here? And I think not. My instincts tell me we have to look in another direction. And so I'm going to give a quote here from the old Ignatius Donnelly, who wrote, did his life's work on Atlantis. And he was ahead of his time in a lot of respects, and we should come back and have a discussion in greater depth about the work of Ignatius Donnelly, and we will. But he was one of the first theorists to really begin to think seriously about what might be the effects between Earth and a comet, right? In his book, The Destruction of Atlantis, came out in 1883, he makes this comment. Who shall say how often the characteristics of our atmosphere have been affected by accessions from extraterrestrial sources, resulting in conflagrations or pestilences, in failures of crops, and in famines? The word accession, let's see, who shall say how often the characteristics of our atmosphere have been affected by accessions, which is defined as something added, the act of becoming joined, increase by something added, an act of coming near or to. So accession, think of that, something coming near or to, becoming joined, increases of something added. So this is where he's thinking way back in 1883. Of course, remember what Plato said. There is a story which even you have preserved, that once upon a time Phaethon, the son of Helios, having yoked the steeds in his father's chariot, but because he was not able to drive them in the path of his father, burned up all that was upon the earth. So we can dip back into the mythology of the ancient world, and we discover all kinds of episodes of massive fires, world-destroying fires. And the Greeks had a term for it, ekperousis, to refer to the destruction of the world by fire, in contrast to cataclysmos, or the destruction of the world by water. So let's take a look here and see what else we can find from the ancient...
that quote also continue to say this has the form of a myth, but it's really talking about movements in the heavens, changes in movements of the bodies in the heavens, something like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
It certainly goes to the yes. So what would that imply, do you think?
I think he's implying that kind of conflagration that is talked about in the Phaeton myth is caused by external agencies. what you would say extraterrestrial forces or gases, comets, and which seems to be what you're getting at with Ignatius Donnelly there too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so then do this. Let's go to the share screen. A so-called broom star. I hope you guys are seeing this.
We are.
Good. And you're seeing the presentation screen, not the edit
That's
screen.
right. Yeah, we see the
All
presentation.
right, good.
Yeah.
That's what we want. So a so-called broom star. And so it brings back this metaphor we have of the broom. So as we go through this, we're going to be learning a multiplicity of symbols, because it's these symbols that allows us to translate the cipher of mythology that we've gotten from the past, right? So the broom will become significant when you look at it in that context. Like, for example, a broom found in mythology, stories, folklore.
The witch's broom.
Sure, an obvious one. That's the obvious one. And what does a witch do on her broom? She flies through the sky, doesn't she?
Right. Yes. And sets things on fire, probably.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, let's take a look here. German woodcut from 1556. Let's take a look at what's happening in this picture.
Wow, there's two of them. There's two, yes.
Yeah. And what do you see here? What's going on here between this comet and something is coming? Almost, it seems to be, they're showing that something is emanating from the comet.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's coming from the Earth, from the comet nucleus, coming down to the Earth. And what's the result here?
Setting everything on fire.
Setting everything on fire.
Yeah, to me, it looks like that comet is supposed to be shown coming towards us from further out in the horizon.
So okay, now, if the comet is poised between Earth and Sun, the gaseous tail of the comet will be preceding it.
Ah, yes.
Right. So this woodcut right here certainly does seem to be suggesting the passage of comets. And by coincidence, what happened in 1910, besides Mark Twain dying?
Halley's Comet, yeah.
Yeah, Comet Halley, which was quite a spectacular apparition that year. And it caused a lot of interesting responses from people in terms of, there are actually, fears going around about the end of the world. That when people begin to see Halley and some of the predictions being made, of course, which turned out to be wrong, but because the world didn't end. But anyhow, so let's go to the next one.
Tangent here briefly. I just heard something the other day that also was going on 1910 that changed some things. That's when they had the bankers had the meetings on Jekyll Island that then ended up forming the Federal Reserve.
Fed Reserve. That's right.
Wow.
That was 1910.
1910.
I think it was actually formed in 1913, though.
But the meetings on Jekyll Island were 1910, yes.
Yeah.
You're right. But yeah, the meetings were 1910.
So 1910. 1910 was also the year that Harlan Bretz looked at the newly released topographic map of Potholes Cataract. And that map is what ignited his curiosity and sent him off on his quest. That lasted for the next...
Ignited his curiosity.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. That's it. And J.T. Pardee wrote his very first paper on Lake Missoula in 1910. So,
wow.
Interesting year.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this debate has been going on for over 100 years.
Which debate?
The debate started by Bretz and Pardee.
Oh, yeah, I think it's still going. In my mind, it's not resolved yet.
Yeah.
In fact, it's just gotten an order of magnitude weirder and bigger since Bretz was looking at it.
Don't you love academics?
Oh, they serve their purpose. All right, let's go fourth. Broom star. Theatricum Cometicum, 1666, by Stanislaw Anyways, note lightning bolts and blasted tower.
Ah, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, look at that. And there you can see, again, the depiction of the passage of a comet giving the appearance of a broom-like thing. But what do we see? Oops. Again, what do we see? The breakout of the fires.
Right.
That's when you said the great London fire occurred too, wasn't it?
1666.
Yeah. It may have been 1666. Yeah, I'll look it up.
I haven't looked into that to see if there's a connection. All right, well, let's look at the next one. The comet type known as Aurora, 1587, manuscript FMH 1290 in the Warburg Institute. So it seems like there's multiple cases where passage of comets and the breakout of catastrophic fires are associated.
Yep.
There seems-
September 6, 1666, Great Fire of London. That's right.
Well, all I can say about that.
September 6th.
But when we go back to this, when you look at this, does this remind you guys? Does this remind you of anything here? When
It's
you look
kinda
at
like
this,
the tower card in the tarot.
that's kind of what I was thinking.
Really?
Well, look here.
Wow.
Wow.
Sweet.
Totally redeemed yourself.
Yeah. Good job. Well done, Kyle.
The lightning bolts even have the same arrow. It's interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting.
Pointing
Right.
at the tower. Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming out of the sun.
Yeah.
Well, is that the sun or is it
Or
comet?
is that the comet?
Is that a
Yeah.
broom star? Yeah.
We've got a
It is
there.
dark outside.
Yeah.
Are those yuds also?
Goods.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, those are the yuds.
Those are yuds. Look at all the yuds.
12 on the left
Multicolored.
and 10 on the right.
That's very interesting.
No, 12 on the left.
Right. And
I
10
think
on
you've
the
climbed
right, yeah.
10 on the right. Yeah, this would be worth coming back to. Now, the
And is that
crown.
the crown. I was about to say, is that it's destroying civilization? Is that what that is?
Well, the crown is being knocked off the.
The tower.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's being knocked off the tower. And the crown, of course, in the system of Kabbalah, that's Keter, the crown at the top. If you look at this configuration right over here on the right, this is the tree of life configuration laid out on
Okay.
the square root of 3. And you see you'd have a circle divided into 6 up here. And then you would have another circle, and you would actually have a vesica in here if you drew the circles in.
It
Okay.
also looks like an ankh.
It looks
to
like
me.
an ankh, yeah. And the one on the other side is like a figure 8. With
Yeah, like
dots in
this
the
with the
middle.
crossed arm here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that Keter, the crown. Chokmah in Bina. Chesed in Tifereth, which is the sun, which is the one in the middle here. Okay, so there's Comet Hyakutake, passed in 1996. Now, astronomers learned some rather interesting things about Comet Hyakutake when they looked at it, when they studied its emission spectra. Look at the gaseous rays
Wow.
coming out here. Now, if a comet nucleus is approaching the Earth, again, superimposed between the Earth and the sun, so the sun is behind it, the solar wind is directing a plume of gas in front of the nucleus that could be several million miles long and approaching the Earth. Is it possible that enough gas could accumulate, could transfer between the tail of the comet, accumulate to become combustible? That would be the question.
Yeah, or even just come in at speeds enough to heat up the atmosphere so that it's on fire without having solids on fire. Right? If it's coming in at impact speeds, is it going to heat up? I don't know.
Yeah, but
Yes,
see,
it would heat
if the tail proceeds the nucleus of the comet, I mean, the nucleus of the comet might completely miss the Earth.
Yeah, of course.
But the tail can spread out over millions of miles.
Right.
So would the Earth attract the methane out of, methane, if we assume that the source of the methane was extraterrestrial rather than terrestrial.
Yeah.
But so let's look and see what we learned here from Comet Hyakutake. As a paper in this issue reports, this is the journal Science. The surprises are continuing with the revelation about Hyakutake's composition. It is hard to reconcile with standard explanations of how comets originated. In this case, surprise is more than a mild understatement. It was serendipity, says Michael DeSanti, an astronomer at Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C. DeSanti and his colleagues report that Hyakutake contains abundant ethane and methane, compounds never before confirmed in comets. The ethane was a shock because astronomers had assumed it wasn't present in the primordial cloud of material that gave rise to the solar system. Ethane can also be a product of hydrogen atom addition reactions on grain surfaces in interstellar dense clouds. Acetylene, C2H2, is readily produced by gas phase ion molecule chemistry. Gas phase ion molecule chemistry there. And after condensing onto grain surfaces, can undergo hydrogenation until becoming saturated, thereby forming C2H6. A detection of C2H2 has been reported in Hyakutake at an abundance of 0.1 to 0.4% relative to H2O.
Okay, so if it has acetylene and methane.
Yeah, it's got acetylene and methane.
Yeah.
And really, this is almost 0.5% of that watery mess. So now, okay, so can water vapor be transferred to the atmosphere, the Earth's atmosphere? Well, this might be a possibility. The decahedral molecular structure of methane hydrate. Could this be a potential cosmic hydrocarbon delivery system? Because this is the structure you've got here. You've got your dodecahedron.
And it's basically saying the methane is trapped in ice.
Yes.
Surrounded by water, so it won't. Okay. Wow.
Yes. Look at here, a water molecule.
Yep.
And an ice crystal. And it forms this dodecahedral container. And within that is your methane molecule. So I'm not declaring that I believe that's what the case could be, but I'm thinking it kind of is leading us in a plausible direction.
Yeah.
In terms of a hydrocarbon delivery system. So the question becomes, could you transfer these dodecahedrons from the cometary tail to the Earth's atmosphere and in the right conditions accumulate
them? Yeah.
Well, let's take a look here at our next graph. Selected meteor streams with data. We go down, we have the quadrantids, the lyrids, the eta aquarids, the Perseids, the draconids, which I have highlighted here. Date of peak, down this way. Notice when the draconids peak.
Yep, those are the right days.
Comments? The radiant is in the head of Draco, hence the draconids. Right, now we've talked quite a bit about the Taurids. Well, we'll talk about Perseids at some point because they're important. Look, Eta Aquarids, Halley's Comet. The Leonids, of course, Temple Tuttle. So could this be now? Let's just we'll zoom through the fall of Phaeton because we've seen that. This, the dragon's breath. Could this be what they're talking about? The dragon's breath that can breathe fire.
So again, this has the form of a myth, but it is really talking about celestial bodies.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like it's got lightning strikes coming off of it.
It does.
Whoops.
I would imagine if we do get bombarded by a massive plume of gas from outer space, it would be charged differently than the Earth, and so there would probably be a lot of electrical discharge involved.
Thunderstorms.
Which, I mean, there's your igniter.
Yep.
This, The Fall of Phaeton. Here's a very interesting poem. 1697 translation. This is from the 5 books of Manilius, containing a system of ancient astronomy and astrology. There was once the path where Phoebus drove, and that in length of years the heated track took fire and burnt the stars. The color changed, the ashes strewed the way, and still preserve the marks of the decay. Now we're talking about here, the decay, I think, would be referring to the decay of the cometary nucleus into a meteor stream. Besides, fame tells, by age fame reverend grown, that Phoebus gave his chariot to his son, and whilst the youngster from the path declines, admiring the strange beauty of the signs, proud of his charge, he drove the fiery horse, and would outdo his father in his course. The north grew warm, and the unusual fire dissolved its snow. I find that to be very interesting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And made the bears retire. Nor was the earth secure. Each country mourned the common fate, and in its cities burned. Then from the scattered chariot, lightning came, and the whole skies were one continued flame. The world took fire, and in new kindled stars, the bright remembrance of its fate it bears. So the new kindled stars, of course, are the meteors that are now part of the annual journey of the Earth around the sun, the new kindled stars. But this was, to me, so evocative of what we had just been reading about or hearing about the description from both Peshtigo, both Hinckley fires, and the whole skies were one continued flame.
Yeah. Go back to the previous page of that. What was the ashes strewed the way? Is that talking about the Milky Way?
Perhaps.
The ashes of the comet, the color changed.
Well, I would think that the ashes, the way would be the pathway of the comet.
Yeah. Okay.
So the ashes would be the trail of the comet.
Okay.
As contrasted with the tail.
Right. It's interesting though, the words that are capitalized there: stars, way, decay, fame, age, fame, chariot.
Yep.
Beauty, signs. I wonder if that's those are specific references to.
Yeah, and we can now we can add another metaphorical image, another symbol to our growing lexicon, right? The chariot, right? We talked about the broom, and we can see that the broom can be used, but now also the chariot. So going back and looking at stories where chariots are involved, but of course those are just two. We find there's a lot more, obviously. Swords is a very common one, right? Swords and arrows, and even, in effect, witches with long streaming hair, right? Because the witches, long hair was the meaning of the very meaning of the original meaning of the word comet. So I'm going to stop share here, and we're going to look at a little bit here learn about the Draconids. So in 2002, on October 7th, there was a fireball. And this bright meteor was seen by residents of Colorado, Utah, Nebraska, and New Mexico at 7:18 p.m. Its probable path has been determined based on about 300 witness reports. The meteor became visible near the Four Corners area and descended fairly steeply, breaking up near Albuquerque. Tracing the path of the fireball back to its origin probably places the radiant in Canis Venatici, or Ursa Major. It is just possible the radiant is in Draco, which is significant because the date of this event places it during the annual Draconid meteor shower. The Draconids are noted for producing occasional large fireballs. A report from October 9th, 1997. A large fireball appeared near the Chihuahua, Mexico, Texas, USA border, moving northwards to detonate east of El Paso, Texas. Most residents of El Paso and Juarez heard the blast, and many watched the resulting dust clouds. The fireball was bright enough to cast discernible shadows. On this cloudless, clear day, the terminal flash was bright enough to be recorded by downward-pointing security video cameras and to be noticed by persons inside curtained rooms. Witnesses working outdoors under the burst location described the landscape turning red around them. Let's see. Shortly before 1 p.m. Thursday, a series of sonic blasts rocked El Paso. El Paso police report that an acre of scorched wood 27 miles east of El Paso and 20 miles north of Waco tanks confirms speculation that a meteor or its remains just missed the Sun City. The sonic boom which followed the meteor's crash was heard as far away as Anthony, New Mexico, and felt in El Paso. Then October 14th, 1998, skywatchers in Japan and Eastern Asia were treated to a spectacular show last week thanks to periodic comet Giacobini-Zinner. The comet is about 40 days away from the Earth's orbit. Now, that's Giacobini-Zinner is the progenitor comet of the Draconid meteor shower, right? Let's see, astronomers had predicted a possible meteor storm, and many observers were not disappointed. Giacobinid outbursts have happened in the past with hourly rates greater than 20,000. Now, that would be something I'd like to see. A meteor storm with 20,000 meteors in an hour. This year's outburst occurred between the 13th and the 14th. Universal time on October 8th. The meteor outburst lasted less than about 2 hours. So while Japan and Asia saw more than 500 per hour, others didn't see very many, depending on which way the Earth was turning, right? So if it lasted 2 hours. So that's pretty impressive. Let's see. Associated Press, U.S. Nationwide News Service, October 10th, 1992. This was the date of the story. A meteor showered skies over the east with glowing streaks of light Friday night, sprinkling debris near planes and prompting a deluge of telephone calls to authorities. Quote, "It was just a big green ball of fire with a tail behind it," said John Law of Camden, West Virginia. The shooting lights were the Draconids, a display of meteors that passes through the Western Hemisphere every October 9th, said National Weather Service meteorologist Rich Mamrosh. Sightings were also reported in Pennsylvania, New York, Maryland, Virginia, Washington, D.C., and North Carolina. And so let's see, going back to the book Comets, Meteorites, and Man, this is where I would have first heard about the Draconids. Probably read this book in the 70s, late 70s. The book was published in 73. Peter Lancaster Brown. The Leonids are not alone in providing spectacular 20th century displays. In 1900, a comet with a period of 600 years, six and a half years, was discovered by the Frenchman Giacobini at Nice. When it returned in 1913, having been missed in 1906, it was accidentally rediscovered by the German Zinner at Bamberg. From then on, it became known as P. Giacobini Zinner, 1913. At its return in October 1926, the Earth crossed the comet's orbit 70 days before the comet, and some meteors were observed which were shown to have a connection with it. They were subsequently named the October Draconids. On its return in 1933, the Earth passed the junction of the orbits 80 days later than the comet. So the comet had passed this 80 days earlier, and now the Earth is crossing its orbit, right? It passed the junction of the orbits 80 days later than the comet. And on October 9th, a spectacular shower was seen, which reached a peak of 300 to 1,000 meteors per minute.
That's awesome, man.
I want to see something like that.
The sky is falling.
Yeah, no shit. And this is now let's jump back a little bit. 1934. Yeah, so this would be the report after that 1933 display. Popular astronomy. In the early morning hours of October 9th, 1933, one of the most spectacular meteoric showers of modern times was witnessed by people in Europe. The Giacobinid shower was first noticed at about 6 Greenwich Mean Time or at about dusk for European observers. By 7 o'clock, many meteors were falling per minute. The maximum rate occurred at a little after 8 o'clock when, according to an observer in Ireland, the meteors were falling as thickly as flakes of snow in a snowstorm. Another observer in Ireland estimated that at the maximum, 100 meteors appeared in 5 seconds. At Malta, from a series of 5-minute counts, the highest rate was estimated at 480 per minute. So let's awesome. See. So it was predicted, let's see, the first to make a prediction, Reverend Davidson, who in 1915 examined the periodic comets observed since 1892 to isolate any that might be capable of producing meteor showers. Okay, so this is when he first connected the comet, which is now known by Giacobini Zinner, with the Draconid meteor shower. Davidson found that the comet's orbit would be fairly close to Earth on October 10th, 1915, and predicted that if the debris from this comet had spread outward by about 2 million miles, a shower might be active.
So this was when they'd first discovered that the connection between the comets and the meteor showers?
Yes.
And it was this Giacobini Zinner comet?
Yes. Yes, that's it. So the Draconids were being observed before it was connected with a particular comet. And then this is talking about the research where they finally connected the comet with the meteor stream.
And the comet was discovered earlier and then forgotten about or something, and then it was discovered
Oh, it was
again?
probably discovered earlier, but I mean, it was rediscovered by these two guys. Giacobini was one and Zinner was the other. So they discovered them independently. So Giacobini, and then whatever it was, 6.5 years later, it was Zinner independently discovered it. So they both got the name. So that's when that connection would have been made.
So this was an extraordinary event, and it allowed them to make that connection strongly. Is that the idea?
Yeah. So, and the first to make such a prediction connecting the two was Reverend M. Davidson, who in 1915 examined the periodic comets observed since 1892 to isolate any that might be capable of producing meteor showers. One of the comets which met the established criteria was Giacobini Zinner. So
Okay. Wow. How old is that comet? Has it been around for a long time, probably?
Probably for a couple of thousand years anyway.
Okay, yeah.
So it must not have been visible to the naked eye. These were astronomers that discovered it coming in.
Well, it was. I mean, yeah, it's been visible. But it may not. Yeah.
They may have seen it before it got close enough, like its closest approach. Is that because that's weird?
Yeah. Well, because we'd have to look up to see what year it was first discovered.
I'm going to look into this.
Yeah, look into that. That'd be great.
Yeah, Michael Giacobini observed it in the constellation of Aquarius on December 20th, 1900.
1900, okay.
And then it was recovered 2 orbits later by Ernst Zinner while he was observing variable stars near Beta Scuti on October 23rd, 1913.
Okay, so there we go. Okay, so then Comet Giacobini-Zinner is especially noteworthy for its system of meteors, which was first detected at its 1926 apparition. In October of that year, an unexpected shower occurred when Earth crossed the comet's orbit 70 days before the comet. The shower was absent until the comet next appeared in 1933. In that year, Earth crossed the orbit 80 days after the comet on October 9th, and a shower of 300 to 1,000 meteors per minute was noted at one time. In 1946, when Earth crossed the comet's orbit only 15 days after it, a spectacular shower appeared with observed rates varying from 3,000 to 32,000 per hour.
Man.
Wow.
Has this thing since completely disintegrated, or
no? It's still there.
It's still out there.
And they've sent a couple of probes at it too. I'm just reading through this. So what did you say that was the 1946 was when there was that?
Yeah, up to 32,000 per hour.
Yeah, it says in 1946 it also underwent a series of outbursts that made it as bright as 5th magnitude.
Wow.
So I wonder if that's why there were so many meteors, because it had all these explosions in its nucleus.
Yeah, and dumped a whole lot of stuff into its orbit.
Yeah.
Into its trail. Huh.
Comet currently has a minimum
periodicity?
Currently has a minimum orbit intersection distance to Earth of 0.035 AU, or 5 million kilometers.
Which isn't far at all in
That's
cosmic
not
terms.
far. That's right. It's close. I'll look at orbital period is 6.621 years, I think. That means years.
Yeah.
Yeah, a Julian year. Yep.
A
So
Julian year.
That's what it says. A is a Julian year in astronomy.
Oh, okay.
A unit of measurement of time defined at exactly these 365.25 days.
Okay. So here's another on about the comet. This is from Bailey, Klube, and Napier, who we've talked about many times on this show, from their 1990 book, The Origin of Comets. Periodic variations. I'll start over. Periodic variations in the light curves of comets may in principle be used to obtain their rotation periods and shapes. The most unusual shape found for a nucleus is that of the periodic comet Giacobini-Zinner, which, according to Seccanini, is virtually disc-shaped, with a rotation period estimated to be about 1.66 hours. It must be on the verge of rotational disintegration.
Yeah.
Suggesting that the comet must have been, maybe the spun-up fragment of a once much larger object.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So there we have.
It's still 2 kilometers across, they're saying on this, even though it's got a 2 kilometer diameter, they're saying.
But
So
a rotation.
It's not small. Yeah.
1.66 hours.
Yeah, that's a lot of.
Yeah, that's pretty fast, really.
Yeah, for a 2 kilometer object,
Mhm.
spin it.
It's hauling butt.
Brad's not impressed. It's not fast.
It's pretty small. So are we into the secret of the cosmic fire, or are we still approaching that?
Well, we're approaching it by degrees, by stages here. But I think that we should do this. Now, we do know that all comets have, all meteor streams have radiants, right? And those radiants are like bullseyes pointing to regions of space. And the constellation occupying that region of space gives the name to the particular meteor stream. Right? So we have here the Draconids, because they're associated with Draco, the dragon. Now we know from mythology, what is a consistent theme about dragons?
They breathe fire.
They breathe fire, yes. So let's take a look here at something. Are we seeing my presentation screen?
Yep.
Excellent. Radiant point of the Draconid meteor shower, right? There you see it. It's juxtaposed upon a map of the heavens, and you can't really make out
Old
Draco, the constellation, but it's in there. So let's go ahead and there's Draco. All right, let's go back one. Radiant. Okay, so there's the constellation of Draco. And the date, October 9th. This would be where I'm presuming X marks the center, radiant center of the Draconid meteor shower at the dragon's head. Right? So
how old is this tradition?
I don't know. But here is the constellation of Draco with the Draconid radiant superimposed.
Oh, yeah.
And then when we go to the traditional depiction of Draco, notice the arrayment of stars. And then we juxtapose the radiant point of the Draconids.
Yep.
There we go. Coincidence? Are we looking at just mere coincidence here? Or if we are, it's a pretty extraordinary coincidence.
I don't think it's a coincidence.
But then what does that mean?
I won't buy it's coincidence.
So somebody, okay. I'm trying to wrap my head around this.
The myths have reasons for being the way they are, right? To me, this just seems logical.
Well, sure. But
yeah,
somebody sometime, had to make this association? So you mean somebody looked at the sky and saw the radiant point of the Draconids and then, then erected this story around this presumably arbitrary aggregation of stars into this configuration of stars into this particular constellation? I don't know.
You think? Do you think that story is hard to buy as well?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just one of those things that how do you process this into our framework of reality?
Well,
yes. The coincidence is almost as hard to believe as somebody doing it on purpose. They're both.
The coincidence is a little bit harder to believe.
Well, yeah.
It's like they make up all these stories using this, and then it just so happens that there's a radiant.
That's amazing, but also that somebody made the connection in such a distant time in the past and set up this whole thing and created the story and all that is also amazing.
Yeah.
That it still survives,
Well, that's what I was going to say. The configuration of that constellation then goes way back. That was looked upon as a dragon.
Yeah.
Well, all I know is that when I was going through this material and, I thinking about, because early on, Ignatius Donnelly speculated that it was associated with the comet Biela. And so there was some people and researchers in his, after this, even down into more recent times, who were speculating. And I remember when we did the Fire from the Sky documentary, there were people who were looking at this and speculating it was Comet Biela. And I was quite surprised then when I'm researching meteor streams and realized that the peak of the Draconids was precisely right to be associated with at least the Miramichi fires and then the Peshtigo fires. So at some point then, just working through this to try to see if there was a correlation, I can remember the first time I juxtaposed the radiant onto the figure of Draco, I was quite taken aback momentarily.
So if you basically take the periodicity of the comet, and let's say start with 1933, and then you basically subtract 1871 or 1825 or 1894, you get, well, let's see, 1871 is, I can't remember what it is. Basically, I was trying to see if
there's correlations for when the fire showed up in the
it's like 6.3 years, and then the other one is like 9.3 years. So whatever.
Yeah, multiples. But it just has to. We just have to be in the stream. The comet itself doesn't have to be nearby.
Well, but it's nice, the idea that it came by recently.
Yeah,
and that's why you have some massive fire,
right?
Because it's not normal.
Yeah.
Well, let's listen to this, and maybe, okay, so this is from the Ocanto, and we did jump into this a little bit, but now having revisited this material, let's look at this again. From the Ocanto County WEGen Web Project. Okay, this is a history of this Ocanto County, right? They're digitizing the history of their county. And Ocanto County was, of course, one of the counties devastated by the Peshtigo fire. By October 8th, having smoke and smaller fires was so commonplace that still others no longer feared a great holocaust would come before winter snows. Prevailing theory at this time is that the huge area around the upper Great Lakes exploded into spontaneous fire all at once because conditions were just right and many smoldering points were handy to ignite the wind-blown dryness. The many fires grew, spread, and converged to what is called the Great Peshtigo Fire. No one fire could have covered such an area in that time span or have grown into such a huge holocaust. Okay, because the conditions were just right. That's basically, well, you had a drought, you had a lot of dry fuel, you had a huge buildup in fuel load. Yes, you did, right? But was that enough alone to cause this response that we've been looking at here? Goes on. Weather historians, using archives as a baseline and adding information from recent decades, now offer a plausible theory. Meteor showers in autumn are common in the upper Great Lakes. In recent years, these showers have left burning chunks scattered over the entire region, some large enough to break through the roofs of homes and outbuildings, starting fires in dry fields and wooded areas. With the tinder dry conditions present throughout the entire region, on the night of October 8, 1871, such a meteor shower would easily have started what seemed like spontaneous fires in numerous places of Wisconsin, Michigan, both upper and lower, and Illinois, and in parentheses, the Great Chicago Fire, with the continuous thick smoke from smoldering smaller blazes already blanketing the land, making residents seek shelter inside their homes early in the evening. The meteors that entered the Earth's atmosphere could not easily be seen. Okay, interesting. We're kind of moving in a direction, but I don't think this in itself goes far enough to explain all of the circumstances surrounding these catastrophic fires.
Yeah, you also need the gas, right?
Right, because for one thing, here they're citing that they actually see meteors falling to the Earth right? And causing fires.
Yeah.
In autumn, they're common in the upper Great Lakes. In recent years, these showers have left burning chunks scattered over the entire region, some large enough to break through the roofs of homes, but they haven't started catastrophic fires on the scale of Peshtigo, Hinckley, Miramichi, et cetera, et cetera. But what you just said, I didn't catch whether it was Russ or Kyle that said that. Now, if with that we couple it with the concentration of gas that might take place when atmospheric conditions were optimum, in other words, you have to have a series of things that have to be in place for this to occur. You have to have the dry fuel load available. Okay, you got to have the right kind of atmospheric and meteorological conditions, which I'm going to assume has to be a temperature inversion. Now we have to have a way of accumulating that gas to combustible concentrations, which may, from the accounts of people talking about smelling the gas several days even before, the accumulation may have been actually underway for days.
Yeah.
Now we encounter the physical debris of the meteor stream, and you have burning chunks falling into the atmosphere. Boom.
Right. And that may ignite the atmosphere before it even reaches the ground, and then you have giant balls of flame coming down and setting everything on fire. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
man. Well, Brad's got end of show hat on.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to devote one more show.
Okay. But I think that's, we're working our way to a conclusion, possibly something of a conclusion.
Well, we've certainly, I think, added this dimension to the whole thing and fleshed it.
Okay.
We kind of addressed it in previous ones, but I think on this one, we've fleshed it out.
Yeah.
We get a much more solid perspective on that as a possibility.
Yeah. One thing I'm interested in, maybe we can discuss it a bit next time, is if you've got an inversion layer, how does your gas coming from space get beneath it?
Well, that's the point of the delivery system, the methane hydrate molecules.
Oh, with the ice. That's right.
Penetrating. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Well, remember they also talked about in one of the fires, they talked about that the upthrust from the fire actually penetrated.
Punctured the inversion layer.
So with a high enough pressure system, you can break through that inversion layer.
Okay. But you need to accumulate that gas for a couple of days.
But usually what happens on the diagrams that I was looking at is that these high pressure systems will come down, but the inversion layer's down there, cool and still, and the high pressure system comes down and then spreads out on top of it.
Okay. So if there's heavier gases in that, it can just drop to the bottom of everything, even if it's not colder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, this is worthy of some additional inquiry, I would suggest. But
thank you, Randall. It's fascinating.
So we've definitely got one more episode.
Okay.
Where it gets into the weirdness, but the weirdness now will be a little bit perhaps even more weird, given that what we already kind of have surmised up to this point.
This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. We've taken a long break. We've all been out on a bunch of trips, conferences, but we are back in studio to continue talking about the firestorms. Right, Randall? Is that where we're going this week?
I thought we would perhaps get a wrap on that one.
Get a wrap
story,
on it.
Because there's some interesting details we haven't gotten to yet that. Some interesting questions to raise, unresolved issues, mysteries, that sort of thing.
Excellent.
We'll be back.
Brad's still on the road.
I thought we had it all figured out.
Some serious
Kyle,
clues last time, but that's not been released yet. So yeah.
So we're, as of this recording, then there is one more recording we've done that has not been released.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then, it will be released before this is released.
That's right.
So that I can go ahead and speak with the assumption that people who are watching this episode have watched the previous one.
Or at least are able to watch the previous one. Yeah.
Okay.
They're sequential type folk.
Well, if I hear about anybody watching this episode without watching the previous one, I'm going to be really upset.
Just kick them out of the audience, Randall. You can't listen anymore.
So been a lot of time spent on the road in April.
Absolutely, and more to come.
Good time.
More to come. Yeah, that's the next one's going to be pretty exciting, though. I'm looking forward to getting back into Montana.
Yeah, how long has it been since you were in Montana?
Well,
Brad,
3-4 years.
Oh,
well,
okay.
Let's see, probably with our tour across the country with Graham, right?
Well, you've been out since then. I've been out more recently than you have, I think. But yeah, a couple years, two for me, maybe 4 for you.
Okay, we did not get into Canada on our trips with Jerome Lessman, right? No.
Well, we got into Canada, but not Montana. That was 2017.
That's what I meant.
But
Montana.
yeah, we had Ed Nightingale and some people with us in 2015 for sure. We went into Montana and then up into BC. That might be the last time for you. I know I've been out there since then, though.
Okay.
Because I went through there after Scablands last year, though I had the COVID, so I just sat on the edge of Flathead Lake for 3 days, wishing I had the energy to do something.
Well, yeah, so that trip we're going to be headed into the lake basin. And I'll put quotation marks around the word lake. But we'll be spending basically a week going, starting at Ponderay. I think the first we gather in Sandpoint. Am I right there? Sandpoint, Idaho?
No, we're actually going all the way up to Bonners Ferry, but we'll go through Sandpoint.
Okay, going to Bonners.
Spokane, and head north up the Purcell Trench.
Okay, so are we going to route through the Kootenai River Valley?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
that'll probably be day 2.
Ooh, so we'll be making a stop at Kootenai Falls.
The falls, yeah.
Oh man, there's something about that place.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, we're going to give us some time to do that around Kootenai Falls too, not just be a rush job and get in and get out. But yeah, we'll have time to explore around there.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah, really broad area of falls. So yeah, with 45 of us, we'll take some time to look around.
Yeah, there's an arm of the lake there that I don't think that extends north off of Clark Fork that I don't think we've ever explored. So maybe we'll get a chance to on this particular trip. So the idea here is, we've divided the trip by using the Purcell Trench lobe of the ice, which was the ice dam. So one side of the ice dam takes us to the Scablands, and the other side of the ice dam takes us into the basin of the glacial lake. So that seems like a very logical place to divide the tours, unless you were going to do 2 weeks, because it would take really 2 weeks to, and really even that's not enough, because if you're going to have the full tour of the whole suite of features, you got to include the Columbia Gorge and the falls down there, and the overlooks, all of that. Yeah, you have to include that. So when we were there in Washington last month, we made it as far south as Wallula Gap, but we weren't able to get up on top of the gap, which I would have liked to have done. But it was windy that day.
Oh man,
cold and windy. So
they had a good alternative site prepared though, so that'll be a unique view for the secret series that's coming up.
It will. And I think, Brad, we got a long distance shot of you up there poised on the edge of one of the sisters.
Well, I hope that makes it in there. I went over there on purpose.
Yeah, I hope it makes it in there too. Like we're down there and somebody goes, "Hey, look, there's somebody up there on up on one of the sisters." And I look up there and I go, "Yeah, profile looks somewhat familiar."
Shiny cranium.
It looks
The shiny. Well, that's what it was. It was
Brad-like.
the glint. The rays of sun breaking through the clouds and glinting off of Brad's.
And that's the
head.
first time I've ever been over there. You know, we've been there half a dozen times at least, and that's the first time I actually got up there. But you know, there's trails and there's the ability to walk around, and there's actually a huge rope, a huge steel rope. No, it's not holding the thing together. It's actually something to grab onto so you feel safe, because it's only like 1.5 foot wide, you know, walkway to get around it in some places. So, yep, that was me over there. If that shows up in the series, I was like, well, this might be my only chance
at stardom. Well, I will say that you made a good scale man.
I have a lot of practice at that.
Goal achieved.
So yeah, that was good. We'll have further announcements to make on that, the specific of what we were doing there, and remember,
Mute that part, Brad.
Bleep,
bleeperty bleep 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 bleep. Yeah, but then you know, hanging out at the Soap Lake Resort and seeing the plans that that the new owners have for that place is really, really interesting. You know, they're going ahead. You remember the place where we had breakfast in the mornings?
Yeah.
Well, that's all gutted out.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be rebuilt back. Was that where the new restaurant's going? I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
or at least the dining area. Yeah, the kitchen's kind of in between the bistro and the restaurant area.
Yeah. So hopefully that'll be good to go by September.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah. They won't have the new 40-unit conference center finished, but that's okay. But that's coming.
Fantastic.
And a spa. So if we're doing future tours out of there, people have access to a spa, fully outfitted spa with a sauna. Of course, the saunas are already there.
Yeah, there's some saunas outside the beach house.
Yeah,
where we usually stay. Yeah,
that are there for the guests.
Right.
That's going to expand, though. Yeah, all the accommodations, the cabins, the spa area, there'll be a pool area. There'll be all kinds of new amenities to draw people in for a wellness center, and
excellent.
Expanding the use of the mineral waters from Soap Lake.
Yeah, and we'll be able to use that as our base camp for future Scabland tours. It's going to be awesome.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So
contact at thecabin.com, randallcarlson.com if you guys want to sign up. Check it out.
2 trips late September.
That's
so you
right.
got about 4 or 5 months to make your plans, and join us. It's dramatic and awesome.
It is.
And a few more spots left in Montana.
1 spot, I think. Yep.
1 spot.
Yeah.
1 spot max. Yeah, we may have had that filled today by one of our friends that's gone on both the Cumberland trips with us. So yeah, that may be covered. But yeah, there always seems to be a little flux. So yeah, don't hesitate to get yourself on the list. There may be some changes in the last few weeks. You may still get in. So
that's right.
Contact at thecabin.com, like Russ said.
I wonder if we're going to be able to.
Links are always in the video description, so I put those things there.
Are we going to be able to get in any hot springs? Soaking in any hot springs?
In the Montana trip?
Montana, yeah, there's some good ones there. Especially
Quinn seems to be out, but you and I can talk about that. Yeah, we're gonna massage the itinerary a little bit, and that seems like a requirement to me.
Yeah, I like that. Well, that one place we stayed, there in Pine, Lone Pine, near the town of Hot Springs.
Well, yeah, it's actually Hot Springs name itself, but yeah, Lone Pine is nearby in that little Bitterroot Valley.
And as an extra added draw, if we stop there by those sulfur muds, maybe Russ can go in there and wallow around and get covered in head to foot with smelly mud.
Oh yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, I know you will. That's why
Dude, we can have a smelly mud fight.
Yes,
That's what we need to do.
yeah,
like sulfur.
Yeah.
yes. Sulfur wrestling.
Sulfur mud fight.
Sulfur mud, wrestling in the sulfur mud. Yeah.
Sulfur mud.
I was really
Yeah,
enjoying it. It's the, I don't know I forget which tribe it was. One of the old elders of the tribe was the caretaker there.
Right.
And I think it was like, I don't know, you gave him $5 or something. He let you go in there and, I'm thinking, oh man, this is great. And you really, that mud, it does feel good. And it's hot. That mud is hot, but,
I'll do it. Sounds
Well,
There's leaves and mud, and you stand there holding onto a wooden frame, and your body, neck deep in there. So
yeah.
it is an odd feeling, but you can scoop it up, lather yourself up with it, dry out.
Well, who were we with? I think one of our team members did that.
Another Mike. Yeah.
Yeah, another Mike, not Silent Mike, but a different Mike.
not Silent Mike or How To Mike or any of the
No,
other Mikes
neither
we
of
know.
those two Mikes.
Monster Mike.
But if normal guy Mike comes on a trip with us, that might actually be mandatory.
What, to dunk me in the mud?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is kind of a geological baptism, is that right?
Yeah.
You've got to
Mike,
become a bog body, Mike.
We have actually discussed your case, Mike, and we have decided that really we are going to try to spend more time getting you out of your comfort zone. So
I appreciate the thought.
because secretly
Which was
we've got a
basically just a
project is
no.
that a year or two down the road, like when Mike is there, looking like, his hair is out to here and he's got a beard. Look at there.
He does.
Yeah. We go, you remember that guy, the normal guy, Mike, you used to be? Yeah, back in the day, I remember there used to be people that you just you called them straight people. That was before being straight had anything to do with your sexual orientation. It
Right.
meant you had either turned on and, drank the electric Kool-Aid or you hadn't. So,
And I've always been kind of straight, and I've never been cool. I mean, I can't help it.
that's
A
why.
sulfur mud bath will change all of that, Mike.
Yeah.
Instantaneous coolness.
Instantaneous awesomeness.
Zigzag.
Okay, so we got to do that. We got to have a pit. Of course, Mike won't be there, so we'll have to have a stand-in candidate.
Yeah.
Here is Russ after he's just emerged from the smelly mud pit.
That's right.
I think that would be a
I can do it.
classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah.
But there is right there. It's a little town called Hot Springs. It's right there in Lone Pine, just north of the
Camas Prairie.
Yeah, just north of Camas Prairie. I was trying to remember the ridge of east-west oriented hills across that separates Lone Pine from
Marco Pass over there.
Yeah, the Marco Hills. Yeah, the Marco Hills, I call. Yeah,
Yep.
so that's going to be cool. We're going to have the
We'll breed that and create some wow moments.
we come down through Marco Pass, and that's always one of my favorites. Is when you come through that pass, and you've got Camas Prairie, 10 miles basin of Camas Prairie opening up between the mountains. And you see that as you're coming through the pass, the road makes a sharp left turn and there's a pull off right there. And it's a great vantage point. You just see the huge ripple train just disappearing off into the distance. And we need to time it so we're there at low sun angle, because that's when you really, wow, when you see that. And it's a perspective you get on a ripple train that you don't really get with West Bar. As impressive as West Bar is, we've never actually gotten down on West Bar itself.
No.
Right.
That's a multi-hour trek. I've looked.
That's a multi-hour
times.
trek, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
But with Camas Prairie, it's right there. You're right at the
drive
top
right
of
through
it, at ground level, looking down the slope, and it's just displayed right there, unmistakable, unambiguous, and then you can look up on the mountainsides and you can see the shorelines, the ancient shorelines. And so when you look at the ripple train and the shorelines, those two things alone, wow, this was a mega scale hydraulic event that happened here that shaped this landscape. So
yeah, so that's only a few of the spectacular features we're going to see out in Montana. Then this trip is basically full, but again, get on the list and then you'll be priority for the one we're going to do in the spring, probably May.
mm-hmm.
We'll repeat the Montana part 1 or part 2, however you want to look at it, as the Scablands Ice Age Floods tour pairing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let's not dally too long on that. I know we want to get into the cosmic firestorms, and try to wrap that one up. We've got probably 6-7 episodes into that.
Yeah, well, it's a hell of a story. So yeah, let's get into that, and we'll talk here for a minute about here. Well, we should probably just do a little bit of a recap. We talked about a number of storms. We began with the Miramichi fire of what was the year again?
1825.
1825, yeah, in New Brunswick, which is still considered to have been probably the most large-scale savage forest fire in modern Canadian history. But there was not, because of the lapse of time since the early 1800s, we don't have the same kinds of accounts as we do, for example, the Chicago fire or the Peshtigo fire. We talked a little bit about the Manistee fire, which was across Lake Michigan from Peshtigo. We didn't talk much about the Lake Huron fire because there's not a lot of information on that, but it was also a gigantic, catastrophic forest fire that occurred on that same October 8th, 1871 evening. There was at least 4 massive fire outbreaks. You had Peshtigo, which is the most destructive in terms of human life. But then the Manistee was actually a much greater area. I think the area of the Manistee fire was something like double that of Peshtigo, but there were not nearly the number of fatalities there. There was probably counted in the dozens rather than the hundreds. Maybe more than 100. I don't remember the specific details, but it was a couple of lumber camps that disappeared in the conflagration. And I think this roughly the same thing with the Huron fire. And then, of course, there's lots of documentation and details about the Chicago fire, obviously. But the interesting thing about those particular 4 fires, October 8th, 1871, Sunday evening, you had this simultaneous outbreak of these massive fires, which included the most devastating in terms of mortality figures, forest fire in American history, which was the Peshtigo fire, with the most severe urban fire, which was the Great Chicago Fire. And we found out what was interesting about those is when you pinpoint the ignition time, they basically appear to be almost simultaneous. And that was right around 9 o'clock. So then we talked about the Hinckley fire and some very interesting things about the Hinckley fire. And one of the things about the Hinckley fire was that it like the Peshtigo fire, it was one of a suite of fires. It wasn't an isolated event. And this was from the book, and I think I gave this quote, but I'm going to give it again because this is such an important factor that's associated with these fires here that it's worth reiterating here. This is from Stuart H. Holbrook, Burning an Empire, The Story of American Forest Fires. So on September 1st, while fire was sweeping eastern Minnesota in the so-called Hinckley disaster, other fires began belching out of the Wisconsin forest for 120 miles north and south, and extending in places as much as 50 miles east and west. This staggering series of fires began just as if they had been the result of carefully planted incendiary mines strung out across all northwest Wisconsin to be touched off by a master switch simultaneously. Now, that to me is a very interesting scenario. And we find that associated with these Hinckley fires of September 1st in 1882. Was it 82? And the forest fires of October 8th, 1871. Same thing reported. It was almost as if they were all set off by a master switch simultaneously. Now, to me, that fact in one case might be, you could say, okay, this is just some coincidental set of meteorological or atmospheric or climatological events, but we got it twice, the same thing happening. And that to me is really almost like demanding that we take a deeper look. So then we proceeded to find out. I showed you that, and I'll pull this one back up again. We found out this. Selected meteor streams with data, and we found that there is a meteor stream, the Draconids, whose comet source is Giacobini-Zinner, and it peaks between October 7th and the 9th. Its radiant is in the head of Draco the dragon. So we proposed a rather radical notion here that perhaps that had something to do with it. And we also, backing up again, we learned some other things. We learned that that when Hyakutake came through in 1996, here's the journal Science. It came out on May 31st, and the article title is Hyakutake Produces Another Surprise. When Comet Hyakutake sped past Earth last March, it did more than put on a breathtaking show. It also delivered a series of scientific surprises, beginning with the first X-rays ever detected from a comet. Now, as a paper in this issue reports, the surprises are continuing with a revelation about Hyakutake's composition that is hard to reconcile with standard explanations of how comets originated. In this case, says Michael DeSanti, an astronomer at Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C., in this case, surprise is more than a mild understatement. It was serendipity. DeSanti and his colleagues report that Hyakutake contains abundant ethane and methane, never before confirmed in comets. The ethane was a shock because astronomers had assumed it wasn't present in the primordial cloud of material that gave rise to the solar system. Ethane can also be a product of a hydrogen atom addition reactions on grain surfaces in interstellar dense cloud cores. Acetylene, which is C2H2, is readily produced by gas phase ion molecule chemistry there, and after condensing onto grain surfaces can undergo hydrogenation until becoming saturated. A detection of C2H2 or acetylene has been reported in Hyakutake at an abundance of 0.1 to 0.4% relative to H2O. That's a lot of acetylene. So we've got the point of this is we've got abundant flammable gases in the nucleus of Hyakutake. That's one of the main things, the takeaway that we learned from Hyakutake, is that comet nuclei can contain abundant amounts, concentrations of flammable gases, methane, ethane, and acetylene. And we recall one of the earlier speculations as to the cause of the fires. You know, this was the letter to the Marinette, Wisconsin Star of October 14th, 1921, where they're speculating about the causes of the Peshtigo fire. So this was on October 12th in the commemoration of this would have been the 50-year commemoration. The editor of the Eagle Star said, I was much interested in the article in a recent issue of the Eagle Star by the Reverend Mr. Geyer in regard to the Peshtigo fire of 1871. I have a very vivid recollection of the conditions in the eastern portion of northern Wisconsin during that period, but the fire at Peshtigo and also at Hinckley, Minnesota, were no ordinary forest fires, as anyone who witnessed them will concede. What interested me most in the Reverend gentleman's article was his account of the peculiar freaks of the fire. The Honorable Isaac Stevenson, in his book of Recollections, also gives an interesting description of some of the antics of the Peshtigo fire, such as some people living through it while others burned to ashes within 10 feet of them. Others found dead without a mark of fire on them. The melting of the heavy iron tongue of the fire engine without scorching the paint on wood 2 feet away. Mr. Geyer states that at times the very atmosphere seemed to be on fire, and at Hinckley, Minnesota, it was said that huge balls of fire rolled across a lake 1/4 of a mile wide. Again, quoting Mr. Stevenson, he says that after the Peshtigo fire, several of our scientific university men spent some time investigating, trying to determine the cause of these freaks. But so far as he knew, never came to any reasonable solution of the matter. And speaking of the fire, I have heard my father, Albert H. Bachman, advance a theory, which may have, still it seems a reasonable and quite a natural one, and that is, what made the atmosphere seem to be on fire at Peshtigo and balls of fire roll across the lake at Hinckley was burning gas. The question naturally arises, where did it come from? Those who came through the fire will tell of how they could smell, even taste the gas for days previous to the conflagration. So then we're going to the history of Chicago from the earliest period to the present time in 3 volumes by A.T. Andreas, published in 1885. And this is their take on it. Ascribing some of those freaks to the work of electricity, the agency to which every mystery is generally referred when we fail to assign any other cause. It is true that electric fires were vividly at work during that terrible turmoil of the elements, for we know that no chemical change can occur without the evolution of electrical energy. But the electricity itself was only a phenomenon resulting from the formation of other chemical compounds than the one above referred to. Immense quantities of water were licked up by the flames both in city and country and converted into superheated vapor. At this point, the chemical affinities of its constituent gases for each other were overcome by the omnipresent carbon, 3 pounds of which is combined with every pound weight of hydrogen to form what is known as light carbureted hydrogen, which was just what their terminology was for methane gas. While the released oxygen combined with other portions of carbon to form carbonic acid. This carbureted hydrogen is the terror of the coal miner, forming explosive mixtures with the ordinary air of the coal pit. It is also known as marsh gas. being produced by the putrefaction of vegetable matter under water and mud. The volume of this gas was the material that, mingling with the ordinary air, changed it into a perfect atmosphere of fire through which the intangible flames could leap like the lightning flash from one point to another far distant. Here was the substance of those mysterious balloon masses. They were aggregations of this gas which could not burn where they originated owing to a lack of oxygen, which had already been sucked out from the air by the incandescent carbon. Those masses swept along till they met with a sufficient quantity of fresh oxygen to satisfy their insatiate craving to be reduced back to carbonic acid and water. That condition fulfilled a change, was at once effected, and in the process the devastating flames were kindled afresh in hundreds of places, so far removed from the previous locality of the fire that it seemed as if the havoc could only have been wrought by the torch of the destroying angel. So, and there is an ancient depiction of a destroying angel, Eon, the great Mithraic angel of igneous world destruction. So, let us assume, as a working hypothesis, that the atmosphere had reached points where there was enough methane or other flammable gases in the atmosphere that it could attain combustible concentrations. Now, what is the source? Now, nobody other than Ignatius Donnelly is thinking anything other than a purely terrestrial source for this concentration of flammable gases. But that doesn't explain how you could have such widespread distribution. Let's say if there is a swamp that's discharging flammable gases, and those flammable gases in the immediate area of the swamp are sufficient to cause combustion. But how can we explain that over thousands of square miles? Unless, and here's where we get to this idea that perhaps the Earth had been in a phase where, only because the existing climatological conditions were conducive to this concentration of gas, and this is why it would make sense that there was an atmospheric inversion at the time, because the atmospheric inversion will hold down the denser particulate matters of smoke and dust and soot, but also presumably of the gas concentrations. In other words, if you have an incursion of gas, and here the theory is, or the hypothesis would be for testing or for consideration, is it possible that if the Earth was in the tail of a comet, or if there are regions of space within the orbit of a comet where enough gas could concentrate that it would accrete to the Earth and concentrate to levels that would be sufficient for combustion? That would be the question that we would be exploring. And then we did find out something very interesting, another coincidence, when we start looking at the sort of the mythical and the traditions associated with the Draconid meteor shower. And this would be, I think, perhaps good fodder for one of Dave Matheson's presentations, because we did look at the here we go. So we're going to review this, and we'll go. Did that bring it up?
That's it.
Okay. So there you can see Draconids. You can see Draco right there. It's the outline of Draco. And X marks the radiant center of the Draconid meteor shower, right at the dragon's head. And then we saw something very interesting. Here is the constellation of Draco, the dragon, and now we'll superimpose the radiant.
Yeah.
Then we saw the traditional depiction of Draco, and now we are going to superimpose the radiant of the Draconid meteor shower.
Fire-breathing dragon.
That, to me, is an interesting synchronicity of symbolism there. In fact, I would have to say it's one of the more interesting symbolical synchronicities I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
How did that come to be? Is that coincidence that I just can't even, I'm having a difficult time wrapping my head around this one. But there it is.
Mike always says, coincidence takes planning.
Who says that?
Mike. He told us that.
Our Mike?
Yes.
Quoting one of my favorite military analysts,
yes.
Malcolm Nance.
There you go.
Coincidence takes planning.
And then I don't know, we didn't talk about this, but this is very interesting. It's been proposed that the Angkor Thom Temple complex in Cambodia is a depiction of Draco in the sky.
No, we have never mentioned that.
That's there cool. It is.
Yeah.
There's more on that. We'll have to come back to that. I haven't fully researched Angkor Thom to the point where I could really speak authoritatively about this connection. But if it's true, it's definitely interesting. So I am going to stop the share there. And then talking about a few of the Draconid meteor shower. Let's see. Let's go back to, how about this right here? So this is from the Cloudbait Observatory in Guffey, Colorado. And this was a bright fireball that was seen on October 7th, 2002. The bright meteor was seen by residents of Colorado, Utah, Nebraska, and New Mexico at 7:18 p.m. Its probable path has been determined based on about 300 witness reports. The meteor became visible near the Four Corners area and descended fairly steeply, breaking up near Albuquerque. Tracing the path of the fireball back to its origin probably places the radiant in Canis Venatici or Ursa Major. It is also possible the radiant is in Draco, which is significant because the date of this event places it during the annual Draconid meteor shower. The Draconids are noted for producing occasional large fireballs. Going back to 1997, this was a report that appeared in the Lunar and Planetary Science, Volume 30. The title of the report is the El Paso Super Bolide of October 9th, 1997. On October 9th, 1997, a large fireball appeared near the Chihuahua, Mexico, Texas, USA border, moving northwards to detonate east of El Paso, Texas. Most residents of El Paso and Juarez heard the blast, and many watched the resulting dust clouds. The fireball was bright enough to cast discernible shadows on this cloudless, clear day. The terminal flash was bright enough to be recorded by downward-pointing security video cameras and to be noted by persons inside curtained rooms. Witnesses working outdoors under the burst location described the landscape turning red around them. And then another report, sonic blast from meteor rocks El Paso. Shortly before 1 p.m. Thursday, a series of sonic blasts rocked El Paso. El Paso police report that an acre of scorched earth 27 miles east of El Paso and 20 miles north of Hueco Tanks confirms speculation that a meteor or its remains just missed the Sun City. The sonic boom which followed the meteor's crash was heard as far away as Anthony, New Mexico, and felt in El Paso. October, here's a report, appeared in the journal Science, a report from NASA, which appeared on October 14th, 1998. The Giacobinids dazzle observers. Skywatchers in Japan and Eastern Asia were treated to a spectacular show last week thanks to periodic comet Giacobini-Zinner. The comet is about 40 days away from Earth's orbit, but tiny bits of debris from the comet arrived last Thursday. Astronomers had predicted a possible meteor storm, and many observers were not disappointed. Giacobinid outbursts have happened in the past, with hourly rates greater than 20,000 meteors. This year's outburst occurred between the 13th and 14th Universal Time, between hour 13 and hour 14 Universal Time on October 8th. The meteor outburst lasted less than about 2 hours, so while Japan and Asia saw more than 500 per hour, observers elsewhere saw very few. So that's very interesting that there was an outburst that had hourly rates greater than 20,000. And then from the Associated Press nationwide news service on Saturday, October 10th, 1992, a meteor showered skies over the east with glowing streaks of light Friday night, sprinkling debris near planes and prompting a deluge of telephone calls to authorities, officials said. Quote, "It was just a big green ball of fire with a tail behind it," said John Law of Camden, West Virginia. The shooting lights were the Draconids, a display of meteors that pass through the Western Hemisphere every October 9th, said National Weather Service meteorologist Rich Mamrosh. Sightings were also reported in Pennsylvania, New York, Maryland, Virginia, Washington, D.C., and North Carolina. And one of the fireballs here, I have a photograph here taken of one of the fireballs. All right. Are you guys seeing the Peekskill fireball of October 9th, 1992?
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, can we imagine that if our previous scenario had any plausibility to it, that with the right conditions, the right climate and weather and atmospheric conditions, the right conditions of pressure and so on, that we could accumulate gas sufficient. And I mean, from the eyewitness accounts, and I didn't I didn't read them all, but, people were saying that for several days leading up to the outburst of fires, they were smelling and tasting gas.
Right. Yeah.
So it does appear that you had gas accumulating in the atmosphere. Well, let's say you have gas accumulating in the atmosphere to concentration sufficient for combustion, and then you start bringing in some fireballs.
Yeah.
Boom. What a recipe.
Yeah, which would themselves be made of the same stuff that made the gas in the first place, right?
Probably.
Just solids.
Yeah.
I wonder if there were indications before that, like birds dying in the forest, something like that. Wouldn't there be some kind of indication that there were accumulations of gases?
Yeah,
there'd be animals unable to handle it. That's why you take the canary in the coal mine, right?
Exactly.
It can detect buildup of that kind of gas when a human can't.
Yeah, the forest would be silent.
The forest, and that was reported too, wasn't it?
Yeah, that there was a silence. Yeah.
Well, here's
forest would be Mike.
Time-lapse photograph of the Draconid shower.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, can you imagine being out one night when there's 20,000 meteors in an hour?
Well, I'm hopeful for the end of this month.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I'm hopeful that it's going to be a beautiful show and not, the end of the world. But yeah. What's that?
Yeah, we all hope it's not going to be the end of the world.
Right.
Couple of Tunguskas would surely change some direction, though.
I think it
probably.
would, yeah. I'm hoping we get a show.
So, from the book Comets, Meteorites, and Men, published in 1973 by Peter Lancaster Brown, the Leonids are not alone in providing spectacular 20th century displays. In 1900, a comet with a period of 6.5 years was discovered by the Frenchman Giacobini at Nice. When it returned in 1913, having been missed in 1906-7, it was accidentally rediscovered by the German Zinner at Bamberg. From then on, it became known as P. Giacobini Zinner, 1913 V. At its return in October 1926, the Earth crossed the comet's orbit 70 days before the comet, and some meteors were observed which were shown to have a connection with it. These were subsequently named the October Draconids. On its return in 1933, the Earth passed the junction of the orbits 80 days later than the comet. And on the 9th of October, a spectacular shower was seen which reached a peak rate of 300 to 1,000 meteors per minute.
Whoa.
That would be a psychedelic trip.
It would.
And then from Popular Astronomy that came out in 1934, this report. In the early morning hours of October 9th, 1933, one of the most spectacular meteoric showers of modern times was witnessed by people in Europe. The Giacobinid shower was first noticed at about 6 Greenwich Mean Time, or at about dusk for European observers. By 7 o'clock, many meteors per minute were falling. The maximum rate occurred at a little after 8 p.m., when, according to an observer in Ireland, the meteors were falling as thickly as the flakes of snow in a snowstorm. Another observer in Ireland estimated that at the maximum, 100 meteors appeared in 5 seconds. And at Malta, from a series of 5-minute counts, the highest rate was estimated at 480 per minute.
Or how many of them hit the moon?
I know, wow. 480 per minute. Well, that's 8 per second. So now from Gary W. Cronk's Comets and Meteor Showers, the Draconid History, the discovery of this meteor shower resulted from predictions by several astronomers that the periodic comet Giacobini-Zinner might produce a radiant in early October. The first to make such a prediction was the Reverend M. Davidson, who in 1915 examined the periodic comets observed since 1892 to isolate any that might be capable of producing meteor showers. One of the comets which met the established criteria was Giacobini-Zinner. Davidson found that the comet's orbit would be fairly close to Earth on October 10, 1915, and predicted that if the debris from this comet had spread outward by about 2 million miles, a shower might be active. The comet was next expected at perihelion at the end of 1926, and predictions for a meteor shower in October of that year were made by both Davidson and A.C.D. Crommelin. Both men gave October 10th as the expected day of maximum, and they gave similar radiance. The orbits of the comet and the Earth were found to intersect in 1926. Around October 10.4, around October 10th, observers in England were made aware that some unusual activity was present. What gained the attention of many observers on October 9th, 1926, was the appearance of a fireball. The event was noted by hundreds in the British Isles. The meteor moved slowly and lit up the sky. A persistent train lasted about 30 minutes, quote, during which time it underwent curious changes of form and exhibited drift among the stars. So probably the meteor then left a tail, a gaseous tail, that took a period of time to dissipate in the atmosphere. Comet Giacobini-Zinner is especially noteworthy for its system of meteors, which was first detected at its 1926 apparition. I find it interesting that the term apparition is always used for the appearance of comets, because you know what else apparition is associated with, right?
Yeah, ghosts.
Ghosts.
Yes.
In October of that year, an unexpected shower occurred when Earth crossed the comet's orbit 70 days before the comet. The shower was absent until the next comet. The comet next appeared in 1933. In that year, Earth crossed the orbit 80 days after the comet of October 9th. And at one time, a shower of 300 to 1,000 meteors per minute was noted. In 1946, when Earth crossed the comet's orbit, only 15 days after it, a spectacular shower appeared with observed rates varying from 3,000 to 32,000 per hour. So that would be 533 per minute, or on average, about 10 per second. Damn, I'd like to see something like that.
Again, I have high hopes for the end of the month with Schwassman, Walkman. Is that it?
Schwassman.
SW3.
You're asking if the world's going to end, though. Most people are, right? Is this it? Is this going to escalate? It's only going to take one big one. Yeah, it's like you're enjoying it, but
yeah.
Well, if any second, it could be the last second.
Awesome fossil face.
It'll only be the end of a world, not the world.
For sure.
Okay, I feel better now.
So we're up for a break if you're in a in-betweener mode there, Randall.
Sure, yeah, I'm right at one last short quote here from The Origin of Comets by Michael Bailey and Victor Clue, Bill Napier, the guys that have been working on the neo-catastrophists that have been so ahead of the time with their understanding of the role of comets in Earth history and human history, and their work dovetailing with that of the Comet Research Group.
Yeah, total pioneers.
Total pioneers. Yeah, so this is from their really great book, The Origin of Comets, 1990. Periodic variations in the light curves of comets may in principle be used to obtain their rotation periods and shapes. The most unusual shape found for a nucleus is that of the periodic comet Giacobini-Zinner, which, according to Secanina in 1985, is virtually disc-shaped, with a rotation period estimated to be about 1.66 hours. So it's spinning fast.
Fast, yeah.
It must be on the verge of rotational disintegration, suggesting that the comet may be the spun-up fragment of a once much larger object. So we have that
conservation of angular momentum.
That's right.
Yeah. So we have this possibility that there was a much larger comet, progenitor comet, and perhaps, its contribution to the substances and the materials found in its orbit may have been considerable.
Considerable, yes.
Yeah.
So the idea of spinning off offspring is literal also.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a UFO.
Yeah, it's a spinning disc.
Flying saucer.
Come on.
Virtually disc shaped. Interesting. Spinning fast.
We all knew they were coming here to kill us.
All right, you guys. You're making light of a serious subject here.
Sorry,
this is serious, you guys.
We should take a break.
This is not the time for levity.
Oh.
All right. Yeah, we'll take a break. See you in a minute.
Okay, we'll take a
All right.
break.
Do it. More power to them. I love the product.
Yeah. No, I guess not. So let's just pick up the thread of the story and continue on. So this appeared in the Oconto County Gen Web project on the Peshtigo Fire page. And so somebody's speculating here, and I think that they're speculating in the right direction. By October 8th, now this is quoting, having smoke and smaller fires was so commonplace that still others no longer feared a great holocaust would come before winter snows. We've talked about that, how people living in the pine forests and so forth of the upper Great Lakes region were very used to there being widespread small fires burning continuously, particularly during dry periods, right?
Yep.
But prevailing theory at this time is that the huge area around the upper Great Lakes exploded into spontaneous fire all at once because conditions were just right, and many smoldering points were handy to ignite the wind-blown dryness. The many fires grew, spread, and converged to what is called the Great Peshtigo Fire. No one fire could have covered such an area in that time span or have grown into such a huge holocaust. But now weather historians, using archives as a baseline and adding information from recent decades, now offer a plausible theory. Meteor showers in autumn are common in the upper Great Lakes. In recent years, these showers have left burning chunks scattered over the entire region, some large enough to break through the roofs of homes and outbuildings, starting fires in dry fields and wooded areas. With the tinder dry conditions present throughout the entire region on the night of October 8, 1871, such a meteor shower would easily have started what seemed like spontaneous fires in numerous places of Wisconsin, upper and lower Michigan, Illinois, with the continuous thick smoke from smoldering smaller blazes already blanketing the land, making residents seek shelter inside their homes early in the evening. The meteors that entered the Earth's atmosphere could not easily be seen. Now, let's add that to the other dimension of the phenomena, the potential accumulation of combustible gases in the atmosphere. And now you bring in the burning embers. First, you accumulate the gas. Then you bring in the matches, the sparks that can ignite that gas. And interestingly, this, just as an aside, we go to Native American folklore about the Flintstone. And I don't mean Fred. So the flint was an object of veneration by most American Indian tribes. According to the Pawnee origin myth, stone weapons and implements were given to man by Morning Star. Among the Quiche people of Guatemala, there is a myth that a flint fell from the sky and broke into 1,600 pieces, each of which became a god. Tohil, the god who gave them fire, is still represented as flint. Perhaps something suggestive there in Native American traditions. From the morning star, falls to earth, breaks into pieces, a god of fire. Perhaps.
Yeah.
Yes, perhaps. And then we get to you guys' good friend Chandra Wickramasinghe.
Oh, yes.
And back in 2004, there was a report that came out through Cardiff University entitled "A Comet Strike Surprisingly More Likely." And this is quoting from the paper. Research conducted by a Cardiff University astronomer scientist suggests that a comet colliding with Earth is actually more likely than was previously believed. Professor Chandra Wickramasinghe, honorary professor Bill Napier and research student Janaki Wickramasinghe of Cardiff University's Center for Astrobiology believe that some comets are not visible using current astronomical scanning equipment. They argue that if this is the case, international programs designed to detect near-Earth asteroids and ways to reduce the worst effects of them colliding with Earth may need to be urgently reviewed. Professor Wickramasinghe said it's possible, quoting, that we are missing many of these Earth-threatening objects, and we need to think again about mitigating strategies, some of which assume decades or centuries of warning before impact. The team has found that the surfaces of inactive comets, if composed of loose, fluffy organic materials like cometary meteoroids, develop such small reflectivities that they appear invisible. The near-Earth objects may therefore be dominated by a population of fast, kilometers-wide bodies too dark to be seen with current surveys. That, to me, strikes me as very interesting. Perhaps that's what we're dealing with here, that, you know, some of these cometary masses, maybe even stemming from the original progenitor comet that spawned the Draconids, maybe they're invisible. Yeah. And maybe Earth is encountering some of those invisible remnants more frequently.
And invisible just because they're loosely aggregated?
Extremely low albedo, like they don't reflect any light.
Yeah, they don't reflect any light. The team has found that the surfaces of inactive comets, if composed of loose, fluffy organic material, develop such small reflectivities that they appear invisible. Okay. So I want to share a picture here of a tarot deck from one of the meanings of the tarot deck. Let's see if I can get this here. There it is. Temperance 14. This is the great angel of the apocalypse and wields two powers of global destruction, fire and water. The lion and eagle in attendance represent the astronomic ages of Leo and Scorpio. Upon the angel's breast is a seven-pointed star, above which is the tetragrammaton. We won't get into that tonight. The fourfold name of God in the Hebrew Kabbalah, and the supreme formula of exogenesis. Note the seeds emanating from the head of the burning torch as it descends to earth. Overhead is the rainbow arch symbolizing the celestial covenant. So here in this card is represented the two means of global destruction, flood and fire. And this is very interesting, and how this would come to be so appropriately represented in a tarot card that's hundreds of years old remains to be seen, and I will offer no explanation for that, other than the fact that what we were just talking about seems to almost be symbolized by this right here in the great angel's left hand.
And so the black body transit across the sun back there, maybe.
This?
Yes.
Yeah. In that, yeah, I wasn't even going to call attention to that. But yes, that's quite interesting. The whole card is quite interesting. And we will, in future discussions, we will get into some of this kind of symbolism, because my gosh, it's very interesting stuff, and has generally been overlooked as a source of credible scientific information for a long time. All right, so let's go into some of the background on this. I want to go to the story of, we'll go to Phineas Eames, the account of Phineas Eames, and because it's quite compelling. So my preface to this part is in 1996, while doing research in the Peshtigo Fire Museum in the town of Peshtigo, Wisconsin, for the TBS documentary Fire from the Sky, I came across this letter by a Peshtigo fire survivor written to his brother 1 month after the fire. This account is one of the most compelling things I have ever read. In the context of everything that has been so far presented, this story puts icing on the cake. And here's the letter from survivor Phineas Eames to his brother. Dear brother, I am at home with the remnant of my family, the 2 oldest girls, in answer to your kind letter telling me to come with my 2 motherless children. I desire to give you some account of this terrible fire which we have passed through, leaving my wife, your Mary's sister, and our 2 youngest children behind us, gone on before us to the other shore, and why we were spared, and I, in particular, burned as I am, is more than I can tell, but God knows. Oh, the horrors of that night. No pen can portray or language express, and we who have suffered can hardly realize what we have passed through. Sunday, October 8th, was a cold and chilly day. The atmosphere was very remarkable, still, and filled with a dense, blinding smoke, fearfully increasing toward the night. Still, we felt no real alarm, as I was confident that if the woods were on fire and the fire approaching, I could save my family and my buildings, as we had prepared for such fires and were in a clearing of 12 acres. Through the day, I had been out in all directions looking for fire or any signs of actual fire approaching, but there was none. Therefore, on my return home towards the night, I felt no more alarmed than usual, and yet could not rest on account of the dense smoke and the peculiar smell accompanying, making it very unpleasant to inhale. However, my wife and children went to bed as usual. I lay down on a lounge and was up and down through the night, watching, as had been my custom since any talk of fires. At 9:45 in the evening, I was up and out in the darkness. Nothing was to be seen or heard. Hardly a leaf was stirring. But oh, the smoke and the smell! One could hardly endure it. I feared, I knew not what. I lay down until the clock struck 11, when I was aroused by seeing lights approaching our house. I woke up wife and children and told them to dress themselves, and then out to see who was coming. It proved to be my next-door neighbor, Mr. Blavet, and his family, coming over so that we might be together in case of fire, as there was more clearing around my house than theirs. By the time they had got to our house, my family were up and waiting, feeling the approach of some unseen foe. We knew not from whence or where to look for danger, and yet felt this ominous stillness, this dense smoke and stench, together with the cold and intense darkness, all combined portended something fearful, and we waited in silence its approach, Mr. Blavet and myself outside, our families inside. While standing a few feet from the door, all at once, I saw a bright light approaching, its size as large as a half-bushel measure, and as it came towards us, it appeared like a ball of fire approaching from the southeast, and I saw it pass directly over my house to the northwest, just high enough to clear the house. The night being so very dark, as it passed over, it dazzled our eyes, and I watched it out of sight. All in the house saw the same light as it approached and disappeared from the windows. Next, we heard a tremendous explosion, which was so great that I can compare the sound to nothing I have ever heard. The ground shook and trembled beneath our feet. The house jarred to its foundation, and the window glass rattled in their place. And while we stood in breathless silence, not knowing which way to look or turn, or from what quarter the danger was coming, for as yet we saw no fire approaching, we heard a low, rumbling sound, a sullen roar like an earthquake. This lasted only a few moments, after which came a change of atmosphere with slights of puffs of wind and growing warmer every moment. Suddenly, my house took fire overhead. I remember I was out of doors in the midst of this intense darkness, and as I looked, my large barn was also on fire, the fire crawling along like a snake, a hissing flame of fire on top of the barn, on top of the house, in the tops of the trees, in the air, and yet no fire on the ground. I opened the door and came out, and we all started for the hill. You remember the ridge west of my house. We had selected this place to go to in case of fire. And from this fire, we knew no better place to go. House and barn on fire, we must go somewhere. All this took but a moment, and we left the house, our happy home, forever, only to be united again beyond the river of death. Mr. Blavet and family, together with my children, proceeded ahead. At this time, all was instantaneously as light as day. Darkness had disappeared, and the whole heaven seemed one vast wave of fire. I took the baby out of my wife's arms, and we followed the others towards the hill. Oh God, such a scene as now presented itself cannot be described. Not only in an instant had my house and barn taken fire on their roofs, but the whole air was one bright wave of flame fire, and as yet no fire on the ground. Only later, as it caught from this shower of fire in the air, we hastened on. When about 60 feet from the house, my wife spoke. Pa, Lincoln is in the house, our only son. I placed baby in her arms, saying, You follow the rest to the hill, while I run back and see, and if he is there, I will bring him to you, dead or alive. I entered the burning house, which was all in a blaze overhead and fire falling through in every direction. So rapid had been its progress. My search was sharp and rapid, but he was not there. I ran back to where I had left my wife, supposing she had gone on, when, to my surprise, I found her standing just as I had left her. I took baby on my left arm and just then saw our boy coming towards us. He came running up to me saying, Papa, I shall be burned up. What shall I do? I replied, Give me your hand, my boy, and we will go to the top of the hill. But don't try to get away from Papa. I saw that his terror was very great. Thus, having him by one hand and my baby on the other arm, I said to my wife, Take hold of my vest collar, as I had no coat on. She did so, but never spoke from the time she thought our boy was in the house. She was perfectly paralyzed with fear for his safety and stood gazing at the terrible fire in the heavens. I noticed, as we hurried along, that the wind was increasing at a fearful rate. Great trees bending like withes before it. A few steps more, and we would have reached the top of the hill, where my children and Mr. Blavet and family were. At this point, my son let go of my hand and bounded away like a deer towards his sisters. And at the same instant there came upon us, from what quarter I know not, a wave of living fire, completely enveloping us in its embrace and prostrating us all to the ground. It struck me in the face, blinding me in an instant, and my long beard and hair were in a blaze. I fell forward with my baby in my arms, all on fire. My wife falling across my feet and rolling over on her back. Not a sound from her or our baby. Myself in flames. The roar of the fire tornado was more than deafening. It was grand. It was like the sound of the cataract, the thunder, and the roar of the sea combined. It was fearfully sublime. I laid my baby down, drew up my feet from beneath my wife, and in the midst of this fearful ruin prayed Almighty God to let me die with my family. But why had he passed me by? Take me too, I cried. I had no desire to live, for I supposed that all was gone, and that this sheet of flame had swallowed all, and in agony of spirit I prayed to go too. But I was not allowed to die. A voice came to me so distinct and clear, I heard it. I am not mistaken, saying, get up and look for your children. I could not resist. I rose to my feet, went forward a few steps, and there at my feet lay a little form, roasted to a crisp. I supposed it was my darling boy. Oh, my brother, I cried aloud. My senses were suspended for a moment. I knew nothing. I groped my way along. I pulled my eyes open, called my eldest girl, brave child, and she came to me in the very face of death. She came into the fire, saying, oh, where are mother and baby? But I was blind and on fire. She led me to where Mrs. Blavet's children and Mary were. Mr. Blavet and part of his family were gone. We knew not where. I said to them, we must all lay flat on our faces that we may breathe, the air being full of fire all around us. The wind had increased to a hurricane. The largest trees were bending and being uprooted before it. The roar of the wind, the blazing and falling timber, the glare of the fire, the whole heavens being one vast sheet of flame. One must see to fully know and understand the horrors of that terrible night. There is no use for me to attempt to describe it. It cannot be done. There is no danger of any pen or speech exaggerating the scenes of this fearful hour, for all of this happened in less time than I could tell it. In less than 1 hour, my wife and my children burned up at my side, my property all destroyed, and the ashes of my home left. And this was the foe that had come upon us. No one could guard against fire from over our heads, and we fell before it. Now the wind decreased in violence, and the force of the tempest of fire and wind had passed on. We could yet hear its terrible roar, and were in its awful trail. We now began to fully realize our condition. All of us cold, nearly naked. I fearfully burned from the top of my head down to the soles of my feet, suffering the most intense pain. I felt that I could not endure and live. My face, one mass of burns. My hands fairly roasted. My body burned deep in many places, legs and feet fairly roasted. Can you realize what I passed through and suffered? Suffering 10,000 deaths and could not die, as I had desired to do with my wife and babies? I then called upon the little group, 6 of us in all, and said to them, here is all that is left of our 2 families. We know not where your husband and the other children are. My wife, my baby, and my son are all dead. Now in this hour of sorrow, let us all, with one accord and united voices, pray earnestly to Almighty God, our Father, as we have never done before, that we may have grace and strength to endure this terrible affliction that has come upon us, that in the fearful pain I was suffering, I might be sustained and strengthened. And as our voices mingled, ascending in prayer, all at once I felt surrounded with a host of angelic beings. They were on my right and on my left, before me and behind me. I felt their presence so clearly that I thought if I moved either way, I should touch them. And we prayed on without ceasing until in a moment, I felt my pain had left me entirely. And from that moment, I have never felt the least pain from my burns, and all who were with me and have nursed me for the last 30 days can testify to my condition when with them. And I call upon my God to witness that this is the truth, and that I am this day a living demonstration of his power to heal through ministering spirits. Although, brother, you know I've never professed to be a spiritualist, neither have I been a member in the church for many years. But I know not who these beings were. I recognized none of them. It mattered little to me who they were. When they came, my pain left me. And more, they lifted from me the great weight of sorrow that weighed down my soul. They bid me to look up, not down, on those lifeless forms. They are not there in those charred and marred bodies. They have passed on and are now resting in the summer land above, and will be with you soon. They suffered not as you think, but in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the sound of the tornado's trumpet, they were born into the immortal life. Turn now to the living. There is your duty. Mourn not for those who have passed on. You are to live and go on from here. Your brother, Phineas Eames. What do you make of that? It's what I'm calling the X factor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
wow, that
very
was
powerful.
Yes, extremely powerful. The
He-
first part that was interesting to me, of course, is the fire coming, as he says, out of the sky. First, there's this fireball that goes right over the top of his house.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then I did notice also that even though they see that the fire is in the sky and setting everything on fire from the top down, they still try to go up to a hilltop, which is where they're burned. And it just seemed, I mean, I don't know, they're panicking, everything's on fire, and you have this plan, like if a big fire breaks out, let's go up to this rocky ridge. But the fire's coming down from the sky, so they're running towards it. It's,
Well, because, as he says, I mean, this was completely outside their experience.
Absolutely, yes.
It was
Completely.
unprecedented.
Yeah.
How much time do we have left?
10,
I don't
20
know.
minutes.
Okay.
But that the experience that he has afterwards is like,
yeah,
it's like the shock and the agony and the pain, all of that stuff just kind of like allows him to go into an altered state or something and I don't know, experience something profound. I mean, that's just incredible what happens in that moment right after the crazy destruction. Like he just I don't know what you call that.
Yeah.
But he just has this enlightenment moment in the midst of, I don't know, it reminds me of, there's like, monks and stuff, they have a system for doing this. Like you put yourself in this situation that is just overwhelmingly hard and painful, and through that somehow you receive this enlightenment. But it he didn't do it intentionally. It just happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just wildness. And he's not a spiritual man.
Yeah.
So,
The first thing I thought of was the third man effect too.
Yeah, I thought of the third man.
He's burnt, he's on fire and he's dying and he's wanting to die, but then he hears the voice, no, get up, find your other children. It's amazing.
Well, if we got a few more minutes, let's look at one more event that I categorize under the X factor.
Sure.
So this is from The Embers of October by Robert W. Wells, Peshtigo Historicals, published by the Peshtigo Historical Society. Now, I think I'll quickly share a screen here so people can have a context that they can visualize. Here we go. Okay, if we look at this map right here, you'll notice here's Lake Michigan, here's Green Bay, here's the town of Green Bay. The events that we're now to be looking at is where this red star is. And, you know, there's Peshtigo and Marinette right there, right? So the fires actually started down in this area and spread up both the Door Peninsula and up the side of the western side of Green Bay. So you basically had the fires, you know, burning up both sides of the bay, but there apparently was not nearly as inhabited the peninsula itself. Because remember, Peshtigo was mainly a timber town. So they were, you know, bringing in all the pine timber from the forests around them in this area. So let's see, here would be the next one. You can see right here, there's a monastery right there. And the story that you're about to hear is around that monastery right there.
I wonder if there were any boats out there at the time of this and if they caught on fire.
Actually, yes, there were. There were. I don't have any of those accounts, but yeah, there were.
Okay.
Yes. So in terms of life back in those days for those people that were living here, you know, in the decades leading up to the great firestorms, we got that's what he's talking about here in this book, The Embers of October. So he says, the author says, one of the best accounts of what life was like in those days comes from Xavier Martin, who became a prominent politician and real estate dealer in Green Bay. He was a young member of the first group of Belgians who set out for Wisconsin from Antwerp aboard a 3-masted sailing ship in 1853. On August 15th, 1858, there occurred what Martin described as an alleged miracle, which made quite a noise at the time. A young woman, Adele Bryce, had been to Mass at the Bay Settlement. Walking home, she was in the vicinity of Robbinsville when, by her account, she saw a vision of the Virgin Mary standing between two trees. The vision addressed her, speaking in French, telling her to build a chapel on that sacred spot. According to Martin, the church authorities were skeptical and declared the apparition a myth and an imposition. When Adele refused to cease talking about it, she was refused communion. But many of the settlers sided with Mademoiselle Bryce, and they flocked to the site. Services were held, although at first no priest would attend. Finally, the bishop permitted a small chapel to be built. This was soon followed by a boarding school, a larger chapel, a church, and a convent. Pilgrims came from miles around, and some of them claimed to have been cured of their ailments. And now here's going back to the account of Xavier Martin himself, written in 1895. On the 15th of August, 1858, an alleged miracle happened among the Roman Catholics of the first settlement, which made quite a noise at the time, the effect of which has not yet died out. In this settlement, within 15 miles of Green Bay, there exists a chapel and shrine built to the Virgin Mary, to which thousands of pilgrim worshippers from far and near come yearly to offer up their devotions. And if we are to believe the reports of some of the faithful, many invalids have found a permanent cure, which is attributed by them to the virtue and powers of the Virgin. Many claim to have left their canes and crutches on the altar in the chapel, very similar to Lourdes, which, you know, a similar type of vision. And there's a number of these visionary events that have been documented that all have some kind of overlapping.
What was the apparition or vision that they had? Maybe I missed it.
Well, of what they were assuming is the Virgin Mary standing between two trees.
It was a BVM, yeah. Blessed
Virgin Mary. So on the spot where the chapel is now built, there stood 37 years ago 2 trees a few feet apart. Between these, it is said, appeared the Virgin Mary in person and addressed Adele Bryce, who was at that time passing on her way home from attending church in the Bay settlement. And the Virgin spoke to her in the French language, requesting her to devote all her time to the service of the Virgin and the dissemination of the Catholic faith, and to build a chapel on that sacred spot. The report of this strange apparition spread over the Belgian settlements in this and adjoining counties with lightning speeds. The people came in large numbers to see what they considered holy ground and to listen to the words of Adele. Without going into the details of the event and its result, I will simply say that for several years, this young woman met with considerable opposition from the clergy of the diocese, who publicly declared that the alleged apparition was, as I said, a myth and an imposition. For a time, even the Holy Sacrament was refused to the girl for the perseverance with which she made her assertion. However, in spite of all the opposition, the multitude would congregate on the spot, and with Adele would worship and even say Mass on certain days without a priest. So very similar to the way the church establishment responded to, Bernadette of Subaru, who claimed the apparition there at Lourdes in the Pyrenees Mountains of southern France.
That's right. That's the one with the spring.
Yes.
Yes. And also Fatima, right? The same thing happened there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that would be worth looking at because that was an extraordinary event.
Absolutely.
That was witnessed by thousands of people.
That's right.
So people came, this is from the Green Bay Gazette, August 13, 1925. People came in large numbers to the quote-unquote sacred spot and to listen to Adele, who had changed from a bashful country girl, unlettered and unimposing, to a fiery preacher and teacher whose perseverance and enthusiastic obedience to the voice heard only by her won her converts at every turn. For several years, she met with opposition from the clergy, who declared her alleged apparition a myth. Adele persisted to tell of the vision, and the pilgrims to the mound between the trees increased in number. Now, there's a lot of old Indian mounds in Wisconsin. So the first thing that might come to my mind is perhaps this was an artificial mound.
Yeah.
Finally, repeating the fate of St. Joan of Arc, Adele was refused the sacraments of the church and threatened with excommunication if she persisted in her stories. But Adele's enthusiasm only increased. Let's see, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit for the sake of time. Let's see, we'll jump ahead. Okay, so here we go. In the summer of 1853, 10 families from Belgium settled just east of Green Bay. They were the first in a wave of 15,000 Belgian immigrants who would soon populate the region where Brown, Door, and Kewaunee counties come together. Among them was Adele Bryce, a young peasant woman who came with her parents. The Bryce family established a remote farm northwest of the village of Luxembourg, and Adele often helped carry its wheat several miles to a mill at Dixville on the Bay Shore. She also walked several miles to church each Sunday, and here's an interesting detail, following an Indian trail, that ran to Bay Settlement, which would suggest to me that might in fact have been an artificial Indian mound, which was the site of the apparition. So on the morning of Sunday, April 15th, 1858, Adele was passing through some woods in Robbinsville when she was overpowered by a vision that she later described to a nun, who related it this way. There appeared between two trees, one a maple, the other a hemlock, which stood for years after a blinding white light which paralyzed the poor girl with fear. She cowered before it and prayed rapidly and breathlessly as the light took definite form, and between the trees stood a marvelously beautiful lady clothed entirely in dazzling white garments, with no touch of color save a wide yellow sash or girdle. Her hair was auburn, her eyes deep and dark, and she bore a radiant and kindly smile. Adele trembled with fear as the vision gradually faded away. The next Sunday, she traveled the same route with companions to show them the spot. When they reached the two trees, Adele collapsed involuntarily to her knees as the vision reappeared, though her friends saw nothing unusual. When they arrived at the church, a priest advised her that if it happened again, she should ask the beatific lady why she had appeared. For the next several weeks, curious crowds followed Adele through the woods each Sunday, but nothing unusual happened. And then, on October 9th, 1859, her friends saw Adele once again fall to her knees between the maple and the hemlock and ask aloud, "In the name of God, who are you and what do you wish of me?" So then here's from another account, the account of Sister Pauline LaPlante. And so this is again on the way to church. On the following Sunday, she had to pass here again on her way to Mass at the Bay Settlement, about 11 miles from her home. This time she was not alone, but was accompanied by her sister Isabel and a neighbor woman. When they came near the trees, the same lady was at the place where Adele had seen her before. Adele was frightened and said, almost in a tone of reproach, "Oh, there is that lady again." Adele had not the courage to go on. The other two did not see anything, but they could tell by Adele's look that she was afraid. They waited a few moments, and Adele told them it was gone. It goes on. It had this number of apparitions, a number of these appearances until this one of October 9th. And then, so then this time, the last two times, she's approaching the mound with the trees. As they approached the hallowed spot, Adele could see the beautiful lady, clothed in dazzling white, with a yellow sash around her waist. Her dress fell to her feet in graceful folds. She had a crown of stars around her head, and her long wavy hair fell loosely around her shoulders. Such a heavenly light shone around her that Adele could hardly look back at her face. Overcome by the heavenly light and the beauty of her amiable visitor, Adele fell on her knees. "In God's name, who are you and what do you want of me?" asked Adele, as she had been directed. And here I find this answer to be very significant. "I am the Queen of Heaven, who prays for the conversion of sinners." She doesn't say I'm the Virgin Mary. She says I am the Queen of Heaven.
Right.
Yeah.
Isn't that from that's from the Epic of Gilgamesh too, right?
Oh, yes. 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 And Egyptian tales, because you know who is the Queen of Heaven? Isis, Hathor.
Okay, a little overlap from our live a few days ago, live number 10. We were talking about the Carrington event, right? So that was 1859 also. I don't remember the dates on that, but yeah.
I can't believe this happened on
some solar things at some level affecting that also.
October 9th.
Yeah. So let's go on here. Much has been written about the Great Peshtigo fire, which claimed an estimated 2,500 lives, 10 times more than the Great Chicago fire, which occurred on the same day. Our intent here, however, is to show how this tragedy played an important role in the events which occurred at Robbinsville. On October 9th, 1859, Adele Bryce had her third vision of the Blessed Virgin Mary, I will say, the Queen of Heaven, when the Blessed Mother spoke to Adele the third time she appeared, and she warned, "If they do not convert and do penance, my son will be obliged to punish them."
Ooh.
We do not propose to pass judgment on the reasons for this catastrophe, but one day short of 12 years after the Robbinsville apparition, on October 8, 1871, the great calamity fell and a tragedy begat a miracle. The Belgian colony, which embraces a large part of the peninsula and included Robbinsville, was visited by the very same whirlwind of fire and wind that devastated Peshtigo. When the tornado of fire approached Robbinsville, Sister Adele and her companions were determined not to abandon the chapel. Encircled by the inferno, the sisters, the children, area farmers, and their families fled to the shrine for protection. The statue of Mary was raised reverently and was processed around the sanctuary. When the wind and fire threatened suffocation, they turned in another direction to hope and pray, saying the rosary. Hours later, rains came in a downpour, extinguishing the fiery fury outside the chapel. The Robbinsville area was completely destroyed and desolate, except for the convent, the school, the chapel, and the 5 acres of land consecrated to the Virgin Mary.
What?
Though the fire singed the chapel fence, it had not entered the chapel ground. What's more, the only livestock to survive the fire were the cattle brought to the chapel grounds by farmers and their families who came to the shrine seeking shelter from the firestorm. The chapel well was even though the chapel well was only a few feet deep, it gave the cattle outside all the water they needed to survive the fire, while many deeper wells in the area went dry. Hence, the chapel well has been sometimes referred to as the miraculous well. In the days to follow the Great Fire, the poor Belgian pioneers needed no more proof that Mary's visit to Sister Adele was genuine. And one more, this is from an old Wisconsin archive, The Miracles at Robbinsville. Another supposed sign of divine intervention occurred during the famous Peshtigo fire. On October 9th, 1871, the anniversary of Adele's third vision, this massive fire spread through 400 square miles of northeastern Wisconsin, killing about 1,500 people. On the east side of Green Bay, it rapidly spread through the Belgian region. While others fled toward the lake for refuge, Adele and her community called on divine power for protection. They lifted the statue of the Blessed Virgin from the chapel and, carrying it above their heads, circled the building while praying for deliverance. The forest fire devastated the land all around them and spread right up to the fence surrounding their enclave, but did not leap over it. Their wooden school and church stood out like an island in the charred landscape.
Did they build that on the site of the apparition? Is that where it was built?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so the mound was there, somewhere
Yes.
beneath them. Oh, man. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Definite X factor.
And I'll do a little, let's see if I can get this here.
Yeah, I think we gotta wrap it up here. But man, this
Yep.
has been amazing.
Yeah, I'm
Those
resisting
accounts.
putting the hat on.
Yeah. There it is. I see it. Robbinsville Chapel today.
Yeah, there it is, right there. It was here that Sister Adele Bryce saw visions of the Blessed Virgin Mary in 1859. So yeah, we've got actually a few more things to cover to really put the icing on this cake and bring it home.
Okay.
So I don't think it'll take up an entire episode, but we'll do the final afterward thoughts
All right.
in the next episode.
Excellent.
And we'll reach back. We'll go all the way back to ancient Egypt, and then we'll come forward to our own times within the last few years.
Okay.
So
Wow.
Fantastic
Fascinating stuff. Thank you
Yes.
so much.
Excellent show.
Riveting again.
Yep. And we are live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. We are live and joined by Randall, of course, Brad, and Peter. Peter has a channel where he does astrophotography classes. Teaches people how to do it, shows you how. So you can kind of tell behind him there. You said you watched one of his videos.
Yeah. It's very informative. And I'm finding out that it's,
I guess, an older one.
But
It was still great.
The good stuff's on
I learned a lot.
I'm
I'm
also interested in
astrophotography.
but I didn't know it was called that until I watched that Anyways.
Right. So since this is the end of the world, we figured it's a good time to teach everybody how to take pictures of the sky because it's about to kill us all. How are you doing, Randall?
Doing well. Actually,
Where's your mic? Where's your mic?
Pick up that microphone.
Is this better?
Oh,
There it is.
Okay. I don't know what's wrong with this arm.
Crank that arm down. Yeah, it's been getting loose on you.
Getting loose.
I hate it when the arms get loose.
Yeah.
Look at you with the big old studio, man. You got
Converging in the distance to a point. Yeah, it's going to be slick.
background. He's got some. Crank that arm down. Yeah, it's been getting loose on you.
Getting loose.
I hate it when the arms get loose.
Yeah.
Look at you with the big old studio, man. You got like elbow room. Do that again.
All right, somebody's saying there's an echo. We got to figure out what's going on here with the audio.
Reco.
Echo.
All right, I'm still trying to get into the chat mode. Excuse me.
All right, we're looking at it. Sorry about the echo.
I don't know what that could possibly be.
Okay.
Maybe that was it. I don't even know why that was in there.
Bleep, blap, echo. Everybody or just somebody in particular?
Well,
so yeah, Peter's gone on multiple trips with us, starting out in the southwest, and got to know him a little bit. Came up with plans with his girlfriend, and we've got a geologist slash photographer that's made several trips also, and Peter impressed the hell out of him with everything that he knew. So we wanted to get him in on Star Watching Night. Tau Hercules coming in. Peter's Zelenka here is like one of the people that are really getting into the how to scene, and he offers astrophotography courses, and he's just going to hang out with us tonight, and obviously from that picture background, he's got some cool stuff in his catalog. So welcome, Peter.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We got Randall Carlson in the new studio, right? The bookcases are not 4 feet behind him. They're 24 feet behind him. So yeah, we're all excited about everything that's going to happen in that new space right there.
Oh yeah, we got more lights, microphones on order, so we can do guests around the new conference table, which of course that's just the raw wood. It's going to be veneered with the Cosmographia Compass Rose logo inlaid. It's going to look pretty slick.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that, and we know you got some European craftsmen that are really highly skilled and intent on doing excellent work. So I know that's going to just come out awesome, and I'm really anxious to see that with the Cosmographia Compass Rose logo right there, dab in the middle of it.
Right dab in the middle. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's going to be slick. Let's see. I got it. Okay, right here. We're going to be putting up a whiteboard in a day or two. And we're going to have acoustic curtains mounted under these shelves right here that we can open or close depending. If we're doing a conference around the table and we've got multiple microphones, according to Kyle, we needed to hang curtains or put some kind of baffling up there. So we're going to do the curtains, Kyle, because then we can pull the curtains back and have full exposure of the wall.
Yeah, that's going to be great.
Yeah. It is.
Well, we'll probably get you a rug too, and put it under that table. And I guess that's going to make it hard for the chairs to roll around, but that those are good for absorption also. But so far you sound great, so I don't know if it's going to be a problem either.
You need a rug, Randall, that really ties the room together, man.
Yes, because people actually too frequently come in here and like to urinate on the floor.
Man.
That went the wrong direction.
No, I'm sure everybody there everyone knows the reference to Big Lebowski.
You got to
I
know
watched
Big
some clips
Lebowski.
from that the other night.
I just saw a clip from I didn't even know this was by them. The Ballad of Buster Scruggs. You seen any of that?
Buster
That's
Scruggs. That
pretty
sounds so
crazy
familiar.
stuff.
Nope.
But I am prohibiting my dogs from coming in because they want to come in so bad. I see them sitting outside the door with a forlorn look on their face, but I go, guys, sorry, your dogs. You shed, you got dirt, you're not allowed in the new studio.
You got highly functioning equipment in there that cannot handle dog hair.
Yeah,
That's
don't let
right.
the dogs in.
And if you
That's
see
right.
those dogs, they're like polar bears. They are prepared for Arctic if you look at them.
Actually, Brett, they are polar bears, but I let people believe they're dogs because it's illegal to have polar bears in Decatur.
I know Otis is a polar bear.
All right, so we fixed the echo.
And now we got camera
And killed your camera.
Yeah, Kyle's killed the camera, but I'm saying the echo is fixed. So some of that stuff you guys said about Peter going back and forth here in the beginning, maybe you can just say it again because people really couldn't understand.
Yeah,
because
that echo was
It
real
was really bad,
Sorry
yeah.
about that, folks.
Said we love Peter Zelinka. No, I don't know how. I don't want to spend whatever. Yeah, he's been on some trips with us, and we had another photographer on a trip with us that's we think highly skilled, and he was really impressed with Peter.
That's
So
right, yeah.
I thought that was saying a lot. And as much as we like to watch the stars and track the skies, Peter's doing that more or less as a business, and he does courses and tutorials, and he's a big presence right now on HowTube, which Randall and the whole team are partners with. So we're excited that he's able to put that there and kind of stretch what HowTube's capable of, and sell his wares and get more people looking up at the sky at night. So yeah, we're all for that, and happy to have him with us here. And I know he's going to be on some more tours with us. So you would take some courses and then come out with us, and you can pick his brain right there on site.
Yeah, that's one of the things that, when you guys do your trips, they're usually out in pretty dark skies. So we got plenty of time at night during the trips. You can always go out there with a camera and get some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, we try to include some of that where we get some good nighttime viewing. And a lot of places we go do provide that opportunity quite effectively. So we'll probably get some of that in a couple of weeks when we're out in western Montana. Before we dive into Peter's stuff, do we need to talk about the upcoming expedition tour?
Yeah, we should. For sure.
Well, Montana's full, and that's coming up basically in 10 days. We can talk about the Scablands if you want. What were you thinking, Randall? I was thinking of jumping into these Tau Herculids. It's going to happen potentially in a couple hours, and maybe hugely devastating or surprising. It's really the first passing that we're going to intersect this stream after it disintegrated. Firstly, they tracked it in 1995, and then again apparently another level of disintegration in 2006. So yeah, we may see nothing tonight, but we may see quite a show, and who really knows? So I'm gonna get out there after we're done here after midnight here on the East Coast, and go look skyward.
I got a couple articles we can go through a bit if you want. They're pretty interesting.
Thank you, Bruce. Batman.
Yeah, Bruce gave us $20 beer money.
Hey, thanks, Bruce.
Says see you guys in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and also thanks to Anthony Estrada. He says,
Breckenridge.
first show I caught live, donated $2. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks.
Tony.
So yeah, space.com, there's this interesting article I found about this. It was actually published in 2006. It says comet breakup points to possible meteor shower in 2022. So they were reporting on this in 2006. It says comet 73P Schwarzmann-Wachmann 3, or just SW3, began fracturing in 1995. The breakup has accelerated in recent weeks as the comet again approaches the sun, as it does every 5.3 years.
Spitzer has returned an infrared image of the scene revealing 36 chunks, in addition to a broad stripe in the sky created by smaller pebbles and dust. The material glows in infrared because it is heated by the sun. On each orbit around the sun, the comet lays down a new debris stream along a slightly different path. Each stream spreads out over time. When Earth passes near the comet's dusty trails every year, bits of debris burn up in our atmosphere, creating a minor meteor shower called the Tau Herculids. In 2022, a recent study concluded Earth is expected to cross closer to the comet's main trails, potentially producing a heavier meteor shower. And another spike of these could occur in 2049. Caltech scientist William Reach, who led the Spitzer observations, said they might change expectations for 2022. He said it was unlikely that the 2022 event would be a major one, but the door is open, he said. He said the big chunks coming off the comet move backwards before dispersing. That is something that is not predicted in existing computer models. So to forecast what Earth will plow through in 2022 will now require some reworking of these models. So that's interesting that they in 2006, when they were doing this study, they were seeing basically an anomalous deceleration of the chunks that were breaking off the comet, which forced them to revise some of their models about how comets break up.
Yeah, and that's been one of the issues as far as trying to understand the groupings, the families and subfamilies of meteor streams.
Yeah.
And how they become actually dispersed. Particularly, that's been one of the issues with the Taurid stream. Because there's actually, I think, 3 or 4 meteor streams that are all like cousins to each other.
Okay. So I have another article here this is from earthsky.org, so this one's much more recent. This is May 30th, 2022. So this one says, intense meteor display possible from comet SW3. On May 30th or 31st in 2022, we might have a brief but intense meteor display thanks to a comet that split apart in 1995 and is still apparently fragmenting. It might happen as Earth passes through a particularly dense stream of icy particles which the comet left behind in the years 1995, 1897, and 1892. If it does happen, we will see a grand display of meteors, and even if it doesn't, this comet is one you'll want to come to know. The meteor shower is the Tau Herculids. Its parent comet is 73P Schwarzmann-Wachmann 3. Astronomers found this comet in 1930. It orbits the sun every 5.4 years, and the comet will be in our evening sky again in July and August of 2022. But it is not intrinsically bright. However, it is exceptionally interesting. In 1995, astronomers watched as this comet began to fracture and litter its orbit with an increasing amount of debris. That's why, by some recent calculations, the May 2022 Tau Herculid meteor shower might be intense. This will be an all-or-nothing event, says Bill Cook, who leads NASA's Meteoroid Environment Office. If the debris from SW3 was traveling more than 220 miles per hour when it separated from the comet, we might see a nice meteor shower. If the debris had slower ejection speeds, then nothing will make it to Earth and there will be no meteors. So after the initial discovery in 1930, despite its relatively short orbit around the sun, no one saw the comet again until 1979. Why not? Astronomers missed it partly because of its intrinsic faintness, and the astronomers were also looking in the wrong place in the sky. Their inaccurate orbital calculations were due to occasional close sweeps of this comet past Jupiter. The close passes near mighty Jupiter changed the comet's orbit. And then people began to see the comet again. With the exception of 1985, astronomers have caught it on every return near the sun since 1979. In 1995, comet SW3 suddenly brightened by a factor of nearly 7 magnitudes. In other words, it got 600 times brighter. And for a while, it could be seen with the unaided eye. A month after this outburst, observers using telescopes noticed that the nucleus, or core, of SW3 had split into pieces, and they ultimately determined that the comet split into 4 parts, with 2 parts disintegrating and 2 parts remaining, still following the original comet's orbit around the sun. So by 2006, 2 things had become clear. The comet had by then fragmented into at least 68 pieces, and it was still falling apart. And that's where the story of the possible Tau Herculid meteor shower in 2022 gets even more interesting. So we don't know what we'll see when the comet comes back in 2022. It returned in 2011, but it wasn't well placed for observers that year as it stayed mostly behind the sun. In 2017, astronomers observed the main component along with one new fragment. The nuclei or multiple cores of this comet are small. For instance, the largest part, component C, is only about 0.6 miles or 1 kilometer in diameter. So for there to be a good meteor shower in 2022, 3 pieces of the puzzle must fall into place. First, a large number of particles must have been expelled from the comet's nucleus during its 1995 breakup. This does appear to be true, as images taken at that time indicate. Second, the breakup of the comet would have had to eventually push the material forward in its orbit. As a comet orbits the sun and ejects material, let's assume that particles go in all directions. Those pushed backward will assume a slower speed, and governed by the laws of gravity, they'll fall closer to the sun. And since they're now closer to the sun, they speed up, and in time they'll pass the comet on their smaller orbits and get ahead of the comet. Images of the 2006 passage of the comet show that large chunks in a temporary orbit behind one of the larger fragments. And finally, the comet must eject the material at a speed fast enough to assume this new orbit. A speed of about 60 miles per hour is necessary to pull this off. This is faster than typical, but the major outburst and breakup of the comet's nucleus in 1995 might have been strong enough to produce this speed. So if all 3 of these conditions are met, we will have the perfect storm.
60 miles per hour relative to what?
To the core.
To the core.
Right.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. So it's like classic orbital mechanics. You know, it comes off the comet and has this deceleration, which drops it closer to the sun, which speeds it up. And then if all of that happens, then, then we'll run into the stream.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be interesting to see if it happens.
Yeah. Sort of wanting to share a screen here with a famous graphic.
Go for it.
All right. Let's see if I can.
Well, I like that being differentiated, though, that it's not always just the same velocity coming in. There's a difference between if it's catching up behind the Earth, right, or if it's going the opposite direction or a perpendicular direction. You can have much more severe impacts or not so serious impacts. It could come in, fairly slowly in cosmic terms. We talk about, or Randall's talked about the direct impact of a very dense object possibly creating the hotspot that's still under Yellowstone. So if you have something that comes in perpendicular, right, it can shoot right through the lithosphere. But if you have something that's kind of catching up just barely, it may barely leave a mark, but it still do some damage, obviously. So yeah, what's Randall got here now?
Are we seeing my edit screen or my presentation screen?
It's a black and white kind of old looking woodcutter.
Yeah, it looks like the presentation screen to me.
Yeah, good. Okay. So this was 1833, and you can see the folks are coming out and they're all looking up. And the reason they're looking up is because of this. So that's what I'm hoping for tonight.
Yeah, that would be great.
Snow shower from the sky.
This is like 30,000 meteors per hour. The estimate at some of the peak viewing positions. So this was a lot of people.
I hope so, but I don't know.
The Great Leonid storm of November 13th, 1833 is seen from New England. So a lot of these people thought this was it. I don't know. I'm looking close. I don't see. Oh, yeah. In the distance, you see a couple of them bending over, ready to kiss their butts goodbye.
That's what I was going to say. Get your puckering pose ready.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, a lot of people, the eyewitness accounts, these people thought this was it. It was the end of the world. The apocalypse was on them. And then here's one taken from sea. I mean, not taken from sea, but somebody sketching out what they saw. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is cool. I hope it's grand. That would be great. We got clear skies out here, so we'll be out.
Yeah, well, it's just too bad we're all not out together on a trip. This wasn't happening when we were out in Montana or somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. So the peak is going to be between 11 and 1, or
Yeah, I think something
I
like that.
understand. Yeah.
Yeah, 12-1, but yeah,
12
they
and 1.
obviously can expand that. But yeah, I was amazed that's that tight of a parameter. So if we were going to photograph such a thing, Peter, you got some recommendations on that? I know it's kind of a hit or miss. So yeah, people could sit out there and not see anything, but it could be incredible. And it's like, oh man, I wish I had my damn camera, right?
Yeah. If you guys want, I can share my screen and show you Stellarium and give you some ideas.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sure. Kyle Delisle, thanks, bud.
Yeah, I also want to
Can
thank.
you guys see that?
Yeah, real
Yes.
quick before you go, I also want to thank Steven. $5 donated $5. Says keep it up. Thanks, Chris Byman. $5. Chris
Hey,
Byman is the
Bimes.
drummer in $50 Dynasty, which is our band, and
Dude.
we just released the album on Patreon, which has the intro music to Cosmographia in it. By the
Yeah,
way,
take a minute for that if you want to, Kyle.
yeah, so we will be releasing the album for free on June 21st, the solstice. But it is right now available for early release on Patreon if you want to support the band. You can get there. There's the music's in there. What's going to be the vinyl artwork is in there. And then I've written some, blurbs on each song and some ideas that are, I guess, important to the purpose of the songs, what their meaning is, or what to think about. And yeah, it's 12 songs. Name of the album is Procession. So it is on Patreon at patreon.com/$50 Dynasty, all spelled out. And it will be on streaming platforms on the 21st. So
For the solstice, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Yeah, and I've heard half the songs at least, and they're outstanding. And yeah, I love it, and can't wait to hear the whole record in sequence. So yeah, congratulations, guys. That's really amazing. I know you've been working on that for years.
yeah, thank you very much. And
Yeah,
also, 757 donated $20.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
757. All right. Sorry about that, Peter.
757.
Yeah, that was his name.
But
Don't
that's
say anything, Randall.
Peter, it's your turn.
All right. So yeah, if you want to head out tonight, the Herculids are going to be pretty much directly overhead for the most part. And with that said, if I were you, I'd probably just lay it out in your backyard or anywhere really and just look up. If you're using a camera though, you can kind of see here that there's quite a few meteorites coming off, and the radiant would be right here. So what I've seen personally is whenever I'm photographing the meteor showers, it's actually better to look a little bit away from them with your
Right.
camera. So maybe aim up over towards the south or the west, the north, whatever, rather than directly overhead. And that should get you the more long streaks. And then in terms of your camera settings, you're going to want to use a high ISO, maybe 6400, and then a shutter speed between 15 and 30 seconds. And then from there, just let it run. Have it taking a photo every 30 seconds or so, and hopefully get some cool shots with taking a couple hours worth of photos.
So how much, like if you take a couple hours of photos at 15 to 30 seconds, how much space does that take up?
Well,
I
I
guess-
mean, on my camera, if I'm shooting in RAW, if I take 400 photos, that's probably maybe 5 to 10 gigs worth
Oh,
of
okay.
data.
That's not bad. And
But if
what's
you have like one of the really high-end cameras, it could be a lot more because those files are a lot larger.
so what's your favorite camera to use?
Well, I'm partial to the one I own, obviously, but that's the Nikon D780 because for all things astrophotography, it really has quite a few nice features because for most cameras, you can only shoot about 30 seconds. And then if you want to shoot anything longer than that, you have to attach a remote and do all this other stuff. But with the D780, for whatever reason, that's one of the few cameras that you can shoot longer than 30 seconds. And you could shoot 4 or 5 minutes if you want to. And
wow.
you'd mainly do that if you're photographing nebula or the Milky Way with a star tracker, something like that.
Do you use any special lenses, or is it just?
Well, that's the crazy thing. In my courses over on HowTube, one of the things I show you, I've got the Milky Way course right now, and the whole goal of that is just to show you how to photograph a photo like this, where you can see the Milky Way, And you really just need a normal DSLR and a wide angle lens. And with that fairly modest setup, you can get some pretty cool shots.
Excellent. So that's available on your HowTube stuff. So that you have a YouTube channel, but that's your older stuff. You're putting the newer things on HowTube.
Yeah, back in February, I decided to just kind of go through and redo all my courses. And when I started hearing about HowTube from Randall, I looked into it more and I realized that'd be like the perfect place to put everything, because you can put links to the gear that I'm using, because you wouldn't believe the amount of comments I get people asking for a random clamp or cable I'm using. You can also, I don't know if I can show it here or not, but anyway, I write out like a full description for every single video so you can print those out and take them with you. But honestly, HowTube has been awesome, because the old way of doing things, you would just download the videos and that was about it. But now you can have a full compendium of information right there.
Okay.
So.
Excellent.
So that's one of the things I was going to try to help push along, that one of the features of HowTube is you can have all those products that you're talking about in your instructional videos, and you can describe them, and they're right there if people want to go check them out and actually purchase them. It's a very simple thing to do through the HowTube system. So excited that you've gotten into that, and really kind of helping them move it along on how their functionality works, because you do have so many photography products that you can talk about. So I'm fascinated to get into one of these courses myself. So that's coming up this summer, hopefully.
Yeah, what I would say though is there's at least one free course on there that I've got if you're interested in astrophotography at all, and that would give you a good idea of how HowTube actually works for doing courses. Maybe you want to do one for yourself, you can always sign up and do one. And I know a lot of us are looking forward to Randall's courses he's going to be putting up there sooner or later. So that'll be cool.
Absolutely. Yeah. And if there's a link, we can put that in the description here so people can jump right to it.
And one other point I wanted to mention is that if you head over to my HowTube page, under the playlist on my channel, there's a series on catastrophes. And in the 4th video, there's this really cool game out there that really shows you the whole orbital mechanics that you guys were talking about earlier. There's comets and planets and the sun. And that's honestly been the best resource I've found to just really visualizing and understanding the motions of the solar system. And you can actually fly around in there, and it's a really interesting game. But
what is it?
That's one of the things. Outer Wilds.
Outer Wilds.
And
yeah,
you can get it on your computer if you have a PC. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's not available for Mac?
It might be. I don't know.
Okay, all right. I was going to throw a fit.
What is it called again?
Outer Wilds.
Oh, Outer Wilds. Okay.
I agree. That's a fun game.
And I pretty much did like a 20-minute playthrough and tried to talk about some things that you see there in the game. So that's all over on HowTube. And I think it'd be interesting to check out. Yeah, for sure.
Excellent.
You got a great voice for this, Peter, too, for what you're doing. I can just, hear that soothing as I'm looking up at the stars and learning about how to operate my camera. Yeah. So even more reason to go check out Peter's link on howtube.com.
Yeah. One other thing I wanted to show here in Stellarium before we move on is one of the things that Randall always talks about is the great year cycle, and the fact that it's about 25,920 years, the sacred number anyway. But when we break that up into half cycles, that's about 12,900 years roughly. And when it comes to astrophotography, when we're facing south and looking at the Milky Way, this is what it looks like during our modern times. You see the core kind of cuts off right there on the horizon. But if we were to go back during the Younger Dryas roughly, you might be surprised just how much the sky moves. If we go back minus 10,000. Yeah, close enough. And then we go until it gets dark. I don't know, if you're not really familiar with the Milky Way, this might not make much sense, but before we saw the Milky Way kind of cut off on the horizon here, but during the Younger Dryas, it was way higher up in the night sky, and you could see a lot more of it, which that leads you into the whole archaeoastronomy thing, where they can use applications like Stellarium and figure out what these people might have been aligning their monuments to based on how the stars looked back then. And then
cool.
One other thing is as you guys probably know, the North Celestial Pole here, that's the spot that the Earth rotates around. But if you ever do like a star trails photo and face north, you see that really cool circular pattern. But basically, right now our North Star is Polaris, which is located pretty close to the pole right here. And if we put this back to modern day, you can see Polaris is right there. It's just a little bit offset from the North Celestial Pole, which is why we call it the North Star, because it really doesn't seem to move too much compared to everything else. But as you go back in time, the pole star actually changes. And we can see that if we zoom out quite a bit. So we're just going to start flying back through time, and you'll see that the North Celestial Pole starts to make this giant circle throughout the night sky. And that would be another way you can kind of date things. You know, if you somehow built a time machine, you can go back and look up and see what star is up near the North Celestial Pole. If you went back.
Wow. I've never.
This is great. And what it's doing here, it's tracing out an arc.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's leading over here to Vega.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember that first time, Brad, you and I were out in the night sky figuring that out?
Yeah, I was gonna say something if you didn't, but yeah, that certainly immediately came to mind. Yeah, that was so enlightening to see. Oh my God, you can see where the rotation is and how the pole stars would shift and where that cycle is and what that precession does. Yeah, it's fantastic. So
that's cool.
To be able to recreate it here with a program, even more incredible.
Is that overlay that's built into Stellarium there?
Yeah, this has so much functionality built in. And
I'd always done the rewinding, but I didn't realize you could just set it to only rewind the year at 1 year at a time. So that makes it way better. That's so good.
Yeah, look at that.
If you just click on the year here, hold down the page down key or page up, and you just fly through time.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
And so, if we go back around the Younger Dryas again, the pole star would have been Vega.
Yeah,
and
it is.
It's not nearly as close as Polaris is today, but
now,
just one more way you can figure that out.
These are dates before present, right? Not BC.
Yeah, because if we go to
date and time in Julian calendar.
This would be Julian date, I think, here, but that's all. I don't even know what that means to me. So
it does go negative. It goes all the way down. You know, it's 2022,
there's
and then it goes to 0, and then it starts going
negative.
negative.
1 BC, right? So, yeah.
I mean, this is a discussion. Sorry, Randall, for another day or several other days. Yeah, that's something I've been pondering for years. You know, how does it end up if there was a catastrophe 13,000-ish years ago when Vega was the pole star, and now it's the other side of the cycle, and we're kind of expecting maybe something's due? Why would these major events, if they are on a half of a great year cycle, why would it be when we have a pole star?
Yeah, I know that's interesting.
Another thing that Randall always talks about is the precession of the equinoxes. And to be honest, this took me years to really wrap my head around. Then I used Stellarium, I'm like, oh, that makes way more sense. And that's the cool thing. So if we come here to...
And this is free software, right?
Yeah,
yes.
That's one of the things we use in my courses just to help you learn the night sky, because this is such a critical component here. But we have the vernal equinox, right? March 21st, roughly.
Yeah. And there's Pisces in the sun.
Yeah. And they're saying we're moving to the age of Aquarius, so we have that here. What that really means is that the sun is going to rise in the constellation of Aquarius. And as hundreds and thousands of years move on, we can see now that the sun is rising in Aquarius in the year 4000. And then it would go to Capricorn, Sagittarius, Scorpius, Libra, etc. And so really what's happening is just that these constellations, from our point of view, are just kind of following this band. And
so can you crank up the speed there and let it roll for a minute? Yeah. So it's precessing the night sky, the constellation seems to be moving in reverse of their normal motion.
Yes.
Right? If you were watching them pass over you in the night sky, they go that way. But
yeah, they're going this direction.
Right. But if you look once a year they're going the other direction slightly, very slowly.
And they say it's about, what is it, 2,100 something per.
Yeah, 2160
per constellation, roughly.
Now that's idealized because that would imagine that each constellation takes up 30 degrees of arc.
Yeah.
In the sky, but which they don't. They're. I mean, Pisces is huge. It's this long, giant connection of bright stars.
Compare that angle of Pisces subtended from the Earth compared to the angle of Aries, and you'll get that.
Same thing with Virgo here, it looks like.
Yeah, Virgo's a large constellation.
Here you're in Leo, which has been suggested as the age when the Sphinx was built. That's what was rising with the sun on the vernal equinox right there was Leo. So that'll happen again in 16,502.
Time for a
new one thing that popped in my head the other day is that, if we think about the great years, about 25,920 years or 26,000 years, and if I think I did my math right, if we take 100 great years, that would be right at the start of the Pleistocene, right?
Yep.
Which is another interesting coincidence.
I know. Yeah.
This is great, man. I'm learning. I'm gonna have to play with Stellarium again. I didn't realize you could move time like that. That's great.
Yeah, I've got a video on HowTube as well that kind of goes through this whole great year thing and ties it into Astro. So if you're interested, it's all over there on HowTube.
Awesome.
Okay.
But yeah, that's kind of about all I wanted to show, I think, in here. So
that's great, man. We got a couple more people to thank. David Stig Hansen, $108.
Thank you,
buddy.
Awesome, dude.
Secret.
Who is that, David? David
secret
who?
Esoteric number there.
Yeah.
David Stig Hansen. We met him in Sedona.
He was in Sedona there. Yep.
I thought the name was familiar. That's why I was asking. Thanks, David.
Yeah. He wanted to bash you on some Atlantis ideas, but he seemed to be open-minded.
Well, you got to nail Randall. You know, you got to bash him whenever you get a chance.
Yeah.
And also
108 though, we get it.
Yeah. Chuck, $20. Thank you, buddy. We'll see you soon. I know you're going.
Yeah, Chuck says he's getting ready to head out, hoping to get some great photos of the celestial antics. And Peter's courses are great, so he said it was great
he's already
to see
seen
him
your
in
courses.
Here.
Cool. Also,
Geologist Chuck rocks.
Yeah, Chuck's become a good friend on several tours now, and he's contributed a lot.
He's over coming to Montana.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chuck.
I take back some of those things I've been saying about you, Chuck. But I'm not taking back.
We stick to what we've been saying about you, Chuck.
That's right. Everything we've said, we stand by.
We'll stand by it.
That goes into the censored version.
So
Randall, you want to talk about disintegrating comets at all, and past events, or I don't know, just.
Well, yeah. I mean,
or just take some questions on this stuff, whatever.
Yeah. I'm thinking about Plato's comment from Timaeus. Remember? After the usual interval.
Oh, man.
The stream from heaven, like a pestilence. Comes pouring down.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was warning us, wasn't he?
Sounds like it. Yeah.
At the regular interval. Yeah.
At the usual interval. And after opening the story with the tale of Atlantis with the myth of Phaeton, that's got to be auspicious. I don't think he just randomly thought, hey, we'll throw that in there at the beginning of the story. I think it was intended to provide some major hints about what was happening.
And I wonder if those guys have any sense of, can I make a ripple down the timeline of humanity? Will people read this in 1,000 years and get what I'm trying to put out? I wonder if somebody that intelligent and, connected has those thoughts. Do you have those thoughts, Randall?
I never have thoughts like that.
Oh, come on. I think it comes with the territory, because when you start reading texts that are 1,000 years old or more, then you're like, man, if I wrote something, it's possible that somebody could be reading it in 1,000 years and trying to figure out what it says. I mean, that's what I think. So.
Okay. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. So let's see here. We could go through some interesting stuff here, maybe. Near Earth objects. Let's talk about some near Earth objects and the
Neos. That's what's behind me.
Yeah.
A map of Neos. Yeah. And potentially PHAs, potentially hazardous asteroids.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what we got.
There's more than a few.
I think I can get this. Yeah, this is are you getting this now? Let's see.
Not yet.
Share it. There we go. That's the early version of what I've got. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the early version. And really, the reason I wanted to pull this up was because when you compare the two, this is from the 90s, the one that I've got up here.
Yep.
So when you compare the two, it really does drive home the point of how many of these things are being discovered in our own times. So let's see if we can. Oh, yeah, there's Earth's orbit in there. So here's our evolving census of near-Earth objects. First asteroid discovered, Ceres, 1801. Then 1898, first asteroid seen approaching the Earth, which was Eros. 1932 was the first asteroid that crossed Earth's orbit, that was seen to cross Earth's orbit. That's an Apollo asteroid that gave its name to a family of asteroids called the Apollos. 1970, now there's about 30 near-Earth objects, or NEOs, that are known. From 1801, when the first one was discovered, now we get to 1990, there's about 135 near-Earth objects that are known. And then we get up to 1999, which is actually when I think I first put this list together. And there was, by that time, at least 400 near-Earth objects known by the end of the century, by 1999. And then I updated it with this note later on that the current estimated number of near-Earth objects larger than 1 kilometer in diameter is 1,500. And I think it's probably more than this now. This is probably still 5 to 8 years ago when I did this, when I added this note here. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, the Willamette meteorite, which is interesting because this now, the significance of this, and Brad will know immediately the significance of this. The Willamette Valley. What about the Willamette Valley, Brad?
Well, it backed up 400 feet deep with the floodwaters and carried a bunch of icebergs down there. And this was sitting on an iceberg and just kind of grounded itself at the high water mark.
Yeah, in fact, it's sitting in a cluster of basalt erratics. And I think there's some granitic erratics in there too, if I recall. Well, so what that means is you had this cluster of stuff being backwashed into the Willamette Valley from the Missoula floods on an iceberg. When the iceberg melted, this stuff was deposited. And you see here in the meteorite, when it's penetrating the atmosphere, it develops so much friction that it begins to melt. It causes these molten pockets to form, which are called ablation cavities. And so typically what would have happened if this thing had fallen onto the ice sheet and then been incorporated into the glacial ice under normal conditions, the glacial ice would have ground off the delicate tracery here of these ablation cavities. The fact that those ablation cavities exist tell us that the time span between the deposition of the meteor onto the ice sheet and its transport into Washington was a very short period of time. And it was so short that the meteorite didn't have a chance to get buried in the ice, which I think this is interesting because maybe, just maybe, this is a small piece of the great shower that would have happened at the Younger Dryas or at some earlier impact, just depending on, again, what has to happen here is working out a very precise chronology of these flood events. So, I'm leaning towards the idea that there may have been a 14,600 year ago flood event. But the problem there is if there was a major impact triggering that flood over the Western North America, subsequent floods may have destroyed that evidence. And this is why we don't really find any specific thing pointing to a great meteor shower or impact event of 14,600 that coincides chronologically with meltwater pulse 1A, and presumably very close to the time when some of the earlier floods are dated. Anyways, so that's I thought that was an interesting piece of evidence when I discovered about the Willamette meteor. This was, in fact, before we ever even made our first trip, Brad.
Well, in the sites that I've seen going back in the early days, when I started looking at it, once you introduced it to me, it's like I haven't been able to find how they're coming up with these dates, but they point at like 13,000 years ago. And I don't know how they've pinned in on that. Some of them it's more of a range, 13 to 25. But it's still absolutely appropriate to be during the sudden melting of the ice. And could this be one little section of thousands?
Yes,
thousands that could have just freaking bashed the ice sheet.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. And this thing here too, even though it's coming in at a great rate of speed, its actual when it made landing, it had to be a relatively gentle affair. And we've seen that because heavy iron meteorites have come in through the atmosphere, reach incandescent temperatures, and then by the time though they hit the earth, they barely even break the skin of the earth. They're just almost sitting there on the landscape. So there's some rather interesting atmospheric dynamics going on there for sure. The next one is go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that I don't remember exactly, but that's in a National Museum in New York City. Still, it's on display there, so you can go up and stand next to it and whatever. So it is, human size. It's, 8 feet by about 10 feet. It's a huge chunk of metal that's been burned on its entry into the atmosphere. And whatever happened after that, it didn't get a lot of erosion and remodeling until it was found. A lot of those edges are very crisp and sharp, so it was not tumbled under a glacier for 10,000 or 100,000 years. I mean, it probably sat on the top and it floated down to Willamette Valley, and that's how they found that thing.
That's precisely
really crazy, incredible.
Yeah, and this is actually this something I got to learn to do here. For some reason, my it really jumps around. It's super sensitive here.
What are you using to change the images?
I'm using my mouse wheel.
Oh yeah, try using your arrow keys on your keyboard.
Yeah, I'm doing that now. I actually figured that out just at the moment you were saying it.
Okay.
Excuse me. Okay, so
we can also adjust that wheel rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, then he'll be like, the wheel's too slow for everything else.
Yeah. Time-lapse photo. So here you can see, the radiant of the Leonid meteor shower.
Oh man,
time-lapse photograph that was taken back in 2001. But Leonid, of course, because its radiant is focused or aimed towards the constellation of Leo, very close to the star Regulus, which is the shoulder of the lion. And
Peter, I was going to ask Peter about that photo. Like how do you do something like that?
Well, that was probably shot on film back in that time. So if I had to guess, he probably took maybe an hour, maybe 2 hour long photo.
You could estimate the time lapse by the star trails.
Right.
Because that's how much the Earth has spun during this exposure.
Yeah, that's actually a course I'm working on right now for HowTube, is a Star Trails course to show you how to actually take stuff like this. And with modern cameras, you normally just take a bunch of 20-second long photos, and then you can stack them together fairly easily and have a photo similar to this.
That's awesome.
And it's really cool if you face north, because then you get the north celestial pole and you get this cool like circular pattern. I can probably.
But with the meteor stream in there, that's pretty awesome right there.
Yeah, you can really see the radiant.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you trace these back, coming out like this. Yeah, they're all centered right in here. And then the next slide kind of shows the basic principle of a radiant, and really how that divergence is an illusion. And what you see at the lower graphic there is that the meteors are actually coming in parallel lines. But it's the same way as if you're walking down a railroad track and you're looking at the rails converging in the distance to a point. But in reality, they're still parallel. So the concentric focus on a particular point is an illusion. It's not real. And then, of course, the name of the meteor shower is not because they are literally coming from that constellation. Again, it's just we're essentially, if you're driving across a road and you stand in the middle of the road and you're looking at the traffic, the oncoming traffic, well, it's only coming from a finite distance away. It's not coming from, if you were to, for example, if you were doing it at night, you were standing in the middle of a road at night and you're looking at the stars, and then you've got cars coming towards you. It will give the appearance that they're coming from that direction of whatever stars on the horizon that you're going to be looking at, but obviously they're not really coming from those stars. And so, and I think I got a graphic coming up here that shows kind of the same idea. So anyways, yeah, that's the radiant, and that's what you've got to understand about watching meteor showers. Leonid meteor shower, again, this was probably taken at the same, the same meteor shower in 2001, the previous slide we were looking at. And there's the star pattern of Leo, and you can see, okay, get my hand off of that mouse. There we go. I was going to use the mouse cursor to show you where you can trace the radiant right here towards Regulus.
I want to thank people for the donations that are coming in. They're buzzing by. This is the first time I've had the chat open as I'm participating here. So yeah, just grateful for everybody to get in there and want to talk about and everything that's going on and contributing. Thank you, Tommy. $108. That's freaking awesome. We need it, and it's going to good use. So yeah, thank you everybody for being here with us live and doing the contributions that you can.
Yeah, we've been keeping track of them so we can go through them when we
all,
got a chance.
All donations coming in tonight are going for Brad's hair transplant. So here we have a Leonid fireball, and it's got its own little meteor coming in with it, which I think is kind of cool. And check it out. See it? Look at how it's passing right in front of Orion.
Right across Orion, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what this is. I found this on the internet years ago, and nobody seemed to know what it was.
Wow.
My recollection of that, it was a teenager that stayed home from school in Australia and was able to gather that picture. And what I always get of that is the dragon head kind of diamond shape, and then you think about it coming in and
because when fireballs enter the atmosphere, they hiss.
I totally see that, the hissing dragon coming in.
Absolutely. So I'm going to have to update my selected meteor streams with data because I don't have the Herculids on here. But we certainly, in our last pre-recorded episodes, we've been talking about the great firestorms and connected the timing of those firestorms with the Draconid meteor shower, which occurred, which peaks October 7 to 9. So we've got you just posted one of those episodes today, right, Brad? Or am I right? There's two left. You just posted one, or we've got two more left to post?
No, there's one left, 84. So yeah, 82 and 83 come out in the last week. So yeah, I'm trying to pump those out and get the next one out in the next week. Yeah, before we record the next one, whichever we're going to get into next Monday. New topic, yeah. But the firestorms has been really
I'd be very interested in people's thoughts and comments about that. I felt like I was still sitting on the fence with, could it really be caused by a meteor shower of some kind? Then we find out what really seemed to kind of push me off the fence onto the side that, yeah, that seems very possible was, the 2017 Santa Rosa fire, when I actually found out that there was this flurry of meteorite activity precisely at the time that the fires seemed to ignite.
Yep. That was still to come out. That's the culminating episode, but that's the big story right there.
Damn it! I let the cat out of the bag again.
Bleep.
I thought there were no animals allowed in your studio.
Well, yeah.
Nice cow.
I may let the lion shed. If a lion shows up at my studio door, I'll probably let him in. Okay. Yeah, sometime during the fall of 1860, an unusual atmospheric phenomena occurred in the region. That's near, this is back right here in our backyard in Whitfield County, Georgia. A bright light shot across the heavens, followed by a loud report, creating great alarm among the people, many of whom supposed the end of the world had come. This seems to be something that's quite deeply ingrained in the human psyche, is that when these cosmic phenomena happen, one of the first things that conjured up in people's minds is it's the end of the world. And I suspect that probably is something ingrained in us from the fact that our ancestors did experience the end of their world as a result of cosmic events.
Right. And
I'm going to stop this share for a moment because I think that Peter has pulled up a great background image there.
Man, that is cool.
On that last point you were just touching on, I had a very relevant photo to share if you guys want to see.
Yeah, let's see it.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Sure.
let's see it.
Let's see here. And I think this is one I found from one of your presentations, but let's do this one. Can you guys see this with the Chinese depictions of the comets?
Yep.
Yeah.
And the ones that stood out to me are these ones with the circle and the almost like antenna coming up.
Yeah.
And I found on cave walls out in the Southwest in Utah, weird things like this, where you have very similar.
Yep.
Like, how do you come up with that just off the top of your head? And you have maybe 4 comets over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost seems to be right in your face.
Those also look like, some of those Chinese depictions look like the Paracas candelabra down there off the coast of Peru. Very similar. I might be able to find a picture of that and show what I'm talking. Oh, that's right. We can't share.
What kind of candelabra?
The Paracas
candelabra. It's yeah, it's got a lot of beards on it.
Well, you know that the original meaning of comet also did include beard as well as long-haired. So,
please
Randall
explain.
Cometson.
And see, have you guys ever noticed, now speaking of the, how fascinating entomology is? And
etymology?
No, entomology.
Entomology.
Etymology.
Etymology.
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
Etymology.
Bugs or words?
Not the bugs.
Okay.
Bugs or words. Words about bugs. Oh, words. Sorry. It must be getting late. I think it's past my bedtime. Etymology, think about this. Think about whenever you are writing a sentence and you want to have a little pause in the sentence, what do you insert? A comma, right?
Oh, yes, of course.
A coma. So, and then you look at it, and what does it look like?
Yeah, it's
looks like a little comet with a tail. So that's something you can add into your courses, Peter.
So are any questions coming through there? I can't keep up with this.
Yeah, I can
my stuff is off to the side, but yeah.
I can go through some of these.
Yeah, we need to catch up.
Yeah, we got to catch up. So Jason,
where are we time wise? Hour-ish?
Yeah, we got half an hour left.
Cool.
So Jason Moskowitz, $50, said, when you give the dimension of St. Mary's as 39.6 by 68.6 feet, why use the decimal rather than inch fractions? Does this have to do with pre-Julian 10-month years? And he says
No, that's primarily just so you can see the numerical associations clearer.
Okay.
If you're going to, for example, you want to calculate the ratio, it's a lot easier in your calculator here. You just take and put in 68.6,
right,
like that, rather than trying to put in inches. And
got it.
Yeah, because you have to convert those anyway.
Yeah,
you have to convert them anyway.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
And of course, here's the thing. I mean, you can round it up. You figure out what your allowable margin of error is, and in this case, I allow like an inch or two on either side, which I don't think in any way negates the ultimate thing that you're looking for, which is the ratio of length to width. And one would not expect, if you even went out and laid out a perfect Route 2 rectangle and you build a building on it, and 1,000 years later, you're trying to reconstruct the system of metrology upon which that structure was based, you're not going to necessarily assume that every dimension is going to be absolutely precise after 1,000 years. And it doesn't have to be. We can look at the Parthenon, and there's been earthquakes in Athens. So the original dimensions of the Parthenon are actually a little bit larger because the earthquakes have caused joints to separate a little bit. But that doesn't mean that you can't use the Parthenon along with other Greek structures and writings and so on to go back and reconstruct a very precise length for the Greek foot. But that's the main reason. It's just it's simple because, for one thing, when you use the decimals, then the numbers that are part of that sacred canon of numbers, they show up. They won't show up if you use feet and inches, and because then your inches you're talking about, you're going to have to go into 1/16 of an inch, and so that's the main
fractions
reason.
Instead of
then you're talking about fractions.
Right. Well, thank you,
Randall. Do you want to go? I'm sorry, Russ. Do you want to go into that a little bit more? That was Bly Bond, is that right? Measuring the St. Mary's at Glastonbury, and came up with some numbers that were like, ooh, well, I can't report that these are the numbers that I'm getting.
Well, we'll save that for the Grail series that we're going to be doing.
Yeah, we got some people to thank.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So thank you, Jason, and good question. We also got Someone Unseen, $5.
Shout out too.
Yeah, and said, thanks guys, the live content is great. Thank you, someone. Morgan Slining, I think that's it, $10, says, big fan of you guys, just curious, I live in Iowa. What was the landscape prior to the flooding and the deposit of so much silt? Just wondering what the land looked like back then.
Oh, well, it depends on where in Iowa, because, actually during the late Pleistocene, those glaciers didn't get as far south as Iowa, but earlier glaciations did. The Kansan, the Nebraskan, they got as far south as as Iowa. So Iowa, a lot of Iowa was glacial outwash plain. And it's not really the subject of tonight's episode, but we could circle back to that. Some of the new LiDAR maps and things are quite interesting because you can really see the flows of water, of meltwater, the depositional morphology of the landscape. So a lot of Iowa, with the exception of the northeast corner of Iowa, which is part of the driftless area. A lot of Iowa is so level and plain because of and flat because of the fact that it was all glacial outwash. In other words, very large amounts of glacial material being spread out because of sheet flooding, sediment-laden sheet floods moving out, and then ultimately focusing into the Mississippi River Valley, and all, of course, heading towards the Gulf of Mexico.
And there's some incredibly detailed topographic maps now that can show, how far the moraine came, how the recessional moraine kind of backed up across those territories. I was one of those places specifically where that's really visible. And, just so apparent to me as I drove cross country last time to do our trip out there with Randall and Graham in Washington, just to drive through Ohio and know that that's part of glacially flattened area. And then you go into the Dakotas and it's like, okay, this is flooding from melting from Lake Agassiz and other places north. And then you go into these other oversized river channels, and it's just, you get a sense for the landscape that was just totally revamped by these geologic processes that, have been on in function of the earth for millennia and, millions of years. And we've only been here this short time, but to see it in the landscape as you drive across this country is so stunning to me. And I'm so happy to know that people are driving to these events to see us and travel with us and get a sense of these things, because the picture of what a huge event or series of events it has been at the end of the last ice age to resculpt the topography of this country is just incredible. So the more you listen to Randall, the more it comes clear and the more you want to get out and see it. So hang with us on Cosmographia.
Yeah, and I would say that how it resculpted the entire continent.
Hell yeah.
Of course, the whole country. But yeah, I mean, as you cross, I'm thinking about my last drive through Indiana, you've got that flat outwash plain, and then you get up there, and then you're getting up into the moraine, and you realize that you go from flat to suddenly it becomes very hilly, and now you're up in the moraine. Oh yeah, that's a great map
nice
there. This is the national map database here. Yeah, look at this. So we're seeing this is southern. Let's see.
Well, you can make out the bottom of Lake Michigan there, and then Lake Erie too. Yeah.
Lake Erie, yeah, and then Michigan here. So there's moraine right in here. You can see these arcuate features here.
Well, we don't see your cursor, Randall.
Oh, well, okay. I can see it though.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I did a little catastrophe mini series, and the whole point of that was just to give people the tools where they can look at all this stuff for themselves. And this was the first video I did was the National Map Viewer. I've got a link, and I show you how to use the proper filter here. But I mean, you don't have to have a geology degree to just look on this and say, wow, clearly a lot of water came through here.
Hell yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
That's the great thing with modern tech is now an average person can load this up and see the landscape. Whereas normally they have no idea what's actually there.
Well, this is, we use this as a tool. I mean, we have the 4-hour trips and our tours that we do with the groups. We do a series of briefings where we meet and we do a digital conference like Zoom, and we go through a lot of this so that you can kind of get the big picture, because really to get it, you have to also, I mean, just like Brad was saying, I mean, you don't really get it until you're out spending time in the landscapes, and then the story will begin to reveal itself. And then when it does, that's when you begin to really grasp how the magnitude of this story. Yeah.
So still that's nearly impossible. That the magnitude is, as Kyle and Russ have said after going to the Scablands the first time or first couple times, even, it's like you really can't grasp the immensity, even though you're in it. It's so huge. Yeah. It's really beyond a human perception.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
One thing I don't understand though is, like, for the Scablands, why are they so, mainstream geology? Why are they so hesitant to just include all of these obviously floodwater carved valleys? Like, they try to say all of this erosion came from Glacial Lake Missoula, but they seem to ignore all of this.
Ethnocentrism.
Well, that is beginning to change. Like, Chris Cottrell over at All the Randall You Can Handle just posted a new video today with our good buddy Jerome Lessman, who Brad and I have been out in the field with, studying drumlins up in the Okanagan Valley and the Fraser Plateau and the Omak Plateau, and he's been out with Nick Zentner, and they're looking at evidence that the Okanagan Valley was a conduit for major southward directed meltwater flow. So Chris commented that the fact that Zentner, who's, I don't know, I haven't looked at his work enough yet. I mean, it seems really, really good work. I think he's not deviated too much from the conventional interpretation, but I think Chris's comment about this being a game changer could be that, yeah, he's coming on direct, and I haven't watched it yet except for like the first minute. And he's commenting that him and Jerome are up there in the Okanagan Valley looking at evidence for major southward directed meltwater flows that might even be, I didn't use the word catastrophic, but clearly when you see the scale of that, which we've been up there multiple times now, undoubtedly catastrophic.
And anything that opens the door to other water sources than Lake Missoula is a, it's going in the right direction. So if they're looking north and there's Okanagan River Valley impounded lakes, like I know Jerome has been telling us for years. I met Jerome in 2009, so we've been talking about this stuff, and it's like, yep, it's all up here. But the idea that the American scientists don't want to give credit to a Canadian source for their features is just, it's so strange. But that just seemed to be all along what is like they're sticking to. And I want to say, yeah, thanks for sharing those maps, Peter, because those are excellent, and Randall's used those a bunch of times, and I actually include that link in every podcast episode because they're so great to look at. So yeah, it's just a quick sample of the cool stuff you can see just perusing through there if you've got the correct layers activated.
Yeah, I think it's elevation tinted hillshade is the
tinted hillshade. There you go. Yep.
Yeah, I like to play with that because by playing with the tinting, you can really begin to it helps you differentiate the features. And that's a powerful tool. That's a very powerful tool. And so yeah, we're going to be up there in a couple of weeks. We'll all be up there. Sorry you're not going to be with us, Peter, but the rest of us four are all going to be up there in some of those beautiful, very majestic mountain valleys of western Montana, exploring the evidence for the giant. Let me say this. I call it Lake Missoula, right? I use the word lake because that's a common term for the body, the volume of water that occupied these mountain valleys of western Montana, right? Even though, and I want to make this clear, I don't think of it in terms of a standard lake of a static body of water. The model of the outburst floods the Missoula floods is that the ice dam lasts anywhere from, say, 30 to 100 years, a minimum of 30 or 40 years to reform, which to me doesn't make sense. But then up to, say, 100 years for the lake to slowly rise until it reaches that tipping point, busts through the dam and drains out, but never any explanation about where you get 600 plus cubic miles of water ultimately from. Where I repeat that question over and over again. Okay, you're kicking the ultimate cause of the floods over into western Washington. You've kicked the can up the road to this lake basin, but it doesn't stop there. Because that water had to come from somewhere. Was it rainfall? Well, where the hell did all that rainfall come from? And how do you have that much rainfall and have a stable ice mass that can withhold, hydraulic heads of water up to 2,000 feet deep? That makes no sense. I'm sorry. It makes no sense. If it's meltwater, well, then clearly it's meltwater in any conventional model of meltwater. It's the snout of the glacier that's melting. Everything we've seen with melting glaciers in modern observations is that as proglacial lakes form, the glacier is receding because it's melting. But now we're supposed to imagine that somehow we've accumulated all this water at the same time that the glacier lobe is advancing. But it's completely contradictory to what we've actually witnessed and observed in our own times. So I think that the time is overdue for a relook at the origins of these great floods. And we have to look to the north because you might have had several 100,000 cubic miles of ice over southern Cordillera. If we look, at some point I did a rough calculation of the volume of Cordilleran ice that occupied the watershed of the Columbia River. And it's a lot of ice. And it was filling those mountain valleys up to 10,000 feet thick. Now that ice is gone now. So it had to have melted. It had to have turned into meltwater. There was only one direction it could drain, and that's to the south. And I think that the complexity of these flood events is due to the fact that we have to look at the entire recession and melting away of the southern Cordilleran ice. And this may have taken 2,000 to 3,000 years to get rid of all of it. I'm sure it did. But that doesn't mean that juxtaposed on top of that, there was one or two or maybe three events that were outsized compared to all of the rest. And if we accept that, then we have to go the next step, and we have to look for a trigger, because an outsized melting event isn't just going to happen. There has to be an energy source, and this is the point I've been hammering on for years. There has to be an energy source. And what is that energy source? Well, I think that internal processes aren't going to do the job. We have to look out there.
Obviously, it's
And
electric universe.
Shut up, levity boy.
We got
This. This is the kind of stuff that we ponder, on our trip. So I'm looking at the itinerary today and finding some new spots. And so at the very tail southern end of Lake Pend d'Oreille is a nice point called Yokalaups Point.
Oh,
So we're gonna go there. I mean, the common name is McDonald, but we're gonna get out there and look up the Pend d'Oreille Valley and that 1,400 or 1,200 foot deep lake that they test scale submarines in. It's so huge and deep, and ponder the ice dam and the Perseid trench lobe and the 800 million cubic feet per second of water rushing through there. We're gonna go stand down there. So that's the kind of stuff that we do on these tours, and that's gonna be one of the first stops on our Montana trip in 2 weeks. So
Yeah.
we're going to do it again next September. These things are a lot of fun, and we hope you can get on and join with us. But I'm excited about getting everybody on that point and looking up the gullet of this lake and the ice dam that busted catastrophically.
Yeah. We are going to ponder Pend d'Oreille.
Aye.
there you go.
Yeah. And now you're understanding why it was called Lake Pend d'Oreille.
One of them.
No, I think, what was it? It's because it looks like an ear
It does look like an ear.
when you look at the
Question mark. Ponder. A question mark. A quest. Quest.
question mark.
Quest.
Uh-huh.
Oh, we
Yeah.
did, that
Quest.
was the other episode. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Don't give away the quest. A quest from the Lord. All right,
All
so
right.
let me go through some more of these donations and some questions, and we got about 10 minutes left.
Well, you got some questions for Peter?
Well, let's see what we got here. Verity Davis gave $20, says, "Keep up the awesome work, fellas." Thank you.
Thank you, Verity.
From Kyle, we got $10. It says, "It's very interesting how the sun rises in these main / well-known constellations. Do you believe the ages, future and past, were inferred by measurement or by a civilization seeing them all?"
Who's that question? Is it just general?
Well, I think it's in reference to what Peter was showing us.
showing us the precession
But yeah,
of
anybody
the
can answer it.
equinoxes.
Like how long
Are these civilizations that are watching this happen?
and measuring the
measuring it?
ages, or are we just getting an approximation, the 2160?
Well, I think like Peter was saying, the signs of the zodiac are an idealized 1/12 or 30-degree subdivision of the entire apparent orbital path of the sun. The plane of the ecliptic, remember, if you just picture, if you've got the ball of the sun and you've got let's say the ball of the sun is a basketball and the earth is a ping pong ball or a marble, and they're connected to each other by a long rubber band. And as the earth is going around the sun, that rubber band is sweeping out a plane, the orbital plane, which projected against the vault of fixed stars defines the 12 constellations of the zodiac. And that's what makes those 12 constellations special to ancient peoples, was because they saw all of the action in the sky, the planet movements, the position of the sun, the position of the moon, against the backdrop of those particular 12 constellations. Now, the constellations gave their names to the signs that are attached to the vernal equinox. But as Peter was showing how the vernal equinox is moving, it means that the first sign of spring is moving along with the vernal equinox. So the entire wheel of the zodiac has the illusion of being, in effect, rotated, in a sense. So it has now become offset from the actual constellations or star groupings that gave their names to those signs initially. So I know this is hard to wrap your head around, but most people don't understand that difference, that there's a difference between the signs and the constellations, and they become offset because of that precessional motion. What was the question again?
Well, they almost use that though to date it. Like if we can go back in time to a spot where they line up, that would give you. Yeah, obviously that's when they must have done it. Unless,
now see, if they actually kind of line up pretty good around 2,500 years ago. I mean, it's not that long ago where the sign of Aries is now juxtaposed over the constellation of Aries, which makes me think, because we know that the zodiac is older than 2,500 years, no question. Does that mean we have to go back perhaps a full precessional cycle? And that's when those correlations were first made, which would mean, 28,000, 29,000 years ago for the establishment of the first establishment of the zodiac? I don't know, but I've pondered that.
All right. Well, that was a good question from Kyle. Thanks, buddy.
Our buddy Ed Nightingale has got all kinds of commentary on a lot of this stuff, and eventually we'll get him on.
Yeah.
Okay, Rex gave $10. Thank you, Rex. Appreciate that. And Redesi Entertainment, $50. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No comment there, just a heart. New Phase, 108.13. Thank you very much. That's Tommy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you, Tommy.
Hopefully, I'm not doxing you there, Tommy.
Yep. Duly doxed.
She says the most durable substance on Earth is myth. Correct. It's an interesting statement.
Yeah, we're Brad and I are pondering.
She's a thinker.
Well, I think we know about stone that's lasted longer than myth, so can't say it's the most durable. I'll just be mean and
but
shoot
I
it
catch
down.
your
just
meaning.
Completely shoot it down. Yeah,
I get the meaning. And, yeah.
Maybe the most durable substance that humans build is myth. There you go.
Thank you, everybody. Really grateful.
All right, we got one from Trevor. $5 says there is a neo-Gothic cathedral called the Chapel of, Nossa Senhora das Vitórias on the Azores. Should we add this to the Azores trip itinerary? Cheers.
I think yes.
Yeah.
I think we'd better add that.
Yeah.
I think yes. I'm with you. Who recommended that?
Trevor Harris.
Trevor. I think Trevor gets an attaboy for that.
Oh, got an attaboy.
Okay,
hard to
are
come
you guys
by.
Still going? Can we speculate a little bit? We only got like 5 minutes.
We got more people to thank. Can we run through the thank yous real quick?
Of course.
Then we can speculate.
Yeah, be quiet, Brad. We got stuff to do here. Kyle DeLille gave another $20. Says here's an extra 20 for Brad having to put up with Randall's bad jokes. Or maybe no, it says bald jokes. That's what it
Kyle
is.
DeLille.
Bald.
DeLille, yeah. I'm not planting any
$20.
new hair.
That $20 goes directly to Brad for having to put up with Randall's jokes. Okay.
Is Kyle? Is he coming to Montana? I think he might be coming to Montana.
I hope so.
I hope so.
That'll be cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like hanging out.
Thanks, brother.
Dan QLD gave $50. Says I'm only 25 episodes into your Cosmographia streams, watching from the beginning, still loving it. Thanks for all of your work. And look, Brad has a beard, Randall has a studio, and the shiny boys aren't as shiny, so I must be way behind. Yes, you are.
Got to keep up with the current events here, man.
Yeah, bro.
Unicorn horns, $10. Great conversation as always, fellas. Catch you guys on the next meetup. This $10 is for Brad. Brad's getting lots of support.
Thank you.
There's an upside to me giving you grief. People feel sorry for you.
25 years, people. 25 years I've been hanging out with this dude. Help.
Help.
Okay, here's a question for Peter from Chuck. Chuck gives $5 and says, okay, I'm paying an extra $5 to see if I am right that Peter is right now wearing sandals.
Nah, I'm barefoot.
Oh!
Even better. Barefoot. I'm barefoot.
There's like
I'm
a whole
barefoot. Come on.
betting thing going
Yeah,
on.
people are betting.
$15 on sandals, $5 no sandals.
That's Verity. Thank you, Verity.
Well, there's a whole
Yeah, they're all
pool
betting with
going
each
on.
other. Yes, on whether or not Peter is wearing sandals.
We love this.
When we were on the Scablands trip, I walked all over these goat heads, and my sandals were completely covered. So Chuck had to come over with a knife and rip them all off.
Oh, that's
Wow.
right. That's what it
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Oh, that's right. I remember that now, and I'm going, who's this guy out here in sandals?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So Matt.
All right, so pay up.
Yeah.
All you people that put money up for the sandals,
you owe it
pay
again.
Free toes. Free toes.
Matt
All
put
right,
up
so
$5 for
let
sandals. And
I think we should have a betting pool on whether or not Brad is wearing pants.
he's just trying to make more money for Brad, folks.
I am. No. Okay. Oh man. Whew.
That's great.
I was worried for a moment there.
it's like, oh my God, he's in boxers. Nope, those are shorts. Okay.
And end of that one.
So
No
Brad-
shoes though. I'm
Brad is not
toe
wearing
free.
pants.
Toe free.
All
These
right.
now with Peter's backdrop there, it makes me want to start talking about the moon.
Yeah,
And we
People
have
run
a
out of
a
time.
request for you to talk about the moon from Erin. She also, I think,
Cheese
requested
tease.
last time.
She's requested every time
Yes.
that you talk about the moon. So I think
Well, okay, so look, we've got
Aaron
the
has a
Anything
thing.
else?
we got 1 minute. Talk about
Yeah.
the moon for 1 minute.
Wait a
Randall.
second. Speculation. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, we have the great Maria there behind Peter, which are basaltic, almost certainly from ancient great impacts. And what's interesting, if you look at here, like immediately to Peter's left, from our viewpoint, you see the really big Maria there, and you see how they're circular. And what's interesting about these Maria is, and this is when we finally circle back and we really dive into the moon stuff. We'll talk about this in more depth. But what's really interesting about the Maria is the fact that they are so shallow. In fact, when you're at the center of the Maria, you don't even see the 1 or 2 mile high mountains that form the rim because the craters are so shallow. So somehow the physics of impacts are not being observed here. They're not being what am I trying to say here? It's past my bedtime. So what I'm saying here is that the shallowness of the craters is anomalous. The shallowness of the Maria is anomalous. That's all I'm going to say for right now.
And
But-
and that's how I got Randall's attention first couple times we met. When I said that, he like perked up. It's like, who's this guy? How do you know that? So yeah, I had read Charles Hapgood.
Oh, yes.
Isn't it also quite a bit less dense than it should be, considering how strong it seems to be?
Well, it's
resistant to impacts.
At the center of each Maria are the
Mass cons.
anomalous mass concentrations, known as mass cons, which doesn't seem to make sense given the overall homogeneous density of the moon, assuming that the density is homogeneous. And that's pretty much one of the assumptions. But these are all things we're going to get into when we really start talking about the moon. And it's coming up. But the problem with the moon stuff is that once that's out there, I think that there's going to be ramifications that, there's going to be backwash from that. And when that happens, we want to be ready for it.
Yeah.
All right.
Crypto Chris, thank you.
Yep. Thanks to the Happy Plague, Jason, JK, Chuck, again, Aaron, Crypto Chris.
Yes.
Everybody that we didn't mention. Sorry about that. We're trying to keep up, but, time flies.
That's
Just
right.
come through for us every episode. Thank you, Crypto Chris. Yeah.
Absolutely. And thanks to the whole chat. You guys are, as always, very entertaining. It's fun watching it go by. Thanks, Randall and Brad. We got to.
All right. I don't know. Can we do 3 minutes, Randall? I just wanted to ask.
Oh,
okay,
sure.
we don't know what's going to happen tonight. It could be nothing. It could be some crazy snowstorm from Cosmos. What if there was some kind of Tunguska event over a populated area tonight? what might change? What
I better go get another beer.
Oh
what would
my
happen?
God.
Well,
I know I want to go outside and watch it,
I mean,
but you're right.
If you had a Tunguska event over a populated area, I mean, that's going to change everything. I mean,
millions of people would be incinerated.
well, yes,
That's
over
crazy.
a populated area, yes, instantly, and yeah, I mean, it would be the kind of historical game changer that if history was still around 1,000 or 2,000 years from now, you know, people
It's a
would look
turning
back
point.
upon it. This is a major turning point.
Because we've said
Absolutely.
that if Tunguska would have been 3 hours later and would have hit St. Petersburg or Leningrad, you know,
Yeah.
there 20th century would have been totally different. There wouldn't have been a World War I probably. I mean, it would just totally revamped what would be going on. So I just wonder, you know, so I just, you know, you hate it. The destruction's got to be the incentive or the catalyst to create change, but
Yeah.
sometimes that's what it takes. So, you know, I'm not asking for it, but we
Right.
don't know what's going to happen tonight. So I'm going to go out and watch and listen.
Yeah, I suspect that we're not going to have a Tunguska event.
Right.
But I mean, we could. I mean, what I'm hoping for is just a really spectacular meteor shower. And what time is it now here in Georgia? We're at 11:03.
Yeah, it's getting close. It's time to end the show so we can go watch.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on.
He's trying to get out of here, folks. No,
right,
it's all
well,
good.
Great job. Thank you so much, Peter. Excellent.
Yes, thanks, Peter.
Yeah, man.
Thanks for
I'm
having
going
me.
to check out some of your free content and on howtube.com and you know, dig deeper and look forward to having you on another trip with us so we can get more details directly from you. So yeah, great having you.
Yeah, and you need to figure on getting you back for again. I'm sure you have a lot more you can talk about.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me. It's been a true honor coming on here and hanging out with all you guys tonight.
cool.
So thanks.
And you might make
Awesome
it out.
photographs.
Might make it out to the Scablands in September,
Maybe.
maybe. Okay.
All right.
I hope
Looking
so.
forward to it.
Cool, man. Thanks for coming on. Enjoy
Thanks,
your
Snake Bros.
I enjoy your
Good
work,
job.
and I'll be watching more of it.
All right. Good night,
Thanks.
everyone. Thanks
Good
for
night.
tuning in. Thanks for your comments, your questions, and your donations, everyone.
Yes.
Yes, thank
Very
you
much
all so much.
appreciated.
Yes. Good night, chat.
Go out.
This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast, and we are joined by the usual suspects. We got Bradley, we have normal guy Mike, and of course we have myself and Kyle
How's it
and
going, everybody?
Randall Carlson. And I think we are continuing on with some of the most interesting bits here about the firestorms. We ended the last show with some fascinating personal accounts that Randall read from some letters, and I think we're going to be continuing on in that vein, right, Randall?
Well, yeah, I think there's a few more unanswered questions about that whole sequence of events. Wouldn't you say?
I think so.
I don't think we've solved anything here, but I think we have raised some valuable questions in the process, but I don't think we've answered those questions.
Do you think we can?
Can we answer those?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know.
I think at least
I-
asking the right questions is a good place to start.
It's exactly the point, Russ.
Yeah.
Yeah. Asking the right questions.
It's still the X factor though.
And see, when you say asking the right questions, think about the word question, right? And think about the story of the Grail. Now, what is one of the great themes? A quest, yes.
A quest.
A
Yes.
question. Get it?
Yes.
They both, a quest and a question. And, think of the moral of the story. So Percival stumbles upon the Castle Corbenic, which housed the Grail. This is where the Grail was kept. First, he had encountered the lame Fisher King fishing in a river. And then from there, he probably through some kind of special guidance given to him by the Fisher King, he serendipitously stumbled upon Castle Corbenic, went in, and he was entertained in this great hall with a procession of these young people bearing strange objects. And he watched in fascination, but he refused to ask the critical question what it all meant. So he had this entire drama presented right before him, and he didn't ask the question of what was the meaning of what he was seeing, because he was trying to be polite. And he had been told that, you don't want to be too outspoken and arrogant, and you should always listen. And just so he didn't ask the question. And because he didn't ask the question, the curse, the enchantment was not lifted. The curse was not broken. And so it had to go on for at least, it depends on which account you're reading, but at least another 5 years of impoverishment and misery of the wasteland. But he could have ended it right there and healed the king right there if he'd asked the right question. That's the basis of the story. And so the key to the successful completion of the quest, you see, is asking the right question at the right time. And now it seems like there's a lot of forces aligned to prevent the asking of obvious questions that beg to be asked about some of the things that are going on in the world and in our nation today. But we won't go down that road because that takes us directly into the realm of politics. So let's just think about a few of the things that we've learned over these past episodes. What was the first great fire that's now considered the greatest forest fire in at least Eastern Canadian history? It was the Miramichi. I think we got that pronunciation right. Didn't somebody from that area correct us?
Miramichi? Yeah, I think so.
That's good.
Miramichi.
1825.
1825, yeah. And what was the date on that? I think we found that there might be some significance to the date. That was October 7th. 7th. And then, of course, we moved on to the Great Chicago Fire, and which was the greatest urban fire disaster in American history. And the Peshtigo Fire, which was the greatest in terms of mortality anyway, the most deadly forest fire in American history. And we found out that they occurred essentially simultaneously on the same evening at about the same hour of outbreak at about 9 p.m., maybe a little earlier. It's hard to tell, but pretty much in that same window. And then we also learned that there was the Manistee Fire across the Lake Michigan. It was actually greater in magnitude and consumed more acreage, but is less well known because of the fact that the mortality level was so much lower. Mostly because there was apparently in that area mostly most of the human occupation was lumber camps rather than settled communities and villages like there was in the pathway of Peshtigo. So we had those two fires, and they occurred on, what was the date? October 8th. Then we learned about the Hinckley Fire, which had a lot of similarities in terms of the intensity, the speed, the ferocity, the anomalous things associated with it, made it very similar to the Peshtigo Fire. But that was a completely different date. That was September.
Right.
But as far as the other fires, we learned that particular date of 7th, 8th, and 9th seemed to be a a period that these firestorms were very prevalent. So we then learned that something else occurred. Why? Because of the simultaneity of the outbreaks of these fires. Remember the descriptions now of almost as if there's incendiary devices being set off simultaneously. That's how it was. Several of these fire outbreaks were described.
Yeah, and that it seemed like hilltops would catch on fire first, and the fire would come down.
The
tops of buildings were on fire first,
and the repeated sense of the fire being up in the heavens itself, and in the air itself
was on fire.
Yeah,
right, and the fire was burning where there was no apparent combustible material.
Yes, and in certain places, people seem to witness things being consumed almost seemingly instantly by fire.
Mm-hmm.
People would just vanish, Also, strange things where like the one I remember is was it the wagon tongue? Was it that where the metal was completely destroyed and the wood was not burned or something like that?
Yeah.
All kinds of anomalous things like that that remind you of almost like a torch.
Like a torch. The torch of the avenging angel, you mean?
Yes, right. Exactly.
That one. Yeah, that one. That torch, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I think we kind of were introduced to the avenging angel. We've pulled up his visage on several occasions.
That's right.
That's how he was depicted by some of our predecessors, our cultural predecessors.
Yep. And what is that deck you use called again?
The Builder's Addendum.
The Builders of the Addendum.
Yeah. Paul Foster Case's deck was just basically a variation on the Rider Waite and the earlier Marseille decks and others, but he put his own added his own little seasoning to it. And he was quite a learned scholar of occultism, ancient traditions, things like that. So he added some stuff that you got to wonder.
In the Rider Waite, the booklet that comes with it, they talk about how a lot of the symbolism comes from ancient Egypt.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so there was lots of interesting hints in those symbols that may connect possibly back to the Grail stuff that you were just talking about.
Oh, there absolutely is.
Yeah, and the seeds, the Yud.
Mm-hmm. The Ace of Cups.
Yeah.
That's it right there. That is a depiction of the whole concept of the Grail right there, the Ace of Cups. And we've looked at that. And boy, there's a lot more to talk about there. And that's interesting stuff. But that brings us...
Are we zeroing in on the right questions with all of this stuff? Okay.
But I will just say this, that when we start getting into that analysis of the Ace of Cups, that takes us straight into the realm of exobiology. So might be good to have our ducks in a row before we tackle that subject.
Our cosmic ducks need to be
that's what I'd say.
Yeah.
Our intergalactic ducks.
Make sure that Chandra is ready for a guest appearance.
Yeah, we'll get Chandra, Dr. Wickramasinghe on.
Yeah. Well, okay then. So, good. Yeah, these are some of the key things that we learned about these fires. And of course, I'm assuming that folks are listening to this episode. They've already listened to the previous ones. So we don't have to do too much of a recap.
Right.
But it's good just even for us to kind of refresh our mind on some of the details, because remember, the devil's in the details. And this could be, speaking of the devil, I mean, maybe we are in fact looking at the handiwork of the devil here.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you think so? Well,
a serpent or a dragon?
A serpent or a dragon, yes.
Serpents are the good guys.
Serpents are the good guys. But, hey, that's the thing. The serpents can be the bad guys, too.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
Just like Hathor can turn into Sekhmet, which we're going to come back to in a second here. But, yeah, let's since you said that and mentioned serpents, and I think maybe we'll just take a look
we want
here.
to remind what's going on exogenically, right, during those dates.
Yeah, please do.
Wasn't that where you're going?
You're doing it, Brad.
Well, the serpent and the dragon leads to constellation Draco and the Draconid meteor shower.
And the Draconid meteors, yes.
Is exactly on those dates.
That was exactly on those dates, yes. And we saw some very compelling symbolism there, didn't we? So, there's the Mexican Codex Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent. Quetzal, thank you. Now notice, I've always noticed that ATL.
Atl. That's what I was just pointing out. Yeah.
Yes.
Atl.
Quetzalcoatl.
Atl. Yeah, Quetzal. The plumed serpent is shown devouring a man. All right, so there we've got
that St. George?
St. George.
All right.
So what's he doing? You notice, okay, he's got this long lance. She's got the dragon on a leash.
Yeah.
Interesting. And he appears to be stabbing the dragon in the eye with a long lance.
Well, I thought it was right in the nostril.
Interesting.
Maybe it's in the nostril.
Painful either way.
Right. I think that, I would think that that's the nostril.
I don't know if this is on topic. It seems connected to me, but I remember when I was looking into the variations on the story of the Tower of Babel, there was one where basically the gods had claimed the heavens for themselves, and man was not allowed up there, but that man would occasionally see, a god flying in the sky, and eventually one guy picked up a lance and threw it at the god flying in the sky and hit it, and blood fell. And then the people knew that they could be killed. And that was when they began to build the tower.
So,
have you ever heard that rendition?
No, I haven't. So, but it's, I think that sounds very compelling. I think if you could save that, because, in fact, we're going to be, when we get into some of the Grail stuff, we'll be talking about, blood from the sky.
Blood from the sky.
Red rain falling from the sky.
Saturn's blood comes down and
Stuff that's fallen from the sky that actually has been tested that appears to be blood.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. What the hell is going on there? Well, I got some thoughts. We definitely can bring in some of that stuff. But in fact, what we're looking at right here actually may have us some clues. Look at this. Siegfried displaying Fafnir. Get it? Can you see the coiled dragon serpent here?
Yep.
Here's Siegfried's sword.
Yeah.
He's doing battle with Fafnir.
And he's in the Hercules pose. Sure.
He sure is.
That's true. Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's in the Hercules. Look at that.
Yep.
Wow. And look at his leg here.
Yeah. And definitely got the Hercules lunge going on.
Yeah, look at this. And
So Schwartzman Walkman, I know we weren't supposed to bring that up, but it's a Hercules. What?
Hercules? Yeah, the
Hercules.
Tau Hercules or something.
Hercules.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I was biting my tongue, but yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Tau Hercules.
Tau Hercules.
Another depiction of Siegfried doing battle with the great dragon serpent Fafnir in a painting by Conrad Dielitz.
These are good.
Yeah.
Now, this is some great stuff.
That is cool.
Oh, man, look at that one.
A substantial beast.
Yeah, a substantial beast indeed.
It is. That It is a great water serpent right there.
So in this case, the thing from heaven is actually striking the beast on earth. That's a little different.
Yeah, yeah, that's interesting. So a heavenly being of tremendous power here is holding wielding his sword, and it appears as if the dragon is perhaps writhing and
yes,
yeah, it's already been stabbed, probably. Yeah, it's being slain. Yeah.
And look at the water that it's churning up. It's like causing this massive
some tsunamis.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. Yeah. Causing tsunamis. Wow.
Oh.
Another codex. That's from the Dresden Codex. And look at this. I think this is completely a mind-blowing connection right here, because here's the dragon serpent, the dragon sky serpent, belching out the waters of the great flood.
The water, of the flood. What?
While the god of death waits on the sideline here. Pretty wild stuff. Now look at this. This one really blows my mind. Check this.
I see the lion and the
definitely something flying through the sky in the background there
for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean
the sun setting and a star flying through the sky. Yeah.
Is that the sun setting or the moon rising?
It could be the moon rising. Yeah.
But that right above it is absolutely no doubt that's a comet.
Right.
And he's telling us, this is the myth of Phaeton by Gustav Moreau. And this is Phaeton. That's Phaeton falling to Earth. And he's telling us the timing of it. I mean, there's the band of the ecliptic.
So the sun is in Leo there.
You see, if you look at the bottom of the painting, underneath the bull's head or dragon's head, no, I'm sorry, that's beneath the horse. Right below, to the right of the moon, there's rays from a setting sun.
I would think that the sun.
So then, actually, that's probably with the moon behind a cloud.
Yeah, that's what it was looking
like.
And
then the horizon is actually this.
Yeah.
I can see that now.
Yeah, I see the serpent. So you got Phaeton in the chariot. The horses are going crazy. The lion's up there to give you a hint about the time of
year, or
the
age, the zodiacal age of Leo.
Right.
I'm thinking it could be the zodiacal age of Leo.
Yeah. Wow.
And then the dragon rising up from the earth.
Wonder how big that is. That's probably amazing to see in person.
I bet it would be. Yep. That's St. Michael, I believe, on this one, not St. George. Once again, though, notice the spear, the lance that's always being wielded by the hero. And then here.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to call attention to this lady back here. Is he defending the lady from the dragon?
She doesn't seem to be concerned. She's just watching the sunset.
Doesn't have a leash on it this time either.
Right. Doesn't have a leash on it this time either.
And that thing's more like a wyvern.
A wyvern. Yeah, a wyvern. Yeah. Explain what a wyvern.
It's like a dragon, but it's got kind of a bird front.
Yeah. Well, so here the next one is very explicit about the association of the serpent with a meteor. And here's another one from Theatrum Cometicum, that's 1667, a traditional European depiction of a comet as a cosmic serpent. A meteor as a descending dragon. So when you get into the mythology of serpents and dragons, well, you have the winged serpents, the plumed serpents, but you have dragons, which can be creatures of the sky or creatures of the earth.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very significant character trait that is the clue to what we're really looking at here. But that takes us into the realm of beyond tonight's discussion.
Okay.
Well, can I?
Of course.
Can I suggest something? A
Sure.
possibility?
Yes.
I mean, it just makes me think of like like volcanism is the earthly dragon, perhaps.
Perhaps. So, well, we'll explore that. We'll explore the earth dragon myths and the serpent myths. And I think what it leads us to is right into the realm of telluric energy.
Okay, cool.
And geomancy.
That's way cooler than volcanoes.
Well, they're probably connected. In fact, we could say they're certainly connected.
Yeah, you're right. Though it is interesting because when the dragon's in the sky, it's flying, it may be breathing fire. When it's in the earth, it's sleeping on a pile of jewels and gold, like wealth or treasure, like in the standard stories. So,
but it can be woken and it can rise up from the earth.
Yeah. That's if you wake it up, you got a big problem.
And breathes fire.
That's right.
So if we're trying to portray this in some kind of a scientific scenario, and we're hypothesizing that the cosmic dragon is in fact meteors, fireballs, asteroids, comets, things in the heavens that could affect life on Earth and probably have been witnessed and experienced by ancestors of doing just that. So, but then how do we envision there might be a real world, shall we say, connection with the earth serpent, the earth dragon under the earth? And I think what that comes down to is possibly, and this would link with volcanism because, the crust is fractured. There are fault lines, there are fractures within the Earth's crust, and there's also various kinds of ores and minerals within the Earth's crust. There's movements of the Earth's crust. Sometimes you'll have contiguous sections of the Earth's crust moving relative to each other. That would be what defines a fault line in most cases. And this can generate changes in the electromagnetic field. Now, a lot of those fractures and fault lines that we're talking about in the crust of the Earth, there's a whole school of thought that most of those fractures and fault lines are the consequence of cosmic hypervelocity impacts throughout the history of the Earth.
Yeah, okay.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. I was also going to say that the connection with the dragon in the earth sleeping with the treasure is like, at the center of impacts is where you find lots of very rare metals.
That's right. So. Think of Sudbury up in Canada. Think of the Vredefort structure in South Africa. There's many examples where astrogleams are the sources of precious metals, platinum group yes.
Right. And now we know that they make trillions of tiny diamonds, so they have jewels as well. It's like strange how all this can connect back to these very ancient stories.
Yes.
So is that Latin there? Did you translate that? What does it say on there?
Oh, I did at one point.
It says we're all going to die.
In Kala, Ardens, cum Tongo Attracta.
That's the precursor to the electric universe model, just in Latin.
Kyle, this is not the appropriate time for levity.
I am inappropriate for this podcast.
Have you ever? So, what is the opposite of levity? Gravity, right?
Gravity.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I could see that.
That's right. Gravity and levity.
Gravitas.
So, I was about to go off on a tangent, a very interesting tangent, but I kind of told myself I wasn't going to go off on tangents, but I'll just mention who. Well, just one thing. Okay, so my point being, in the interests of levity, who was given the task of transporting the Ark of the Covenant from one place to another by means of staves passed through the rings of
the Levites.
Mm-hmm.
David, there we go. The Levites. The Levite.
The Levite, yes, of course.
I get it.
So mull that over, and in the next episode, we might circle back to that.
All right, I'll think about that.
Yeah. If you think of the levity being the opposite of gravity.
Yeah.
And then if you remember that because the Ark was composed of so much gold, it was extremely heavy.
It was.
It was.
Yes.
But anyways, we'll leave it at that. We'll continue on here.
Where's my Indiana Jones theme?
Where are the tangent tees?
We need that.
Just to show another interesting correlation between the serpent and cosmic impact, we have Exhibit A right here. Serpent Mound. Right? Now, wait a minute. We're going on a trip, or who's going? What's this? You guys were talking about Serpent Mound earlier.
Yes, we've been discussing.
We've been dying to go there.
Yeah, we've been discussing possibly getting over there after the Montana trip is over for the solstice.
Brad just crushed my dreams and said we probably won't be able to make it in time for the solstice. Maybe we can make it for the solstice sunset, but not the sunrise.
Yeah, our tour's done the 19th and solstice is 21st. So yeah, we'd have to cut out pretty fast and buzz 2,000 miles over there. But I'm not saying it can't be done.
2,000 miles with a baby is, I don't know, Brad.
Yeah, it's not.
Hey, and if you were flying along, I mean, you'd have to be, keeping the pedal to the metal at least 90 miles per hour on average, right? You get pulled over, you tell them you've got to get to Serpent Mound, winter solstice sunset, aligned with the serpent's head. You've got to get there.
That's right.
Could you?
They should let us go, right?
You need to let us go.
The cops. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Move along.
Sure. But I love this. I love this mound. I love this. I don't know. I've read about a lot about it, and I have been dying to get up there to see it.
It's worth seeing. And you know what's great is that in this area, there's so many. It's one of the thickest, densest clusters of monumental earthworks still existing in this area of Ohio. So you can include this in a multi site tour.
Yeah,
and we should do that.
Yeah,
we should actually.
We should please.
I think this would be an awesomely awesome tour, and because there's so much astronomy and Earth, the whole. Yeah, well, let's.
I just love it. It's a beautiful representation of the idea of this, like a comet or an impactor or something.
The serpent carrying the cosmic egg,
and it's got the spiral at the end, like you can imagine. The object is out there making
orbiting
its orbits over and over, and then eventually it gets pulled in by a planet, and it goes through this little zigzag motion as it's being pulled into the inner solar system, and then it's like. The thing is positioned right on the edge of an astrobleem. It's just so this is.
Yeah,
this blows my mind. I'm really excited to get there. I hope we can do it.
And then when you look at the egg in its mouth.
Yes.
Here, if that's what it
or an egg. Yes.
Yes, an egg.
Doesn't it strike anybody that this looks a whole lot like a spermatozoa?
I thought of that, Mike. I wasn't going to bring that up.
Yeah, we weren't going to talk about that, but.
Well, no.
Normal guy doing his job.
Okay, but Mike brings up something really interesting, though.
Yes.
All levity aside, he brings up something very interesting, and that's something that we will be touching back on as we get into some of the mysteries of the Grail and so on.
And back to the exobiology you brought up earlier.
Back to the exobiology we brought up earlier. Exactly. That's exactly it. So. You mentioned, Kyle, that it's right on the edge of an astrobleem. Let's look at this here. Here we go. I love this picture.
Gosh, look at that.
Yeah. I love this picture.
It's also on a peninsula between two converging streams.
Yes.
It is in a perfect position.
Like a diamond head.
And you can actually see the mouths of these openings into that are almost,
nostrils.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah.
And you can see, look here, you see the triangular shape of the viper's head.
Yeah.
Right here.
So it's a natural formation that they were like, yes, this is a serpent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
You can see it winding around back this way. The tail's out here. And then over here is the basin of the ancient impact structure. So how about that?
So cool. So cool.
So see, here's the thing. This whole landscape is probably honeycombed with caves and apertures and capillaries through here that water can move through the earth here as well as on the surface. There we go. The Serpent Mound area is renowned for a large geological disturbance, remnants of perhaps the most cataclysmic event ever to occur in Ohio. Serpent Mound sits on the outer edge of the disturbed area. I like that, the disturbed area, which measures 3.5 to 4 miles in diameter and covers between 12 and 15 square miles. Within the central part of the area, rocks have been thrust upward at least 1,000 feet above their original positions.
Yes.
How cool is that? So see, you got to know things like this when we're visiting. See,
I can't help but think that the people who, engineered, designed, built this thing, that were at least being guided by science. They had to know something. You know what I mean? Like this is apparently that astrobleem is extremely old.
Something.
Yeah.
So
listen to the rest of this explanation of it, description of it. Surrounding this area. Now, this is the area that is it says that there's this disturbed area measured, say, 4 miles in diameter. And within the central part of that area, the rocks have been thrust upward 1,000 feet. Then surrounding this area is a lower area where the rocks are approximately at their normal elevations. A ring graben. What's a ring graben? This is where rocks have been down dropped. It forms the outer portion of the structure. Here, the ground surface is higher in elevation, but the bedrock has been dropped down as much as 400 feet from its original position. So you've got, in the middle of this thing, you've got rocks that have been thrust upward 1,000 feet, surrounded by rocks that have been thrust downward by 400 feet, for a total differential of 1,400 feet. And this differentiation in the what had previously been uniform and level strata happened within a matter of seconds. Of course, that's the thing to keep in mind. This isn't the process. This isn't the result of some long, drawn-out process that took years and years, thousands of years. This happened in an instant. So then, goes on to say, intermixed within and between these regions are numerous faults, synclines, and anticlines. Remember what synclines and anticlines are? A syncline is a downwarping and an anticline is an upwarping, right? And when we were in the Scablands, there were many examples of anticlines there. Remember the Cooley monocline? A monocline is simply
one side.
One side, yep. So numerous faults, synclines, and anticlines, places where massive cracks formed within the rock, and they are buckled into upward or downward arches. In some locations, the rock layers have been turned on edge, and on other layers have been turned upside down. The destructive event that formed the structure may have taken place more than 200 million years ago during the late Triassic. But my point about what's happened to the bedrock there, see that fracturing of the bedrock now allows for the movement of fluids of all kinds. It could be water, it could be fluid basaltic magma, and hence the connection with volcanic eruptions when you were mentioning volcanism earlier, Kyle, because there may be a connection between the location of volcanoes, volcanic activity, and impacts. That's not.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Yeah. So then, how many of you remember this? The Portsmouth Works, the giant serpentine effigy that's basically no longer there. And it consisted of a series of concentric rings. Then it crossed the Ohio River, came up here, and then there was this kind of scattering of mounds, structures, circular dome structures, arch structures. These, of course, are all gone now because the city of Portsmouth is here. But then you can see what appears to almost be kind of a serpent's head coming back, and then it crosses the river again, and then there's another earth mound here, of which the remnant is still there. Brad and I have visited that. We visited this. This is a remnant over here. That's all that's left. The ring structure is mostly. No, wait a minute. That was Newark where the golf course was. Yeah, that was Newark. But yeah, this was once part of a structure that was in total length 10 miles long.
Incredible.
It's totally incredible. So somebody went to a lot of effort to do all of this. So there are some stories from Native Americans that inhabited this area, and I'll have to dig up the sources of this, that they interpreted the Ohio River as being a terrestrial counterpart to the Milky Way galaxy, in much the same way that the Egyptians looked at the Nile River. Which, if that was the case, this is kind of an interesting thing then, because you've got this arc that comes across and intersects twice. So if this, let's assume, just for the sake of an interesting metaphor, that this stood in for the Milky Way galaxy, well, then what is this? Is this the plane of the ecliptic, which crosses the Milky Way galaxy twice? I don't know.
Or the tail of a path of a comet.
Or the path of a comet.
We got to do these mounds. Got to see this stuff.
Yeah, we need to do a tour of the mound structures.
Yeah, that would be a good one. And that could be kind of an affordable one as well. Maybe. Well, depends. We got to do some planning. We could maybe look at this fall. I like this, the flag of Wales. And the origins of the red dragon on the flag of Wales are kind of controversial and mysterious, but how interesting. Wales. Think about Wales. What the things we associate with Wales, the quest, Arthur, all of that, the Welsh stories. So this is from the Mauryan Institute, the European Dark Age and the Welsh oral tradition on the Trail of the Dragon. The mystery of the origins of the red dragon symbol now on the flag of Wales has perplexed many historians, writers, and romanticists, and the archaeological community generally has refrained from commenting on this most unusual emblem, claiming it does not concern them. In the ancient Welsh language, it is known as, and I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that.
Don't even try.
Drag Gosh, which means red dragon. And in the University of Wales Welsh Dictionary, there are translations from the various uses of the Welsh word drag. Amongst them are common uses of the word, which is today taken just to mean a dragon. But in times past, it has also been used to refer to Metdistau, which is probably not even close to what it's pronounced, but was usually taken to mean sheet lightning. Now we get this, okay? The most interesting common usage of the word in earlier times, according to this authoritative dictionary, is melt, I don't know. But the word used to refer to a meteorite. And this makes sense as the Welsh word main translates as stone, while the Welsh word whatever translates as lightning, so literally a lightning stone.
Thunderstones, wow.
The ancient language of the Welsh Druids has words still in use today that have in the past been used to describe both a dragon and also a meteorite. Is something that greatly helps us to follow the destructive trail of the dragon as it was described in early Welsh riddle poems.
Ooh, riddle poems sound cool.
I like that too, riddle poems. So the lyrics of your songs, think of them that way, Kyle, that they're riddle poems.
Yeah.
Then your music takes a whole nother layer of meaning. So in recent years, certain astronomers have come increasingly to appreciate that encoded in the folklore and mythologies of many cultures, the accurate observations of ancient sky watchers. This is a good